Chapter 801 Stuttering Hal. Does that mean we can purify the murky crystal? Nothing so good, sadly. Chief Dakin regretfully shook his head. When we put the murky crystal close to the god crystal, the two began to react, but not in a good way. The murky crystal did indeed begin to lose some of its cloudiness, but some portions of the god crystal started to become murky. We had to separate the two crystals immediately before this reaction ruined our god crystal. In other words, it was like mixing hot water with cold water. If you mixed them together, what resulted was 2 portions of lukewarm water. If the flagrant sore maidens wanted to create hot water, then ending up with more water that was significantly colder would be taking a step backwards. They didn't want the water to grow cold. They wanted to heat all of the water up so that they would all be uniformly hot. Still, if nothing else, this unanticipated reaction proved that the 2 kinds of crystals shared a strong relation. Well, it sounds like there's not much use in hunting wild gods for their murky crystals. All the vandals and sword maidens hoping that we continue to hunt them down so that we can enjoy an endless supply of god meat during supper will doubtlessly be disappointed. It took a significant amount of effort to hunt down the wild gods and transport tons of their flesh. The flagrant sore maidens already filled the cargo holds of their transports with containers filled with nutrient packs. This efficient food source carried the most nutrients in the least amount of space. Even though it seemed like wild gods provided a lot of meat, they didn't provide all the necessary nutrients to keep a human body in peak condition, and took up a lot more space for the calories they provided. Nothing beat the efficiency of nutrient packs. They were the undisputed kings of survival food and military rations. As Chief Dakin regaled VS of his team's initial research results, it became clear that they didn't really understand anything about the strange crystals. No matter if it's the murky crystal or the god crystal, both of them consist of matter that we've never seen before. It's completely different from any exotic I've come in touch. The older man vented his frustration. We don't even have the right equipment in this mobile lab to study the crystal. Captain Bird is hounding me behind my back to produce results, but it's not as if I'm a researcher who specializes in higher dimensional matter and energy. Mech regiments like the flagrant vandals hired plenty of science officers and experts, but none of them possessed the acumen of a dedicated researcher. Those smart enough to be hired as professors would never join the military and participate in dangerous missions. Therefore, the research capacity of the ground forces was a lot less impressive than everyone thought. Especially with regards to something as complex as the god crystal, not even the experienced Chief Dakin or the extremely knowledgeable VS could make sense of the darn thing. Keddies surprisingly showed them a different way of getting what they wanted. You know, I bet the natives know a thing or two about the god crystals. Haven't they successfully made use of them in their own way? Why bother figuring this stuff yourself when we can just borrow someone else's expertise? That's right. A light shone in the chief engineer's eyes. Racking our heads over this stuff will take decades to learn anything substantial. It's a lot easier if the natives point us in the right direction. It was the same approach the Sword Maidens took when they lacked technical expertise to run their ships or service their mechs. Rather than force the battle-hungry Sword Maidens to do all of that boring stuff themselves, why not capture some experts and enslave them in doing their dirty chores? Though relying on external experts came with a lot of caveats, it provided a lot more convenience to the flagrant Sword Maidens. They desperately needed to figure out the application of the god crystals quickly if they wanted to obtain a solution to their energy deficit problems. If not, their progress would stall halfway. As they traveled closer and closer to the starlight megalodon, the space-time distortion in the skies above grew stronger, eventually cutting the ground forces off from their vital supply line to the fleet in orbit. By then, if they hadn't come up with a solution, the flagrant Sword Maidens would have to rely on their meager generators to replenish their energy cells, all of which would only provide them with enough energy to progress just 10 kilometers a day or something. We should bring up this course of action to Captain Bird and Commander Lydia if they haven't already thought of it, VS suggested. According to our route, our next stop is to brush past the ancient city of Samar. Good idea. We've already used up our goodwill with Malak. As long as we impress the natives at Samar, we'll be able to rip them off the same way. One of the pieces of lore the flagrant Sore Maidens obtained from Malak was a very badly drawn map of the nearby terrain and cities. The map showed obvious disparities with the footage captured from orbit, but at least it let the ground forces identify the cities in the vicinity. The ancient city of Samar sat in the middle of a much more fertile region. Larger and more prosperous than Malak, the city also used to function as a center of industry. Though the natives of Malak believed that none of the old factories and machines worked anymore, the flagrant Sore Maidens didn't entirely believe that claim. Perhaps the technological decline had struck Malak the most because it was only meant to serve as a resource extraction hub. If any city understood the importance of technology, then Samar should definitely be one of the enlightened places on the planet. On the other hand, if the level of technology at Samar resembled the general ignorance of Malak, then this phenomenon could no longer be explained by natural means. Such a large-scale decline and stagnation simply didn't fit with the human drive for progress. Nobody knew why the blessed people hadn't been able to maintain even a rudimentary modern technological standard, but VS didn't rule out a conspiracy. It was too ridiculous that humans willingly gave up the benefits of technology to live their lives as if they lived in the past. VS and Kedis left the mobile lab and returned to a heavy transport that had been fashioned into an extremely cramped mech workshop. While none of the mech technicians found it easy to service a mech on a moving platform, they had no other choice. With so many mechs on the field, a handful of mechs broke down from time to time due to the challenging conditions. The gravitic backpacks the Vandals sourced from Harkinson I continually fought against the planet's gravity at close to their maximum capacity. If the planet's gravity was only 5 Gs instead of 6 Gs, the gravitic backpacks faced a lot less strain as they worked substantially below their maximum power. They'd last at least twice as long in those conditions. Sadly, either the Vandals or Sore Maidens had any other recourse. Both the backpacks and the mechs themselves all endured heavy strain whether they were under the influence of an anti-grav field or not. Even at rest, the heavy gravity continued to pull at the more vulnerable components. Even their transports, and some of the goods they carried within suffered from the adverse effects of heavy gravity. Though Chief Dakin did his best to make the heavy transports as rugged as possible, nothing could prevent them from suffering minor breakdowns that nonetheless forced the transport to halt in order to fix the issue. If this is what all machines have to go through, no wonder the natives abandoned technology. Kedis complained as their supply caravan forcefully halted yet again. Captain Bird didn't dare to leave a broken transport behind. The amount of breakdowns that is happening ever since we landed on this planet is far too much. How can anyone tolerate these conditions? Due to the overly frequent breakdowns, Chief Dakin diverted some of his valuable time by trying to figure out the root of the problems. He found out that most of the breakdowns involved moving parts. During an emergency meeting with Captain Bird and a number of engineers and experts, the chief engineer announced the cause of the problem. The root issue of our mechanical problems is the space-time distortion that we're subjected to, he stated with certainty. The astral winds that are blowing above our heads isn't entirely uniform. It's just like wind in that way. It curls, it weakens, it strengthens, it curls up on itself and more. This turbulence in turn affects the space-time distortion on the surface of 7. How bad is the effects of this turbulence? VS asked, already frowning because mechs involved a significant amount of moving parts. Though the tolerance of most of their land-bound mechs should be quite good, a large deviation might cause a mech to destroy its own leg during a routine march. Chief Dakin didn't have good news for the people present in the meeting. At the micro level, time might speed up or slow down by a couple of milliseconds. Space might stretch or shrink by a couple of millimeters. If it happens once in a while, then our machines can still handle the deviations. However, once the astral winds above our heads become exceptionally turbulent or violent, the chance of breakdowns increases by as much as 5,000%. Such a humongous increase basically meant that it was assured that one of their mechs or transports would suffer a malfunction at least once every standard day. Fixing these issues slowed down their forward progress and consumed their supplies dedicated for repairs. For all of their sakes, they'd better find a solution quickly or be driven mad by an increasing number of breakdowns. After all, once something broke down, it never regained its peak condition. Each time something broke, it became that much easier to suffer the same malfunction in the future. This was also one of the reasons why mechs generally never lasted more than 5 years of intensive combat, or 10 years of moderate use. They suffered so much battle damage and underwent so many field repairs and sloppy fixes that their battle efficiency eventually dropped by more than half. At that point, it was better to sell the mech and use the gains to help purchase a new one. As for the old mech, refurbishers and repair shops usually subjected them to an extensive overhaul before selling them on as second-hand mechs. However, even a relatively complete overhaul never really renewed the life expectancy of a second-hand mech. This was why many people in the industry looked down on the practice of selling second-hand mechs. As weapons of war, mech pilots needed to rely on their mechs through thick and thin. VS witnessed plenty of second-hand mechs giving up the ghost too soon, particularly with the old Walters whalers. Some of their ramshackle mechs deactivated in the middle of the battlefield after suffering moderate damage that they should have been able to endure. Right now, both the Vandals and the Sword Maidens worried about suffering from the same problem merely by moving around on the planet. "This situation is unacceptable," Captain Bird stated with evident dissatisfaction on her face. "Our current rate of attrition is far too high. By the time we reach the Starlight Megalodon, we might have already lost half our mechs and transports due to farting winds. What are our solutions?" Chief Dakin stepped up again. "Ma'am, while we aren't able to shield our machines from the effects of turbulence, we can still mitigate the problem. We can keep the astral winds over our heads under observation. Whenever it becomes exceptionally violent, we can force our expedition to halt. As long as none of our mechs and transports move, the turbulent space-time distortion won't be able to trip them up." "How often do we have to halt if we do so?" "At least 10 hours for every standard day. We'll also have to pause for at least 20 times a day, ma'am." "That's too much." Chapter 802 True Savages. The flagrant Sword Maidens unwillingly adjusted to an irregular schedule. Due to the frequent turbulence in the astral winds, the ground forces risked accelerating the wear and tear of all of their machines. VS suspected this ever since he heard about the effects of turbulence. After the meeting, he raced straight to one of the mobile workshops and inspected the damage every mech had incurred every time they set foot. Damn it! His fears came true. Even if the machines didn't immediately break down, the minor faults that resulted from the additional strain eventually built up to a future catastrophe. For better or worse, if the flagrant Sword Maidens didn't wish to reach the Starlight Megalodon with hardly any intact mech or transport, then they needed to stop and hunker down each time the higher dimensional particles started to burp. The irregular breaks only lasted 5 to 15 minutes, but they seriously started to grate on the men. Everyone's moods declined because nobody could predict when they had to stop. By the expedition stopped to let the mech pilots sleep, they all dropped dead in their temporary bunks due to the restlessness in their minds. Worse yet, even if the ground forces halted entirely, the turbulent space-time distortion still left their mark on the machines. Though the effect was much less severe than if they kept moving, it still accelerated the overall wear and tear of their machines. By now, The theory that Kedis casually spouted to VS somehow spread to all the Vandals and Sword Maidens. With such awful environmental conditions, it was no wonder the natives gave up on technology. At the very least, it became unfeasible to operate mechs for any significant stretch of time. VS made some calculations and predicted that even if a mech stood still all the time, it would still become inoperable after a span of a decade. Even if it did nothing at all, the mere fact that it had come under the influence of thousands of minute variations in the space-time distortion already simulated the effects of moderate wear and tear. Frustration mounted with the people in charge of keeping the expedition moving. Now that they realized the full extent of the destructive effects of the turbulence, they all cursed as the astral winds. Why couldn't the wind blow in an even pattern like the wind blown from a simple fan? Even VS started to buy into the idea that the natives adjusted to a life without any advanced technology because every machine they made would break down eventually. The only way for anyone to block the destructive effects of turbulence was if they brought a dimensional smoother like the ones used in the Glowing Planet campaign. However, even those amazing devices wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the astral winds. Activating a dimensional smoother would turn their local area into a space-time aberration that directly fought against the might of the astral wind directly in front of it. Like a boat in a storm, the area under the influence of the dimensional smoother would directly capsize. Various science officers, engineers, and other experts proposed various solutions, but if the descendants of the crew of the CFA couldn't figure anything out, then who could? Everyone started to become resigned to the idea of operating under a state of frequent breakdowns and accelerated wear and tear. Perhaps the ancient city of Samar may have developed a solution of the problem, but from all accounts it didn't appear too likely at this moment. Maybe we should start taming wild gods, Kedis suggested to VS. Though she often spouted fanciful ideas, under these dire circumstances her suggestion made a lot more sense than usual. Hear me out. Everything mechanical is in trouble, right? I don't see the native wildlife suffering from the same problems. So why not go ahead and try and tame them? They're so big and heavy that they can probably carry a couple of containers on their backs. VS smiled sardonically at her. I hate to rain on your parade, Kedis, but we'd have to tame 100 wild gods or more to carry the same amount of supplies we are bringing with us right now. If we have that much wild gods, what do we need mechs for? They're slow and they don't have any ranged attacks. Then we'll just mount our guns on their backs. Problem solved. These ridiculously simple solutions sounded so absurd that VS didn't bother continuing with the conversation. The flagrant Sword Maidens both depended on their mechs to perform their mission. Abandoning all of their machines because the environment gave them a hard time wasn't in their blood. No matter how harsh the environment tried to beat them down, they would continue to endure. The only problem was that a couple of experts predicted that the turbulence would only grow more violent the closer they got to the Starlight Megalodon. If they extrapolated the pattern all the way to ground zero, then the distortion grew so intense that nothing should be able to exist at the origin. Obviously, the situation was probably more complicated than that, or else the Starlight Megalodon would have long been wiped out the instant her FTL drive malfunctioned. In any case, the flagrant Sword Maidens would figure it out eventually. If somehow they couldn't find a solution, then maybe the natives or their rivals who also landed their forces on the planet managed to come up with something. As long as one of them figured out a solution, then the flagrant Sword Maidens could always trade or snatch the solution for themselves. I don't believe that any of us will leave this planet empty-handed. Too much is at stake, he muttered. Their progress averaged 30 kilometers a day, which wasn't too shabby despite the frequent pauses. Even though most mechs could easily traverse this distance in 15 minutes, they'd have to leave behind the heavy transports. The mechs would never be able to last in the wild by themselves before running out of energy in a matter of hours. Still, even if the planners expected the expedition to move at such an agonizingly slow pace didn't mean that the men and women enjoyed it. The mech pilots who had become used to short but intensive deployments couldn't adapt to this overly sedate pace of marching. On any other planet, if the mechs wanted to traverse a long distance, they could have just boarded a transport which could easily ship them halfway across the planet in a jiffy. That wasn't possible now. To the mech pilots, Aeon Corona 7 seemed to have ballooned in size. It took so long for them to traverse a meager distance that they felt as if they were ancient infantrymen marching on foot. Still, slow progress or not, they eventually made it out of the wastes claimed by Hokas. Arid, uneven ground made way for uneven grasslands interspersed with sparse forests. It was here that they began to encounter the native wildlife. Large packs of predators stalked the vast herds of herbivores. Due to the high nutritional level of the grass and plants, the land sustained a lot of animals. For some reason, the dumb beasts didn't behave too vigilantly in front of the walking train of mechs and transports. The mechs had to scare the witless creatures off before they blocked the path of their transports. The flagrant sword maidens even spotted their second wild god. This one consisted of a different subrace. Older by the last one by at least 2 centuries, this larger beast looked a lot more formidable. However, so long as the beast did not walk into the path of the expedition, the flagrant sword maidens were disinclined to butcher the beast. It was at this time one of the scouts encountered the first tribe of wildlings. Captain Bird called for another meeting and presented the footage of the wildling tribe. According to the blessed people, the wildlings were devoid of the blessings of the sacred gods. They were cursed to eke out an existence far outside the walls of the ancient cities as well as their perpetual antigrav fields. I thought their existence was a myth. It sounds so strange that humanity on this planet has split in two, a mech officer uttered. The footage couldn't be more stark. The scout mech employed its long-range sensors to capture clear footage of the tribe of dwarves as they appeared to follow a nomadic pattern of life. Are those godlings? They are, Dr. Tillman judged. If I'm not mistaken, the pack animals that they are using to carry their goods are juvenile wild gods. None of them appear to be less than 30 years old. The dwarfs each rode on the back of lizard-like creatures, each of which at least reached the size of an aircar. More powerful-looking dwarves garbed in fancier leathers and armed with weapons carved in bone rode on even larger godlings that matched the size of a shuttle. If the blessed people at least relied on the ancient cities left behind by their forefathers, then the cursed people didn't have anything left to depend upon. Still, despite being exposed to the full effects of the planet's gravity, either the godlings or the wildlings displayed any discomfort. Certainly, they moved as slow as the herds of animals that grazed these lands, but they at least showed that their species had adapted to the planet's gravity to such an extent that they possessed a stronger claim for dominance than the blessed people with their weaker bones and muscles. Baseline humans simply couldn't step foot outside of their ancient cities without blacking out or breaking their bones. Baseline humans wouldn't be able to give birth to any children to perpetuate their race outside the city walls, because their babies simply wouldn't be able to survive long enough to grow into adults. In the perspective of natural selection, the dwarves or a species evolved from them were destined to take over the entire planet in time. It might take 1,000 years, 100,000 years, perhaps even longer, but eventually their dominance over Aeon Corona 7 was inevitable. Of course, this only applied as long as humans and aliens from the stars didn't come and intervene. Everyone expected the CFA to send out a rescue fleet in time and deliver the poorest savages from salvation. Until then, the flagrant sword maidens had to come up with an approach to treat with these savages. They don't look like they're useful to us, VS stated with a critical eye. This tribe only consists of a couple of hundred people. Their weapons are made of godling bone and their housing consists of tents. What knowledge can they possibly provide us? Captain Bird nodded her head. I'm inclined to agree with you. Even if the dwarfs are capable of interfacing with a wild god, it's probably reserved to the larger tribes. Why are these people nomadic? Someone asked. Shouldn't they settle down at a single place? What forces them to keep moving? Nobody could answer this question, but a handful of people tried to supply an explanation. Perhaps the wild gods trampled over their villages each time they erected one. Perhaps they hunted the territory around their village to exhaustion. Perhaps they simply didn't like to stick around in one place. No matter what, everyone was convinced that the nomadic lifestyle of the wildlings prevented them from developing as a society. They appeared to be stuck in a tribal age for many generations that they never contemplated doing anything else. I think we should at least try to talk to them, Dr. Tillman suggested. If nothing else, interacting with these wildlings will give us a baseline on what to expect if we meet a more formidable tribe of heavy gravity variants of the human race. Captain Bird took the suggestion into consideration. Maybe you have a point. However, we'll need to be careful. According to the blessed people, these cursed people are all universally hostile to the blessed people. Even if the dwarfs don't look threatening enough, they may be hiding a trick or two up their sleeves. I'll discuss the option with the Sword Maidens. Chapter 803 Rank Disparity. The meeting with the wildlings went as violent as expected. The Sword Maidens and Vandals opted to greet the tribal dwarf nomads without mechs and on foot. They wore medium and heavy combat armor to balance speed and protection. The armor also helped to distinguish them from the tall and lean forms of the blessed people without appearing too threatening. Nobody knew how the dwarves would react against mechs, so the ground forces kept them out of sight. Of course, they might as well be ghosts or monsters from the reaction of the savages. The dwarves all yelled at the first contact delegation before holding up their spears and clubs in a battle stance. While their men urged their golden mounts to slowly charge forward, their women and children drove their smaller mounts away from the battle. No matter what the Vandals and Sword Maidens tried to say, the dwarves completely ignored their entreaties. They didn't even yell in standard language. It was obvious that their language had diverged into a completely new form. Though the Vandals turned on their translator AIs, they wouldn't be able to decipher the new language completely without hours of recordings. With no way to break the language barrier, the first contact delegation helplessly switched to Plan B. They deployed gas grenades laced with sedatives and other non-lethal toxins. The sedatives aren't having any effect. Dr. Tillman spoke over the command channel. These high-gravity variant humans are much more advanced than we suspected. Careful. Captain Bird cursed. Commence Plan C. If we can't gas them to sleep, we'll just have to knock them out the old-fashioned way. Kill their godling mounts, but keep the dwarves alive unless your life is at risk. Throughout the galaxy, dwarves had taken on a negative connotation, with some humans even referring to them as subhumans rather than an equal to baseline humans. This was because many dwarves emerged as cheap mining labor on mineral-rich super-Earths. These huge planets with a considerable amount of mass often possessed high concentrations of heavy ores and exotics. It usually wasn't worthwhile and economic to devote these planets to anything else that required advanced skills and well-paid professionals. Therefore, the dwarves that toiled on these super-Earths often received a bad reputation for being dirty miners who weren't suitable for anything else. The flagrant Sword Maidens became affected by this bias as well, so when they saw the wildlings behaving like savages, they possessed no scruples to treat them roughly. Unlike the blessed people who by all accounts appeared to be the legitimate successors of the officers and crew of the Starlight Megalodon, the dwarves were kind of like the illegitimate bastard children. The CFA would probably discard the primitive and repulsive dwarves once they saw them. The degenerated variants possessed no redeeming value. Kill the beasts and knock them out! The Vandals this time sent out a considerable amount of security officers. All of them trained their marksmanship to a considerable level, so when they whipped out their laser rifles and struck at the juvenile godlings, they never wavered in their aim. A flurry of laser beams struck the heads and other vulnerable parts of the lizard-like beasts the dwarves used as their mounts and pack animals. Due to their heavy gravity adaptation, they moved as fast as a human walking forward in a sedate pate under a normal pace. If a trained security officer missed their mark under these circumstances, they should be ashamed of themselves. Their laser rifles heated up relatively quickly, but the straight beams made aiming them very simple. The charging godlings might as well be stationary targets due to how slow they actually trod forward. For all the damage these potentially future wild gods received, the creatures proved to be surprisingly resilient against infantry-grade laser weapons. Their thick mass and resilient scales made it a bit more challenging to get past their protective layer. No matter. The Vandals enjoyed all the time in the world. Maintain distance! Each time the godling mounts plodded forward, the Vandals took a couple of steps backwards. Under the influence of their gravitic backpacks, they moved as easily as if they walked on a normal planet. They could even sprint and run if they had to with the help of their servos incorporated their combat armor. Some of the savage dwarf warriors let out a frustrated cry as their trusty steeds succumbed to the lethal lasers. With smoking holes burned through their skulls, the creatures stood no chance at all. As the dwarf warriors brandished their bone weapons and attempted to close the distance on their thick, stubby legs, it became obvious why they spent so much effort on taming a godling herd. They're so slow! As melee warriors, the sword maidens went into action at this time. Their anti-grav-enhanced combat armor sprung into action, closing the distance with rapid speed. Though they unsheathed their greatswords, they refrained from using their edges to slice the dwarves. Instead, the sword maidens smacked the savage dwarves with the flat end of the blade. The clumsy dwarves, used to pounding at each other by raiding their weapons and chopping them down with considerable force with the help of gravity, simply couldn't cope with the nimble movements of the sword maidens. The two forces played by different rules, and the sword maidens that possessed an absolute advantage in speed never got hit. In fact, one of the more adventurous sword maidens even decided to stand still and let a dwarf smack her armor with a club. Though the force exerted by the dwarf was strong enough to cause it to dent, that was the entire extent of the damage. Unless the dwarves managed to trip a sword maiden up and gang up on her, they had no chance at all at felling the women. The dwarves possessed thick muscles and a very resilient head for their size. Their intelligence may have taken a slide backwards, but their physical strength and endurance more than made up for it. The sword maidens took a lot longer than they thought to knock the dwarf warriors senseless. All right, that's enough. Captain Bird spoke over the comm. Restrain 5 of them and take them away. Oh, and secure a godling beast mount as well. A while later, vs. Captain Bird, Chief Dakin and a couple of other experts entered the biolab. The exobiologists descended upon the dwarves with considerable interest. They scanned and studied the unconscious dwarves, even cutting in a couple of them to study them down to the core. What are the results of your investigation, Doc? Dr. Tillman achieved greater prominence ever since they made landfall. Since so many strange forms of life dominated this planet, it became essential to understand their traits. The wildling tribe they encountered might not amount to anything, but the blessed people obviously dreaded them. Before the flagrant sword maidens encountered the larger tribes that managed to tame an adult wild god, it became important for them to figure out the origin of the dwarves. Our studies have been fruitful, the doctor began. The results are surprising. First, they are definitely descended from the crew of the CFA. However, before I go in on their attributes, I would first like to state that we've discovered an important difference when we compared the genes of the blessed people with the genes of the cursed people. Oh? Captain Bird raised one of her eyebrows. Do tell. It's common knowledge that the Common Fleet Alliance provides standardized gene treatments to their own people. These gene treatments generally don't blend in alien genes, but are mostly meant to optimize the genes of baseline humans so that they are able to achieve their peak potential. Even then, there are different degrees of gene treatments, with the more advanced ones requiring more expensive reagents over multiple treatments. Chief Dakin nodded. A lowly ship rating only qualifies for a basic gene treatment, while the officers enjoy increasingly generous ones. By the time a CFA officer is promoted to captain, they've practically become superhuman in almost every aspect. The MTA maintained their own regime of gene treatments. Though the Big Two discouraged unscrupulous genetic modification, they weren't above using it to their own advantage. The biggest difference with other organizations was that they stressed human purity. Every gene treatment had to transform its recipient into a more perfect human. After the horrors that happened at the Age of Conquest, the Big Two were determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. The CFA in particular also wanted to disassociate themselves from the insane admirals who unscrupulously abused their power and engaged in genocide on a whim. Each genetic treatment leaves behind a characteristic marking that is inheritable by their offspring. Dr. Tillman continued. While we don't have the latest versions of these markers in our local database, we do have a fairly complete library of markers that used to be common 300 years ago. When we match the genes of the blessed and cursed people with the markers, we've identified a clear class difference. VS smelled where this was going. Let me guess. The blessed people are the descendants of the officers and experts of the Starlight Megalodon, while the cursed people are the descendants of the Riff Raff. That is so. Dr. Tillman glowered a bit at VS for ruining her big reveal. Served her right for building up too much to this revelation. The genes of the wildlings have experienced much more radical changes compared to the genes of the blessed people. The exobiologists and geneticists have been much less restrained when it comes to the dwarves. Nobody quite knew what to make of this revelation. Had the relations between the ranks broken down for some reason? Why turn the offspring of the enlisted personnel into squat, dumb, and ugly dwarves? Why maintain the blessed people in their weak, mostly baseline human form? The exobiologists in the employ of the Vandals touched upon the history of what had happened after the Starlight Megalodon crash landed on 7. Perhaps a desperate struggle for survival and continuity broke out at some point between the leaders and their subordinates. It was difficult to imagine what had happened thousands of years ago under the influence of the space-time distortion of the astral winds. The accelerated time on the surface of the planet only allowed the flagrant sword maidens to touch upon the consequences of the events that happened in the past. What about the dwarves themselves? Captain Bird asked. You mentioned during first contact that the dwarves aren't regular examples of a high-gravity variant. Dr. Tillman glanced at the dwarves beyond the observation window. A handful of exobiologists buzzed over an unconscious dwarf. Much like there is diversity among mechs, there is diversity among gene templates, ma'am. Even though the dwarves throughout the galaxy are mostly derived from a single dominant high-gravity variant, there are in fact more comprehensive ones that touch upon certain taboos. Unfortunately, the wildlings are the product of an illegal template, the so-called dark dwarf template. Nobody recognized the significance of that term. Is that why their skin is uniformly darker? The dwarves all possess skin and hair as black as gorillas. It's more than that. The dark dwarf template takes the idea of dwarfs as low-class labor to its logical extreme. The genes of this variant of humans is even further strengthened at the cost of their longevity. While their maturity is slightly stretched, they will never grow old and feeble because their genes will shut their bodies down as soon as the first onset of old age arrives. This prevents their employers from having to provide for their retirement. The Vandals all began to look at the exobiologist in horror. That's barbaric. Dwarves are always treated badly, but at least they still share in the dignity of the human race. This change is literally geared towards treating them as slaves. Dr. Tillman sighed again. It's worse than that. The dark dwarf template deliberately affects their brain chemistry and development. Their intelligence is permanently underdeveloped and stuck in a juvenile and impressionable stage. They simply aren't able to learn any advanced knowledge, so it's impossible for them to become managers, scientists, lawyers, and the like. The best they can achieve with their underdeveloped brains is to become foremen of the mining operations their slave species are designed to work for the entirety of their lives. VS picked out an important detail in her speech. You say ordinarily. I take it the wildlings we kidnapped aren't the same? That's very astute of you, Mr. Larkin's son. In truth, the exobiologists have modified the dark dwarf template by adding alien genes. To be more precise, they've added the genes of God's species into their DNA. God's species genes. Everyone looked stunned at that revelation. Even VS hadn't anticipated such a crazy thing. How could these savage wildlings share anything in common with the ferocious wild gods? Chapter 804 Experimental Group. Back when you studied the DNA of the wild gods, you stated that their genes have received extensive modifications as well. That's correct. The genes implanted in the DNA of these wildlings largely consists of those modified elements. You can say that the wildlings and the wild gods have received the same set of gene treatments. Dr. Tillman rambled on a bit about the genes, but hardly anyone understood her point. When she noticed how absent-minded her audience got, she quickly summarized her conclusion. In short, we don't know what the exobiologists actually intended with these genes. They're far from simple, and it's deliberately more complex than necessary. It will take at least a couple of decades for me to decipher the role of these alien genes. What can you tell us about the wildlings then? Well, they are predisposed to behave in certain ways. While their brain structure has been altered, mostly to cope with the heavy gravity, what we did find out is that their intelligence hasn't actually been curtailed. Instead, certain instincts are strengthened while other behavior is suppressed. I wouldn't be surprised if these wildlings are completely incapable of developing their civilization like normal humans. Forget about developing to the point where they can launch satellites into orbit. They aren't even capable of constructing anything more complicated than a house. Do the blessed people suffer from the same kind of brain altering? Surprisingly, no. The exobiologist shook her head. While their genes have undergone some tailoring as well, they still remain better versions of baseline humans. The few modifications that are different from the officer-grade gene treatments all pertain to adaptation to this planet. For example, their strengthened hearts and bloodstream ensures that they won't black out as fast when subjected to heavy gravity. This kind of looks like a mad scientist experiment to me, VS stated as he narrowed his eyes a bit. For some reason, he started to think of the weird organisms on the planet as a massive testing ground. If the goal of some or all of the exobiologists and geneticists is to develop a strain of humanity that can best survive the harsh conditions of this planet, then they might have pursued an extreme solution with the wildlings, but left the blessed people in the cities as a control group. In the perspective of exobiologists, the blessed people with their frail baseline human constitutions simply wouldn't be able to last on the planet. Though they somehow managed to perpetuate their existence by developing a means to generate antigrav fields without technology, these stagnant people have never expanded beyond the remnant cities laid down by their forefathers. As far as the Vandals were concerned, the wildlings possessed the capability to survive in the wild, and thus might have spread their people around the entire globe. Over time, their numbers would unceasingly rise, and despite their curtailed intelligence would probably become more cunning and inventive over time, though that might take millions of years to effect. There is one other detail about the wildlings that you should know, Dr. Tillman added. The exobiologists have increased the chance of genetic variation in the wildlings. Their DNA is being copied at higher error rates than in baseline humans. This leads to a lot of miscarriages and infant mortality. Those who survive may exhibit lingering weaknesses but also a rare superior benefit. In fact, these wildlings we've encountered are already smarter than their initial iteration. They're slowly developing towards higher intelligence. So, in other words, the wildlings experience a lot more mutation than baseline humans, and the ones who are smarter than the rest often hold an advantage. That's correct. Sounds a lot like how humans used to evolve on old Earth. The various experts didn't understand what the CFA exobiologists and geneticists were thinking. Why turn their enlisted into intellectually challenged dark dwarves, but subsequently give them a way out in the long term? Perhaps it might take a few million years, but eventually this race might be able to surpass the blessed people in intelligence. The wildlings already possessed an advantage in adaptation. If they grew smart enough in some areas, the blessed people resting on their laurels within the protective embrace of their city walls would become extinct. Chief Dakin came to another conclusion. I've got a different perspective from VS. Rather than regard the dwarves and the city folk as an experimental group and a control group, what I see instead are the result of internal contradictions. What if the survivors split up for some reason? What if they got into an argument, and the enlisted personnel lost? I doubt they want to turn themselves into these dark dwarves. What about the propensity for mutation? Maybe there is a dissident in the team of geneticists and exobiologists. One of them didn't agree to the plan to turn all the enlisted personnel into a slave species, so he or she put in a sneaky long-term bomb into the genetic code. Doctor, how obvious is this change? It's not very obvious at the start, Dr. Tillman replied. There isn't a single geneticist or exobiologist who can read an entire genetic code. So even if one of their members attempts to pervert a section of genes, the malfeasance won't necessarily be noticed. We've only been able to detect the change in genetic variation because hundreds of generations have already produced a diverse variety of minor mutations. This didn't necessarily confirm Chief Dakin's theory, but it did make it a bit more likely to be true. Whatever the case, the entire gene structure of the wildlings was so complex and incorporated so many modifications that perhaps no one really knew what came out of it. Even though they looked like dark dwarves, they possessed a considerable amount of depth. The Vandals only came across the tip of the iceberg. What truly happened with these wildlings required much more extensive studies. The exobiologists already had their hands full with studying the wild gods. Adding wildlings to their plate only burdened them further. For now, the wildlings don't appear to be threatening to us, Captain Bird stated at the end. Dr. Tillman continued to prioritize the study into the god species. The wild gods and the sacred gods are the only entities we've encountered so far that can threaten our mechs. Understood, ma'am. Compared to studying variant humans, the study of the exobeasts interested the exobiologists a lot more. Nobody expressed much interest in figuring out the truth behind the degenerated dwarves. The ground expedition proceeded onwards to the ancient city of Samar. The flagrant sword maidens passed the wildling tribe they decimated and continued to traverse the increasingly more fertile plains. Even greater herds of animals sometimes blocked their way. And where herds of animals existed, so did their predators. The flagrant sword maidens encountered several scattered tribes of wildlings and even a wild god or two. The wildling tribes all went mad and attempted to run when they sighted the flood of mechs and legged transports. The slow stampede amused some of the Vandal and Sword Maiden mech pilots, so sometimes they deliberate strolled over to elicit panic in the dwarves. VS shook his head at this banal behavior. The stress and the unfamiliar environment led to a lot of unruliness. The professionalism ingrained within the bones of the servicemen had already started to erode. Even the disciplined Sword Maidens started to become more impulse. The savages didn't understand what the mechs represented. The metallic giants moved faster and much more fluid than any of the native wildlife. It didn't help that the stature of the mechs resembled the stature of the blessed people. When confronted by the mechs, due to the acquired hostility against the blessed people, some wildlings berserk and charged at the tall machines. Some mech pilots let the silly dwarves approach their feet, giving every mech pilot witnessing the futile charge a good laugh. The dumb dwarves hit the exterior of Mechs with their thick bone clubs or sharpened bone axes, only to leave no mark at all. As for their godling mounts, their claws and teeth couldn't even scratch the coating of the mech. Almost every comm channel became filled with laughter and insults. These stupid dwarves are so dumb! And these are supposed to be the smarter ones? They've got a few million years left to go. As the ferocious dwarf warriors continued to whack at the foot of the sword-maiden Devil Raiser to no avail, the chieftain of the tribe finally trod forward on his imposing-looking godling beast. Unlike every other godling beast they've encountered so far, this one reached the size of a third of a mech. Its age had reached an unprecedented 50 years old. If it survived for 50 more years, it was eligible to mature into a full-sized wild god. Unfortunately, as the godlings grew in size, their aggressiveness and appetite increased in turn. As they grew from small and meek younglings into larger and deadlier adolescents, their hormones drove them to actively hunt their prey. They had to because they needed to take in a lot more calories to survive. The larger their weight, the more energy they expended. Mechs weren't exempt from this rule either. In any case, no matter how large the godling had grown, it still lacked the ability to challenge a mech. The Devil Raiser gently smacked the godling away with a punch. The creature moaned and almost threw off its rider. The dwarf chieftain roared in anger at the swordsman Mech. What gave these metal giants the right to bully his tribe? Of course, the mech pilots continued to laugh and jeer at the impotent dwarves. Look at that big fellow roar! I think by the time the translator AIs is finished with deciphering their language, I'd bet half of the words consists of insults. These dwarves all stink! Look at that squatting dwarf back there! It's treating the open plain as its toilet! Disgusting! As the mech pilots continued their idle entertainment, the wildling chieftain stopped venting his anger and started to stretch his arm out to the Devil Raiser on top of his moaning mount. Nothing happened for a dozen seconds, and everyone ignored the chieftain's pointless gesture. That was until the sword-maiden mech pilot suddenly screamed in the comm channel. Ah! It hurts! My mind frigging hurts! The Devil Raiser suddenly took a few frantic steps as if it had lost control. The dwarves that attacked the feet of the mech suddenly flung away as the mech flung its feet around. As the affected sword maiden continued to scream over the comm, the other mech pilots panicked. What is going on? Why is she screaming? Are we under attack? It's that chieftain! Kill it first! Another Devil Raiser stepped forward and sliced its broad blade downwards, instantly bisecting the concentrating dwarf chieftain as well as chopping through the neck of his godling mount. The instant kill immediately relieved the crisis. The event had alarmed the flagrant sword maidens, and some of the other mechs started to fire their weapons at the surviving dwarves in panic. Retreat! Pull back, goddammit! You guys and girls are worse than a mob. And you there? Go and pick up the chieftain's corpse. We'll let the docs figure out his tricks. One of the vandal mechs carefully cupped the bisected remains of the chieftain and fled along with the rest. The entire sight of mechs fleeing from a tribe of primitive dwarves was perplexing. Many mech pilots felt ashamed for pulling back and eagerly wished to wipe out the indigenous savages. The event caught the attention of VS as well. He already had a good idea of what had happened. He immediately wanted to dig through the telemetry of the Devil Raiser, only to recall that it fell under the jurisdiction of the Sword Maidens. VS made a calm request to Myra. When her face popped up in the projection, he immediately voiced his guess. Has the dwarf chieftain affected the man-machine connection somehow? I'm still studying the logs, the journeyman replied with a grave expression. You should come over and take a look. You know more about neural interfaces than I. Maybe you can tell what has happened. I'll be over right away. Chapter 805 Third Wheel. After the inexplicable incident where a primitive dwarf managed to incapacitate one of their mech pilots through the air, the flagrant sword maidens avoided the wildling tribes like a plague. For the time being, nobody knew whether any other wildling possessed the power to induce pain on the mech pilots. The expedition immediately began to make detours around the wildling tribes, even if they consisted of a few hundred bedraggled dwarfs. None of the mech pilots wanted to bear the humiliation of getting subdued by a primitive dwarf all by itself. It was one thing to be defeated by mechs or other formidable weapons of war. In fact, Lieutenant Dice of the Sword Maidens enjoyed an even greater level of renown among her sisters despite losing her duel against the sacred god Hokaz. Mech pilots earned more prestige when they faced increasingly formidable opponents. Whether they won or lost, lived or died, the fact that they put their lives on the line on the battlefield or dueling grounds already proved their valor. Against an exabeast as powerful and majestic as a 500-year-old sacred god with the power to call down a wide-area lightning storm, there was no shame in losing against this literal force of nature. However, it was one thing to lose against the tyrant of the wastes. It was another thing entirely to lose against a smelly dwarf who would get instantly squashed the moment a mech stomped its feet over its head. VS huffed at the rowdy mech pilots. Serves them right for bullying the natives. There's so much crap in their genes that they shouldn't have underestimated these wildlings. After receiving an invitation, he went over to the heavy transport that served as one of the workshops for the Sword Maidens. Right now, the workshop took in the devil razor that the dwarf chieftain inexplicably effected with his bare hands. Nobody could explain what had happened. Perhaps some of the more astute vandals and sword maidens already guessed the cause. It was no secret that the blessed people and the cursed people possessed the ability to connect their minds to the god species. The big exabeasts even incorporated biological antennas in their brain structure that attuned them to remote connections. What the flagrant sword maidens never expected was that the wildlings possessed the ability to interfere with another man-machine connection at a distance. This increased their threat level from harmless savages into dangerous savages. Though only one wildling so far showed off the ability to affect a mech, perhaps this ability was shared among the rest of their race. If that was so, then the wildlings became a fearsome force that absolutely couldn't be allowed to come close enough to perform their mind voodoo on the mechs. Myra! VS greeted the journeyman as he stepped into the workshop. Tell me what you know. Myra sat behind a terminal that projected a raft of telemetry readings. Keddies hadn't accompanied other mech designers at this time. As far as VS knew, the young woman had gotten bored at the monotony of travel and started to hang out with the other sword maidens. Come sit with me, VS. Myra patted the seat next to hers. According to the telemetry of the mech at the time of the incident, the mech experienced conflicting commands. Look at the readings from the neural interface. When VS studied the raw data, he couldn't make heads or tails of it beyond confirming that something extremely abnormal happened. One of the readings normally looked like a flat line that angled upwards and downwards from time to time. Shortly after the chieftain stretched out his hand, the normally placid line started to go crazy. It jerked up and down at sharp angles as it completely lost stability. Such examples happened everywhere. The neural interface somehow became flooded with anomalous data, causing it to send out invalid instructions to the devil razor. The mech lost control of its limbs because it was essentially fighting against itself. Though VS couldn't read the erratic patterns, they all sprung up from a single cause. To my judgment, the anomalous input fits with the notion that the dwarf chieftain somehow managed to connect to the man-machine interface. His vulgar mind must have barged in and flooded both the mech and mech pilot with his chaotic thoughts. That caused the mech to spin out of control while causing the mech pilot considerable pain from the feedback. The devil razors don't make use of remote neural interfaces. Myra frowned. The genetic aptitude of our sword maidens aren't great. They need all the help that they can get, so the only way our Sword Maidens can interface with my mechs is if they physically connect their helmets with the neural interface. This physical connection shouldn't be affected by remote. It's simply not possible to do so. This was basically like stuffing a cookie into someone else's mouth in another room. How could someone possibly place the cookie in the mouth of someone else when a significant distance, as well as a solid wall, stood in the way? Teleportation? Phase change? Please! Still, no matter how absurd it sounded, according to the data, something like this had actually happened. They forcefully intruded their minds into a closed system and attempted to take control. This was extremely scary, because it also signified that these wildlings might be able to interface with an entity from remote with nothing more than their minds. If that was possible, then these dwarfs possessed the capacity to inflict a huge amount of damage every time the ground forces stopped at the end of a standard day. The mech pilots couldn't operate their mechs continuously. As humans, they needed to eat, sleep, and relax like other humans. For that reason, the flagrant Sword Maidens interrupted their journey for at least 6 continuous hours every standard day. This was on top of the intermittent pauses called out whenever the astral winds experienced turbulence. At some times, the ground forces even spent more time at standstill than on the move. The astral winds were fickle and capricious in their patterns. VS spent several hours in trying to make sense of the data. He consulted with some of the Vandal doctors, but he hadn't managed to find out much. When it came time to report to Commander Lydia and Captain Bird, he reported what little he knew about what happened. "I'm not sure how, but the dwarf chieftain managed to intrude on the man-machine connection facilitated by a closed neural interface loop that can only be accessed through physical touch. I can't explain how the dwarf managed to do so, but I can tell what effect this has accomplished. Simply put, it turned a two-way exchange of data into a three-way exchange. However, the neural interface isn't designed to accommodate a third wheel." Right now, the Sword Maiden mech pilot was still trying to recover in the infirmary. Her brain swelled up from the sudden impact of junk data flooding her mind. She hadn't been able to process the input at all. VS and some people surmised that the junk data actually consisted of the thoughts of the dwarf chieftain, but in an incompatible form. It was like the mech pilots communicated with their mechs and vice versa in language A. Suddenly a dwarf chieftain ran up to the pair and crashed into their conversation by speaking language B. "Do you believe this is the dwarf chieftain's method of interfacing with a wild god at work?" Commander Lydia asked. "A lot of evidence so far suggests that's the case, Commander," VS replied. In fact, he pretty much bought into this theory, but he still needed to be careful with his assumptions. The anomalous input our neural interface has captured presumably comes from the dwarf chieftain. The data we've received is completely incompatible with the neural interfaces of our mechs. The neural interface wouldn't be able to translate this data into concrete instructions for the mech. They won't be able to hijack our mechs anytime soon. This gave Commander Lydia and Captain Bird some much-needed relief. While the dwarves still possessed the ability to scramble the mind-machine connection, at least they wouldn't be able to turn the mechs against each other. "Can we guard against this attack?" Captain Bird asked. She was much more interested in a solution. "It's possible that we will meet more formidable tribes along our route. According to the Blessed People, the wildling tribes become more formidable in lusher areas, and they become increasingly more formidable the closer we get to the Starlight Megalodon. We can't afford to put our melee mechs out of action each time we clash against these wildling tribes." Commander Lydia looked at VS with imploring eyes. She echoed Captain Bird's concerns. The Sword Maidens truly favored melee mechs over ranged mechs, so they became the most affected by this phenomenon. VS had to be careful about his answer. There's no other way to shield against a third influence than to modify the neural interfaces of our mechs. While I have some ideas on how to block this third influence from intruding in an existing man-machine connection, each change involves the neural interface in some way. With my shallow expertise, any change is exceedingly dangerous. Any mistake I make might result in an improper connection which might quickly lead to permanent brain damage. This was no joke. Even his previous attempt at tampering the neural interfaces of Venerable Sia's mechs wasn't as dangerous as this. No matter how VS managed to block out a third influence, he couldn't go around modifying the neural interface system itself. Both leaders frowned. Captain Bird looked at Commander Lydia before turning to Myra, who was sitting quietly beside VS. Miss Myra, do you concur with VS? I'm not an expert at all in neural interfaces, Myra calmly replied. VS isn't either. The difference between us is that he received an initiation in this field through unconventional means. He is more knowledgeable than I in this area, but that hardly amounts to anything. The odds of anything going catastrophically wrong is substantial. Though Myra basically attacked his competence, VS didn't fight back against her statements. She was telling the commanding officers the truth. VS truly considered himself a novice in this field. It might be possible for him to mess with the programming of the neural interface by inserting some pre-made code. Yet a change as substantial as trying to block the dwarfs from intruding into the connection most likely involved more extensive changes in code. He couldn't rule out a hardware change either. All of these measures demanded an extensive set of modifications. Each change introduced the possibility of making a mistake. Bird and Lydia argued a bit among themselves. Neither could make up their mind on whether to trust VS to come up with a solution and apply it to their mechs. It was way too risky to subject the neural interfaces of their mechs to the inexpert hands of VS, but the alternative was to keep this vulnerability out in the open for any wildling chieftain to exploit. Eventually, they decided to tiptoe their way into the water instead of diving in straight away. Go research the matter, Captain Bird finally ordered. When you've developed a solution, we'll test it out with 1 or 2 mechs. As long as there are no adverse effects, we'll slowly expand the changes among our melee mechs. In any case, their ranged mechs should never come close enough to the dwarfs for them to work their mind magic on them. Only the melee mechs needed to get close in order to hack them with their swords and spears. Understood. I'll try and come up with a solution. However, it will take some time before I manage to do so. Take your time, Mr. Larkin's son, but be sure it is safe. Our mech pilots many need to put their lives on the line. VS gulped. I'll never let them down, ma'am. Chapter 806 Research Proposal. The new assignment VS received from the commanding officers burdened him immensely. Not only did he have to supervise the periodic breakdowns because the fickle astral winds decided to have a hissy fit, but he also had to touch upon a taboo. Keddies didn't quite understand his dilemma. What's the big deal? I know that messing with neural interfaces is dangerous and all, but it's for a good cause, right? Besides, we're so far away from the big bad MTA that they won't mind a little thing like this. Why do you still care for their rules? This isn't as simple as it sounds. VS grimaced at her as he sat behind a terminal in the mobile workshop. The projector currently displayed the design schematic of a standard neural interface. Anything we do here will go on record. Once the flagrant vandals eventually return to civilized space, they'll file the records over to the Mech Corps, which means the Bright Republic knows. And if the Bright Republic knows, the Mech Trade Association will surely find out soon after. Everyone believed the Big Two inserted their spies in every government and every major mercenary corps. The MTA in particular liked to take responsibility for maintaining internal order within human space. While the CFA generally took care of matters outside the borders, the MTA kept tabs on every organization that fielded mechs. According to the rumors, only the first-rate superstates possessed enough might contend against these spies. Some even fantasized about a shadow war taking place between the Big Two and the first-rate superstates. Of course, out here on the galactic rim, none of the states that settled in this expanse possessed the power to resist such sophisticated infiltration. Not only the Big Two, but other powerful transgalactic organizations sometimes extended their tentacles towards the rim. Sadly, Kedis never witnessed the power of these mighty organizations in person. To her, the MTA and CFA had always been silent and distant. I still don't see the big deal. They never had to deal with these mind-controlling dwarves that can hijack the man-machine connection. Right now, if you don't do something about it, every native will be able to disable our mechs once they find out what they can do. This was the scariest part about the natives. The genetic modifications applied to the cursed people had changed their brains beyond recognition, yet the blessed people weren't exempt from some of these changes either. Both the blessed and the cursed people possessed the ability to interface their minds with the god species. How else did the blessed people manage to come to an accord with the sacred gods? During the duels against Hokaz and Avudis, a fair number of sensors captured the man-beast connection between the sacred gods and their chosen. Those sensor readings didn't lie. The blessed people possessed the same modifications to their brain structure that allowed them to interface with a beast without a physical connection, just like their more primitive dwarf cousins. Once they managed to get their hands on the body of a blessed people's corpse, the exobiologists would be able to confirm what the analysis of their DNA had already hinted towards. According to Dr. Tillman, the blessed people's DNA may be purer than that of the cursed people, but they weren't exactly a control group. They were actually a second experimental group, one that tested their adaptability to the planet with less extreme modifications. This was like putting two different species of beetles in a jar and forcing them to fight. Except this time, the beetles consisted of variations of the human race, and the jar was instead a giant super-Earth. This was an experiment spanning over several millennia on a planetary scale. All of this begged the question, who among the survivors of the crashed battleship ultimately became in charge? The officers? The enlisted personnel? The exobiologists? Spies from the Five Scrolls Compact? Nobody knew. Not even VS. The things he learned about this cursed planet increasingly alienated him and the rest of the flagrant sword maidens. Nobody liked to be treated as an experiment. In any case, it wasn't actually too hard for VS to figure out a solution to the problem. The neural interface already incorporated multiple layers of checks and filters that prevented input from intruders. In fact, they should have blocked the intrusion from the dwarf chieftain. His first task was to find out why these filters slacked off. Yet he immediately hit upon a wall when he tried to investigate the matter. The dwarf chieftain's mind somehow managed to bypass the filters and insert themselves directly into the middle of the data streams. This was like jumping over a city wall instead of trying to break through its defenses. The latter would have forced the neural interface into rousing its defenses, but the former prevented it from raising an alarm. The more VS investigated the methods of the dwarf chieftain's intrusion, the more he became scared of what he saw. "What's wrong, VS?" Kedis asked. While she didn't possess a clue about neural interfaces, she was still useful in studying the effects of the loss of control of the mech. "Whoever engineered these wildlings is a genius," he whispered with a tone that carried both dread and awe. "Crazy, but genius. If every wildling potentate is capable of interfacing with a mech or beast in this manner, then that makes them natural-born mech pilots. Don't you see?" "What? But they're stupid savages." "That's not the point. Whoever managed to engineer these dwarves can just as well apply the same modifications to other strains of humanity. In fact, I think the blessed people may be the second iteration of an experiment to design the perfect mech pilot. If I'm reading this right, then this dwarf chieftain's mental prowess is a match to a mech pilot with an A-grade genetic aptitude." "That's impossible!" Kedis burst out. Those smelly, stinking dwarves are supposed to be a slave species, right? How can they be better mech pilots than us? Although VS only possessed a single example, when he extrapolated it to the rest of the population of dwarves, the numbers threatened to boggle his mind. How many supremely talented potentates had been born among the dwarves? What the flagrant sore maidens had bumped into earlier only consisted of a small tribe of a couple of hundred dwarves. What of more powerful tribes? What of the tribes that managed to domesticate a wild god? Perhaps thousands of dwarf potentates with an A-grade genetic aptitude roamed the surface of Aeon Corona 7 right now. This is only the dwarves. I bet the blessed people have the same talented potentates as well. This entire planet is an elite mech breeding ground. Keddy still had trouble following his train of thought. That doesn't make any sense. These natives are descended from people who used to serve the CFA. What does a bunch of hardcore space-born ship lover have to do with mechs? Anything mechanical doesn't work on this planet barring special circumstances. Didn't you propose that theory in the first place? VS pointed out. It may be that they engineered their offspring and the wild gods as replacements for mech pilots and mechs. For what reason, I don't know, but the ones responsible are definitely pursuing an overarching vision. As a mech designer, VS was keenly sensitive towards actions that pursuing a specific vision. Many professions used the methodology that VS adopted in his design process, because it applied to any instance of creation. To create something, you either let your whims take control, or you set a firm goal post in the distance and try to reach it. Right now, VS sensed that the exobiologists and geneticists who messed with the genes of every living organism on this planet pursued a specific goal. They hadn't been messing about at random. I still think we should try and tame our own wild gods. Keddy's humphed. Since it's such a big deal, why not try it ourselves? In fact, a lot of mech pilots put out such a suggestion. Despite the risks involved with interfacing with a living alien creature, many mech pilots became enamored at the thought of riding a majestic beast. Unfortunately, neither Commander Lydia nor Captain Bird entertained these fanciful notions. Their strength lay firmly in mechs. They had confidence that they could finish the mission and extract from this planet before their mechs and transports all broke down. Chief Dakin even simulated their rate of breakdowns and pronounced that it would take about 2 standard years for them to lose the bulk of their mechs. In any case, VS wrote a quick report of what he found out and passed them on to Myra, Dr. Tillman, and Captain Bird. Right now, his job wasn't to dig out the truth behind the planet, but to harden the defenses of their mechs against mental intrusion from the indigenous people. VS contemplated his direction. He could choose to modify the filters by adjusting their software, but that wouldn't be very useful. The dwarf chieftain already showed off the ability to jump over the city walls. No matter how fancy or strong he made those walls, as long as the natives jumped high enough, they could continue to disregard these filters. I'll have to come up with a hardware solution then. However, VS encountered another set of difficulties here. He didn't know the mechanics behind the dwarf chieftain's ability to remotely interface with a mech or wild god. After an hour of ineffectual puzzling with the design of a random neural interface, VS recognized that he was completely out of his depth. He lacked the theoretical foundation to modify the hardware of a neural interface to better shield itself against a remote connection. VS came to the conclusion that he couldn't solve this problem through design work. However, there was another way to solve this problem that didn't necessarily require a deep foundation in the complicated fields of neural interfaces and neurology. I can experiment through trial and error. Many researchers that explored the cutting edge of science didn't necessarily know what they were doing exactly. However, that didn't deter them from their research. Through trial and error, they formulated rules and confirmed or disproved their hypotheses. In general, mech designers like VS preferred to apply existing knowledge to design their mechs, but they weren't above performing their own research, especially when it concerned their core design philosophies. Because they were attempting to tread a path into the unknown mists, they often didn't know which path led to a dead end. This was why journeymen and senior mech designers tended to perform many experiments. Through trial and error, they learned which paths would be safe to tread and which paths led to a dead end or a bottomless pit. VS concluded he needed to take the same approach to this problem in order to cope with his lack of theoretical foundation. He presented his research proposal to Captain Bird, who read through it with a slightly bewildered expression. "If I understand this proposal correctly, you want us to kidnap some dwarf chieftains or other natives with a high genetic aptitude, so you can perform live experiments on them? Do you know how unethical this sounds?" VS let out an awkward laugh. "It's not as awful as you think. I'm not about to cut these dwarf chieftains open or anything. Look, you told me to find a way to shield our mech from their mind voodoo. While I'm somewhat familiar with neural interfaces, it's not my core specialty, and I'm pretty much the most knowledgeable mech designer in this field. So the only way for me to solve this problem is to create a lot of variations of the standard neural interface and let the dwarf potentates go to town with them. Eventually, one of the variants will stick." This was a rather stupid way of coming up with a solution, but VS was at his wits' end. While Captain Bird didn't seem enthused at the thought of kidnapping the dwarfs and treating them as their lab rats, VS didn't leave her with an alternative. Either they did it, or they would have to be resigned with leaving their mechs vulnerable to mental hijacking. "Fine," she grumbled with tired eyes. Leading this expedition had taken a toll on her mind. "I'll get you your dwarf prisoners." "You won't regret it, ma'am," VS smiled. "The lab rats will be in good hands, don't you worry. It's for a good cause." Chapter 807 Trial and Error. Once Captain Bird approved his research proposal, the Vandals moved quickly. They stopped avoiding the tribes and instead tried to seek them out. The only challenge was trying to identify which wildling possessed the power to interfere with the operation of mechs. Was every wildling that rode atop a godling a potentate? Besides offering up their mechs, the Vandals weren't quite sure. In the end, they decided to kidnap the most formidable-looking dwarf and let someone else sort out the problem. Of course, the Vandals declined to use their mechs to kidnap the dwarves. Not only was it massive overkill, none of the mech pilots wanted to experience the same humiliation of being defeated by a dirty savage on foot. The security officers went into action this time. It would have been ideal if they could tranquilize the dwarves and pick up their unconscious bodies, but unfortunately their unnaturally strong physiques made it difficult to sedate them without causing their bodies to fail and die. Instead, the Vandal armorers fabricated electrorods and net launchers to stun and capture the dwarves. In addition, the engineers developed a robotic crawler that could pick up the immobilized dwarves and place them in the cage on its back. Armed with all of this gear and aided by the large and formidable-looking crawler, the security officers captured about 15 ferocious dwarves from several small-scale tribes. Though the remaining dwarves howled in anger or grieved at the loss of their strongest warriors, the Vandals didn't show any sympathy. The dwarves were savages. Most Vandals and sword maidens didn't even consider them human anymore. This was a significant change, because humanity had been brought up with the belief that the human race possessed its own dignity. This belief initially emerged during the Age of Space when a nascent humanity became pressed on all sides by arrogant, old alien civilizations. It became ingrained in their race once they brutally expanded among the stars during the Age of Conquest. Their constant victories against supposedly superior alien races and their rapid expansion until their race ruled over the largest territory held by any single alien species cemented this manifest destiny. Humanity was destined to conquer the Milky Way galaxy. Technically, no matter how much the genes of the wildlings had diverged from the genes of a baseline human, they should still be counted in the same group. Though it sounded disgusting, these primitive dwarves possessed the ability to interbreed with both the blessed people and any other strains of humanity, including the Vandals and Sword Maidens. Of course, no one seriously entertained this incredibly repellent act. Right now, the ground expedition made good progress towards the city of Samar. 50 kilometers away from the city, the flagrant Sword Maidens decided to stop and set up another temporary camp at a defensive position. This also allowed VS to divert some engineers construct a temporary testing facility. Due to dangers involved with this experiment, the planners placed the testing facility at a fair distance from the main camp. Mech received clear instructions to avoid the vicinity, which the Mech pilots scrupulously obeyed. No one wanted to lose control over their Mechs all of a sudden. Once the construction bots finished piecing together the prefab testing facility, VS and Kedis entered the lab. The interior of the lab incorporated a decent amount of sensors and scanners. It also served as a prison for the dwarf captives. A number of security officers assigned as wardens kept guard over the captured wildlings. The wardens made sure the dwarf were fed and watered and prevented them from fighting among themselves. The Vandals had to separate the captives in their own holding cells in order to stop them from beating each other up. As VS and Keddy stepped into the section housing the holding cells, they came into clear view of the prisoners. The savage dwarves yelled aggressively at their armored forms and spoke in a different incomprehensible language that differed drastically from the tribes they met before. Each tribe constantly developed their own languages. The dwarves never recorded their knowledge into words, and so their languages remained unworded. Every 100 years, the language of a tribe shifted so drastically that different generations of tribesmen might not be able to understand each other anymore. All of the variations made life hell for the translator AIs and prevented VS from understanding what they said. He didn't need to, though. Their angry scowls and their fierce shouting already made it abundantly clear how much they hated their captors. "They look kind of pitiful," Keddy said. While she didn't sympathize with the captives, even she thought VS was going a little too far with his experiment. "Don't you feel sorry for them sometimes? Human or not, these dwarves are a threat. So long as they are a threat, I can do whatever I want with these prisoners," he replied. The dumb dwarves still hadn't learned how to use a toilet. The wardens constantly had to send out cleaning bots in order to clean up after their messes. Worse yet, the dwarves always treated the bots as hostiles and tried to attack them every chance they got, so the only way to clean their cells was to restrain them first. Still, despite their awful behavior and ugly appearances, these dwarves possessed far more potential than the beautiful but stagnant blessed people who hold themselves up in their cities all the time. VS needed to remind himself not to hold these dwarves in contempt. Underestimating them had already taught the Sword Maidens a painful lesson. Once he became satisfied with the testing facility, he immediately began his first tests. VS designed and constructed a facsimile of a mech cockpit that was more than just a simulator pod. The neural interfaces incorporated in a cockpit and a simulator pod differed drastically. In order to obtain the best results, VS had to replicate the circumstances of piloting a mech as closely as possible. However, Captain Bird forbid him from using a live mech for his experiments, because if a talented dwarf potentate somehow managed to wrest full control over a mech, then that would be a disaster for them all. However, a cockpit without a mech wouldn't do. Without a way to communicate with the dwarves, how would VS be able to encourage them to use their mind voodoo? As VS struggled to come up with a solution to this problem, Kedis came to the rescue with another one of her stupid but genius suggestions. "They're used to bonding with their godling mounts, right?" she said one day. "Why not create a mech that looks like one of those big lizards and put the test cockpit inside its belly?" VS was tempted to smack his face with his gauntlet. "I should have thought of that." These dwarves may not know what to do when presented with a cockpit or a mech, but they grew up alongside their godling mounts for generations. VS quickly designed a godling-like mech that was large enough to accommodate the test cockpit. It didn't have to be a fully functional mech. In fact, VS crippled most of its functions to save time and to prevent anyone controlling it from doing any damage. He incorporated some hardware safeties. When these safeties engaged, the mech pilot wouldn't be able to move the mech at all. In order to make the fake godling appear more convincing to the dwarf, he even fabricated a fake scaly hide to cover up the test mech's metallic surface. Now, besides its unnaturally immobile state, the godling mech looked like a decent copy of the real thing. "We can begin the experiment now," VS grinned. While the rest of the Vandals and the Sword Maidens spent their energy on establishing first contact with the ancient city of Samar, VS holed himself up inside the testing facility. He first designed a couple of variants of the most common model of neural interfaces utilized by the Vandals. Over the past few days, VS had developed many possible solutions, but he lacked the confidence and theoretical backing to know for sure whether they would work. VS applied each possible solution to different variants and fabricated them personally in a jiffy. He then installed them in the cockpit of the godling mech and tested out their integrity. VS didn't know whether these neural interfaces were still safe to use. So before he brought in the dwarfs, he first needed to find out whether the normal two-way man-machine connection would still be stable. At this stage, VS required a test pilot. Understandably, not a single mech pilot wanted to volunteer themselves as his guinea pig. "Are you crazy? Do you know how dangerous it is to mess with these neural interfaces? Something like a third of all former mech pilots retired because their cockpits got damaged and screwed up their brains." In fact, the actual statistics swung wildly from state to state and from one generation to another. Overall, as cockpits became increasingly more sophisticated in terms of safeguarding their pilots, the rate of forceful retirements due to a loss in neural connectivity steadily decreased. It still happened a lot. So much so that many mech pilots dreaded the thought of being forced into retirement due to suffering from a faulty neural interface. To mech pilots, losing their piloting ability in this manner was as awful as if they were men suffering from castration. Still, VS needed test pilots to get his experiments going, so Captain Bird came up with a clever solution. "Whoever slacks off the most or received the worst performance reviews has to volunteer for testing duty." This immediately made most of the dutiful Vandals sigh in relief. Only the worst of the Vandal mech pilots cried and protested, but no one cared about the slackers. Due to the recruiting patterns of the Vandals, many of their servicemen failed to live up to their responsibilities. Many of the worst mech pilots had already died as the many battles the flagrant Vandals experienced up to now had filtered them out. Those too incompetent to survive simply hadn't made it as far as the journey to Aeon Corona 7. Still, some lucky bastards still existed. These cowardly mech pilots that excelled in nothing but saving their own lives finally needed to make their own contribution to the cause. Escorted by firm-looking security officers, these unwilling mech pilots entered the testing facility and grudgingly entered the cockpit of the godling mech. Standing behind a control panel in an observation room looking over the testing chamber, VS began to commence the initial tests. First, he tested out the standard neural interfaces that received no modifications at all. The test pilot didn't experience anything abnormal. Once he confirmed that the godling mech worked, VS proceeded to insert the modified neural interfaces into the cockpit. The first 12 tests went normal. VS deliberately designed the cockpit in a way that made it fast and easy for him to switch out the neural interfaces, so he quickly ran through a score of different neural interfaces. Something finally went wrong with the 13th test. "Ah! This friggin' hurts!" The test pilot immediately slammed his fist against the button that caused the experiment to halt. VS initially didn't want to give the test pilots the option to stop the test on their own initiative, but Captain Bird forced him to do so. VS frowned inside the observation room. The telemetry of the cockpit spiked a bit, but he couldn't make sense of what had happened. The only way to find out was to ask. He opened a channel to the cockpit. What happened? What went wrong? You crazy mech designer! You should be arrested and tried for war crimes. My head is broken. It hurts. VS switched off the comm channel. Okay. Seems like this one is a bust. He amended his logs and disqualified the 13th modified neural interface. Whatever he did to this iteration somehow caused an adverse reaction. The worst thing about it was that VS didn't know why. He shrugged. That's the nature of trial and error. I'll just have to discover what's safe and what's not by trying them all out. As a couple of bots brought the mentally injured mech pilot out of the testing facility onto a stretcher, the next test pilot looked at the pained form of his comrade and gulped. Okay, send in the next test pilot. The second test pilot began to cry. Chapter 808 Nightmare of the MTA. For some reason, mech pilots started to avoid VS whenever he walked across the camp. Even Mech striding in his path started to turn back and take a detour rather than risk coming close to him. Not a single vandal wanted to catch his attention. As VS ate a meal in one of the mess halls, he snorted contemptuously at the frightened mech pilots. Once he entered the prefab facility, all the mech pilots inside immediately made themselves scarce. What's the big deal? I'm not even the person who decides the test pilots. Chief Dakin sat on the opposite side of the mess table. He partook one of the final pieces of wild god meat the vandals still had in storage. Every vandal and sore maiden practically ate the meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner without end. Their reserves of wild god meat rapidly dwindled in a matter of weeks, until there was so little left that only the senior vandals got to enjoy the final reserves. You have to admit that what you are doing is rather gruesome, the chief calmly replied. From what I heard, there's a 1 in 30 chance that something goes wrong in your experiments. If you were conducting this experiment in civilized space, the MTA would immediately shut it down and throw you into jail. VS smiled sardonically at the chief. These mech pilots whine too much. Would they rather leave their mechs vulnerable to mental hijacking? It's rather pathetic how the mechs don't even dare to get close to one of the blessed people now. Besides, the only ones who are suffering are the bottom feeders among the mech pilots, and they're not even seriously hurt. He did not perform these experiments without taking a lot of precautions. He reduced the maximum throughput of data that the test pilot could exchange with the godling mech. Therefore, even if a faulty neural interface bombarded the test pilot's mind with junk data, the odds of suffering permanent brain damage was fairly low. Most test pilots that suffered a mishap managed to recover after a couple of days of rest. Participating with his experiments practically gave them a chance to enjoy a couple of vacation days. Slackers loved that, right? Did you at least achieve a result, or are you needlessly torturing the mech pilots for your own amusement? PFF. Who do you think I am? A mad scientist? VS palmed his chest with mock-aggrieved expression. I'm trying to come up with a solution to this problem in the fastest and most efficient method possible. I don't have the time to undertake a year-long experiment where I have to crawl my way towards a solution. I've been sprinting right from the start. The faster you run, the more it hurts when you fall. I'm concerned about your lack of safety precautions. Your disregard of ethics alone is highly concerning. If I'm your supervisor, I would have shut down your experiment immediately. In fact, I would have fired you from your position immediately after. VS grinned at the chief engineer. The man was too old and set in his ways. It's a good thing you're not in charge right now. This is a time of crisis. Everything about this planet reeks of danger. We can't afford to leave any loopholes open. Although these natives are too stupid to realize that they can disable our mechs with their mind powers, who knows what will happen one day. Has it been confirmed then? Are the other dwarves capable of interfering with the man-machine connection? Of the 15 dwarves we've captured, 12 of them are capable of doing so when I finally prodded them into action. They only worked their magic on a simple test-neutered mech that's shaped like one of their godling mounts, but we've obtained the same results each time. Worse yet, we hadn't even put any mech pilots inside, but they dwarves still managed to wrest control over the test mech regardless. As long as any mech was online, the dwarves and the city folk could potentially exert control over it. After he showed the results to Captain Bird and Commander Lydia, his research became even more acute. The commanding officers felt an unprecedented fear for the genetically modified natives. Although they only kidnapped the chieftains and the strongest-looking dwarves, who knew how many of their kind shared this ability. And if the wildlings could do so, the worshippers of the sacred gods could certainly do so as well. This entire planet was a breeding ground for mech hijacking freaks. Chief Dakin realized the seriousness of the situation. He understood now why VS didn't fear running afoul of the MTA. That was because the galaxy-spanning organization would probably be frightened out of their wits about these variation humans as well. Right now, the natives were the common enemy of all mech pilots and mech designers. Have you at least progressed to a solution? It's only been a week since I began my experiments, and I've already produced some partial results. Certain modifications somehow hinder the ability of the dwarves to connect with the neural interface. The best iteration still isn't able to block an outside influence, but it's at least capable of reducing the intensity of the foreign data stream. VS did not fear any reproach because he produced results. As long as none of the test pilots dropped dead one day, he could do anything he wanted. He needed more test pilots? After sending a quick message, they'd be delivered to his testing facility, kicking and screaming all the while. He wanted more dwarves? After sending another message, the security officers went out and hunted down one of the nearby tribes and casually ripped their leaders and greatest warriors from their family and tribesmen. The Vandals only denied his request to obtain one of the blessed people. That went a bridge too far, apparently. How are the negotiations with Sama proceeding? Not very good, Chief Dakin grimaced. For a former industrial center, Samar is even worse than Malak when it comes to technology. The moment the city saw our mechs, they sent out all of their sacred gods in an attempt to add them to their pile of treasures. These Samarans worship technology. The abundant amount of technological wrecks somehow warped the blessed people of Samar into worshipping them. Even if it was a broken refrigerator, the citizens would prostrate in front of them and ascribe inexplicable feats such as blessing their health or giving them extra strength. They went completely mad with religious fervor. So when a handful of large and functional mechs came into view, pretty much the entire city went into an ecstatic fervor. Worst of all, the beast riders and the sacred gods that ruled the city were actually the most fanatic members of this cult. The Vandal analysts even believed the worship of technology originated from the ignorant sacred gods who admired them for their shininess. From what they could gather, each of the sacred gods of Samar hoarded technological remnants like how dragons hoarded treasures in the stories. The only way the unprepared First Contact delegation managed to avoid a titanic clash was because they quickly ran away. The sacred gods may be powerful, but they were never fast. So what now? VS asked. We've been trying to communicate with the Samarans by throwing written messages towards their cities. Sadly, we don't even know if they can still read. The Samarans treated every piece of technology as a treasure, so when the Vandals attempted to send out a bot, the sacred god that went out to receive it directly gulped it down. Just as VS was about to respond, a tremor ran through the entire camp. All of the tables, chairs and their plates began to vibrate. The tremor only lasted for a few seconds before trailing off. What's going on? Suddenly, a stronger tremor shook the ground. This time, the vandals definitely detected something wrong. An alarm quickly ran throughout the entire camp. Alert! Orbital bombardment is underway in this region. Damn! VS cursed. He sent a serious glance towards Chief Dakin before they abandoned their meals and joined the panicking vandals out the mess hall. Once outside, VS took a look in the skies. Besides the flood of yellow-golden astral winds high up in the sky, VS made out faint trails of objects plunging through the atmosphere. The friction of the air around the artificial meteorites caused them to stand out in the air. There's 12 of them. 13. They're continuing to pour in. Who the hell is bombarding us? How many artificial meteorites have they prepared? Get to your stations. Follow the anti-bombardment plan. Every vandal already became familiar with many different contingency plans. They actually predicted the possibility of becoming the target of orbital bombardment. Even though the chaotic space-time distortion made it impossible to aim an artificial meteorite at a specific coordinate, as long as you threw enough meteorites in the same direction, then one of them would probably land on target eventually. The sheer amount of artificial meteorites plunging from the atmosphere continued to land in a very wide region that encompassed both their camp and the city of Samar. One meteorite actually plunged with incredible force just 20 kilometers away from the city walls. The sheer kinetic energy released by the impact caused a humongous crater to form and damaged the nearest side of the city through the subsequent shockwave. This indiscriminate bombardment threatened to become the city's holocaust. VS didn't run towards the workshops. Instead, he ran towards the headquarters bunker. As an underground structure, it possessed a bit more resilience towards orbital bombardment. However, it was wholly insufficient should an artificial meteorite land directly on top of the camp. None of them could help it, because the planet's extremely strong gravity amplified the damage these meteorites inflicted to its surroundings upon impact. As VS entered the headquarters, he walked past the panicking operators working frantically behind their consoles. The fleet just sent a messenger from orbit. They're informing us that the pirate fleet consisting of the Caged and the Red Tongs are bombarding us right now. They've prepared an estimated 200 artificial meteorites. 200 meteorites! That's enough to devastate this entire region! Every vandal within earshot scowled or grimaced. They defeated the Caged before, and actually spared them in favor of crushing the Masters of Combat. Instead of feeling grateful for the vandals for sparing them, the Caged instead traded their old partner for a new one and paid back the vandals by throwing giant metallic rocks at them. And not just a couple, but 200 at once. Due to the fickle astral winds, the meteorites all flew off course as they plunged down from the skies. Some zigged, others zagged, but the most dangerous ones were those who zigged off course but then zagged back on course. Neither the vandals or the sword maidens attempted to shoot at the artificial meteorites. There was no point. Neither of them brought any ballistic or kinetic weapons because the planet's gravity would simply pull them down to the ground too soon. As for their considerable amount of laser armament, while they could deal a considerable amount of damage, they possessed one fatal flaw. Laser weapons couldn't knock an artificial meteorite off course. In fact, all the laser cannons of their Akaram Mechs didn't even possess enough kinetic energy to open a door. While they inflicted more than enough heat damage to melt or vaporize any door straight away, but when it came to pushing solid objects, even a 3-year-old toddler hit harder. This was simple physics, and only more advanced or exotic energy weapons generated enough kinetic energy to knock a solid object off course. Therefore, the contingency plan basically consisted of a simple principle. Spread out and hunker down! Perhaps in civilized space, a force would show some scruples about bombarding a planet with artificial meteorites. It happened every now and then, but only enough to take out a particularly hardened target. Anyone who unscrupulously flung artificial meteorites towards a population planet quickly earned the ire of the MTA. Unfortunately, the Aeon Corona system was as far away from civilized space as ever. With either of the big two able to extend their influence in this closed star system, anyone could bomb the hell out of the surface of the planet and receive no repercussions. The only hope the flagrant Sore Maidens had against this disaster from the skies was to pray that their space-borne forces would be able to catch up to the pirate fleet and halt their bombardment. Chapter 809 Rain from the Skies. Orbital bombardment. If there was anything that brought landbound Mechs despair, then having giant objects thrown at you from the sky topped the list. No one on the surface possessed the power to withstand bombardment from orbit. While plenty of advanced ground weapons existed that could give ships orbiting leisurely above a planet's atmosphere a nasty surprise, none of the forces and outfits in the Aeon Corona system could afford such extravagant toys. Neither the Vandals nor the Sword Maidens possessed any means to withstand hundreds of tons of metals and minerals fused together into a single, resilient package. Perhaps if they threw everything at a single artificial meteorite, they might be able to fracture it and cause it to crumble into smaller pieces. Yet those pieces would still descend along the same course. Besides, with dozens of artificial meteorites already being flung from orbit and at least 100 more prepared to be thrown down as well, there was nothing anyone could do to stop this calamity that approximated a force of nature. The 16th Reconnaissance Squad has been hit directly by a meteorite. All of the Mechs and Mech pilots of the squad has been wiped out. 20 swordsman Mechs of Lydia's Sword Maidens have been flung aside from the shockwave of a nearby impact. All of their Mechs have sustained heavy damage. The south side of the camp has been swept by a shockwave. Hundreds of Vandals and Sword Maidens out in the open are affected. Over 20 of their suits report no life signs anymore. The entire headquarters continued to report disaster after disaster. While most meteorites diverged by as much as 1,000 kilometers from the camp, at least 10% of the meteorites landed within a 100-kilometer radius. Sooner or later, the meteorites would hit close enough to wipe out the entire camp. This was all a function of probability. The chance of a single direct hit might be low, but the Caged and the Red Tongs compensated for that by preparing an abundant amount of artificial meteorites. The Rapongan Gangers and the Ravian Alliance pirates were determined to wipe out the formidable ground forces of the Vandals and the Sword Maidens by the most direct, violent, and overbearing fashion as possible. Ordinarily, the flagrant Sword Maidens in orbit should have covered the forces on the ground, but their preoccupation with their mining activities on one of the 5 moons had diverted them from their guard duties too much. The pirates and the Visions that managed to enter the Aeon Corona system all competed for the moons, and the fleet under the leadership of Major Verl had directly monopolized the most mineral-rich moon. This caused the flagrant Sword Maidens to divert too much of their space-borne assets to the moon, leaving their orbital presence a little too bare. Now they paid for it as the pirates somehow managed to discover the trail of the flagrant Sword Maiden ground forces. During times like these, VS felt very small. No matter if he wore his customized C-22 Earth Ent. No matter if he was armed with the Cadisis and the Amastendera. No matter if he possessed a pair of high-powered gadgets that lent itself well to spycraft. He suddenly realized that none of that mattered in the face of this disaster that approached an extinction event. This disaster actually didn't affect the flagrant Sword Maidens so much as the natives and the wildlife in this entire region. Hundreds of thousands of animal herds got wiped out entirely by the impact or by the shockwaves that followed after. Even a wild god that got hit directly by an artificial meteorite got pounded out of existence, with barely a scrap of its meat and bone left intact to tell the creature once existed. The wildling tribes all screeched towards the sky and either panicked or bent down in worship at the unprecedented sight. As for the blessed people, 2 sides of the wall around Samar crumbled entirely. Those walls were up to 15 meters thick and consisted of solid alloy. However, in the face of death from the vault of the gods, no one was exempt from suffering. Of course, none of the Vandals cared about the blessed and cursed people now. All they cared about was tiding over this crisis. As long as they survived, they could recover. VS hunkered down next to a couple of other experts in an out-of-the-way compartment inside the bunker. He held very little confidence that the fragile prefab bunker would be able to hold out if an artificial meteorite landed within 5 to 10 kilometers of the camp. Each artificial meteorite landed with enough force to wipe out an entire city. They were even more destructive than tactical nuclear weapons in that regard, especially when the planet's gravity pulled them down with greater force. "What is our fleet doing?" someone hissed. "We're dying out here." The ground continually rumbled as meteorites landed close or far away. Even an impact hundreds of kilometers away found a way to shake their location. This only highlighted the threat of any single meteorite. The Caged and the Tongs invested a lot of time and effort into fashioning these artificial meteorites together. They probably wanted to wipe out the ground forces of the flagrant Sore Maidens in one fell swoop. Just as VS didn't think it could get any worse, a huge earthquake suddenly shook the bunker. A flash of heat and energy ran through his body, and for a moment he thought that a meteorite slammed directly in the camp. "What happened?" "We've detected an antimatter explosion in orbit. The estimated yield of the explosion has reached approximately 300 to 900 megatons." Antimatter explosion? None of the Vandals could stay calm when they heard that. Antimatter bombs was one of the superweapons of the past, able to crack a continent at their weakest or blow up an entire planet at their worst. The fury of the explosion in orbit surpassed the dreadful impacts of the artificial meteorites cratering the surface of the planet. Every Vandal had grown numb. Nobody knew where the antimatter explosion came from, but if another somehow landed in their camp, the entire region would cease to exist. As the numbness faded, so did the meteorite impacts. However, smaller impacts continued to rain down from the sky in a much higher frequency. Half an hour passed as the Vandals quietly discovered that no more meteorites rained down. So far, only about 50 of them fell from the skies, of which only a small proportion landed close enough to damage the flagrant Sore Maidens. Had they survived? Why did it stop? VS left the bunker along with a couple of other people. When they moved outside, they looked above their heads and saw nothing at all except for the astral winds encompassing the entire sky like clouds. What had happened beyond those winds? It took some time for a shuttle from the fleet to descend from orbit and reach the camp. It brought news from the fleet. The first revelation it brought was that the space-borne mechs and ships of the Caged and the Red Tongs were wiped out to the last mech before they could drop all of their artificial meteorities. The second revelation was that the reason why they were wiped out was because an antimatter torpedo homed in on their fleet and blasted them all to bits in a huge, all-encompassing explosion. Nothing survived. Due to their activities, the pirates had kept their fleet and mechs in a tight formation, and this because their downfall as the antimatter explosion affected them all without exception. The smaller impacts the Vandals felt came from the larger pieces of debris that survived re-entry. The damage they dealt upon impact was considerable, with some of the larger hull fragments even surpassing the damage dealt by the artificial meteorites. The only consolation was that the debris hadn't been aimed at the camp, so instead they dispersed over many different areas. Where did the antimatter torpedo come from? This became the most critical question of all. As a taboo weapon, the use of antimatter weapons was a huge violation. The CFA and MTA hunted down any force that made use of weapons of mass destruction without any exception. Not even the first-rate superstates dared to cross the line on this matter. However, only a handful of organizations received an exemption from the restrictions against the use of weapons of mass destruction. According to the fleet, they traced the trajectory of the antimatter torpedo back to the presumed location of the Starlight Megalodon. The Vandals became numb yet again. So many inconceivable things happened today that they could hardly process the revelations. As a battleship of the CFA, the Starlight Megalodon almost certainly carried her own arsenal of weapons of mass destruction. Antimatter torpedoes used to be employed as a way to annihilate an enemy fleet in a single blow. As one of the two guardian organizations of humanity, the CFA strictly prohibited other human forces from employing weapons of mass destruction. However, they themselves didn't adhere to their own rules. As much as these weapons had scarred the human race, they still had their uses, particularly against the hostile alien civilizations that didn't play by any rules. The use of weapons of mass destruction could only ever be deployed against the common enemies of humanity. Never again would they turn these dreadful extinction weapons against themselves. So the fact that the Starlight Megalodon was capable of launching an antimatter torpedo hadn't fazed the Vandals at all. The astonishing matter was that the battleship had moved into action in the first place. Over 300 years had passed since the battleship went missing. On the surface of Aeon Corona 7, at least 3,000 years have passed due to the space-time distortion affecting the entire planet. Due to the enormous passage of time as well as the other weirdness surrounding the Starlight Megalodon, none of the flagrant Sword Maidens believed the battleship was still operational. Yet now, they needed to revise that assumption. Even if the Starlight Megalodon experienced several millennia, she somehow managed to retain enough functionality to detect the activities of the Caged and the Red Tongs and launch an antimatter torpedo towards their fleet to put a stop to their destructive activities. She's still alive! How is that possible? Who is crewing that battleship? It's impossible to run a capital ship without tens of thousands of personnel. Perhaps the original crews still clung to life somehow and maintained the operations of the Starlight Megalodon. Perhaps they raised a proper strain of descendants and ensured these people would be able to inherit their functions over generations. What mattered was that if the Starlight Megalodon could launch a single antimatter torpedo, she could easily launch another. Battleships never carried only one torpedo. VS had no time to think about that, though. Now that the rain from the skies had stopped, the Vandals and the Sword Maidens each needed to recover. During the orbital bombardment, most Mechs had been stationed at some distance outside the camp. They went on patrol or scouted the terrain ahead. Once the crisis hit, the Mechs all split up and tried to disperse as much as possible. There was no point in concentrating their Mechs. The more the Mechs dispersed, the lower the chance of losing a bunch of them at once if an artificial meteorite happened to land on top of them. Only the camp remained vulnerable, but they couldn't do anything about that. Dismantling the camp and moving out their heavy transports required at least several hours of preparation time. When the damage figures finally poured in, VS found out that at least 9 Vandal Mechs and Mech pilots were lost without any hope of recovery. About 40 Mechs received severe damage that required a significant amount of time to fix. The camp also received significant shockwave damage, injuring and killing numerous Vandals who hadn't made it to a shelter in time. The Sword Maidens suffered an equivalent amount of damage. All in all, the orbital bombardment significantly impacted overall strength of the ground forces. If not for the Starlight Megalodon's retaliation, the damage could have been much more worse. Chapter 8:10 After the Rain. The infirmaries of both the Vandals and the Sword Maidens filled up with their injured. The bodies of scores of servicemen, pirates, and slaves temporarily piled up in a freezing container. Throughout the chaotic, dust-laden camp, Heavy transports conveyed several scarred and deformed mechs to the prefab workshops. Life must go on. The mission stayed the same. No matter how awful the events of yesterday impacted the ground forces, the survivors had to clench their teeth and do their best to pick up their duties. Not much news arrived from the fleet after the initial status update. The flagrant sword maidens in orbit remained as ignorant as those on the ground. Except for figuring out that the Starlight Megalodon likely launched the torpedo as a reaction against the indiscriminate orbital bombardment, they couldn't figure out much else. The dense concentration of astral winds made observation from orbit impossible. VS suspended his experiments in order to supervise the repair process in person. None of the other mech designers but him could draft up a repair plan for each damaged mech that wasted the least amount of resources. Having done this many times before, he only needed to spend a half hour at most to go over the state of each damaged mech and point out which parts needed to be replaced and which parts could be restored. With the limited stockpile of resources at hand, the Vandals couldn't afford to replace every broken part that could still be restored. Most of the damage actually consisted of dented armor plating and deformed parts. Many of the mechs lost their anti-grav field when they became affected by their proximity to a meteorite impact. This exacerbated their fall damage and gave the mech technicians a lot of headaches. It's too wasteful to replace these armor plating with new ones. Just pound them back into shape. Mech armor plating was made up of highly advanced alloys that couldn't easily be recycled with field equipment. Only their logistics ships up in orbit possessed the capacity to recycle damaged armor plating down to their base materials. After that, it might take several hours to fabricate a completely new plate from those recovered materials. If the Vandals made use of the formidable capabilities of the logistics ships, then the damaged mechs would easily be able to regain their peak strength. It took way too much time and effort to do so, though. The damaged mechs didn't need to be restored to a near-perfect state. VS was fine with straightening out the dents and deformities. Even though the bending and unbending weakened the structure of the armor plating, the Vandals really couldn't afford to spend too much time in one place. They still needed to move. Therefore, VS prioritized the repair of the internal components over the armor plating because restoring the former directly restored the battle capabilities of the mech, while the latter only increased its level of protection. Hopefully the ancient city of Samar won't do anything crazy during this time. The disaster destroyed half the city walls and even knocked down some of the resilient metal structures in the outer districts of the city. Thousands of blessed people lost their lives, and tens of thousands sustained various injuries. The flagrant sword maidens saw an opportunity in this. They possessed vastly superior medical technology. When they began to offer to help out with treating the injured, the tech-crazy fanatics finally showed some clarity. Collecting technological baubles may be fine and dandy, but saving the lives of their citizens mattered more. However, a new threat began to emerge from the city. The more aggressive sacred gods of Samar are angry, Kedis told him as he finalized the repair plan of the last damaged mech under his purview. The Exabeasts aren't as sympathetic to their injured subjects. The blessed people are servants to them. If a bunch of them die, they only need to wait a couple of decades for them to replenish their numbers. What are they angry about then? VS asked. They're angry about the orbital bombardment. The sacred gods don't believe it's a coincidence that they became the victim of it shortly after we've arrived to attempt to trade with their city. Both our arrivals happen to coincide together that they can't help but draw a connection between us and the rocks that almost pulverized their domain. VS grimaced. We didn't do it. Even our camp suffered under the same bombardment. You know that, I know that. Every Vandal and Sword Maiden knows that. Yet to the natives, everything that's foreign and comes from beyond the vault of the gods are connected. So what are they plotting at this moment? There's a split between the sacred gods. The aggressive faction is trying to drum up support for an attack. They want to take the offensive and attack our camp. That caused VS to pause. An attack would be really bad for them for several reasons. How many sacred gods does Samar have? 12. That's not all. Their sacred gods are older and better fed. The area around Samar isn't as barren as the wastelands around Malak. If one of the sacred gods want to enjoy a feast, they could easily lumber out of the city and slowly catch up to one of the animal herds. That's also why the sacred gods are pissed. The meteorites probably wiped out a lot of the beast herds in the wild. VS began to imagine the result of 12 sacred gods assaulting the camp at the same time. The distance between the camp and the city wasn't very far. Depending on how fast the sacred gods moved, they could reach the camp within half a day or less. That wasn't enough time to evacuate the camp, especially when around 80 damaged Mechs weighed down the Vandals and Sword Maidens. Unless the ground forces decisively abandoned all 80 Mechs as well as at least half of their supplies, they had no choice but to make a stand and repel the sacred gods. If the leader of the sacred god possessed as much power as Hokaz, then sustaining further losses became a certainty. Still, VS possessed enough confidence that their remaining Mechs possessed enough firepower to take out the sacred gods from a distance. The only issue that worried him was whether they could kill or frighten off the sacred gods long enough to spare their camp from the wrath of the gods. All of this was out of his hands, though. He wasn't involved with the negotiations this time because the city didn't employ any Mechs. In fact, none of the ruined factories that occupied much of the city's territory consisted of Mech factories. Just like Malak, the inhabitants of Samar all depended on their sacred gods for protection. I wouldn't be too worried about the sacred gods, though. Kedis grinned at VS. Since we know they might be coming, we've prepared some traps for these beasts. None of the natives can match us when it comes to warfare. You're right. VS calmed down a little. The sacred gods are extremely formidable in combat, but it's too easy to circumvent their strengths and take advantage of their weaknesses. For the time being, VS threw himself back to work. After arranging all the repair jobs, he left the Mech technicians to their devices and returned to his lab to finish his experiments. Since combat against the sacred gods loomed over the horizon, it became more important than ever to shield their Mechs from the mental influence of their beast riders. Anything could happen in a battle. If the beast riders ever found out their mental powers could interfere with the functioning of a Mech, then the flagrant Sword Maidens wouldn't be able to employ their melee Mechs. Ever since the ground forces landed, the melee Mech pilots generally had an awful time. Most of the time, the ranged Mechs became the star of the show, leaving the melee Mechs as their escorts. Their awkward circumstances on this planet caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Many times, they grumbled about mixing up with the natives, Captain Orphan most of all. As far as she was concerned, attempting to trade with the ancient cities was a giant distraction from their mission. They should have just continued onwards towards the Starlight Megalodon. Of course, she conveniently neglected their energy budget deficit. Without enough juice to propel their Mechs and transports, they wouldn't even make it through halfway. A couple of days passed by as the Vandals and the Sword Maidens did their best to fix up their damaged Mechs and restore their capabilities. VS poured into the experiments, putting greater emphasis on speed at the cost of safety. He even caught some flack from Captain Bird because his reckless experiments sent more and more Mech pilots to the infirmary with awful headaches. He had to simply reply to her concerns. Now that we're in the process of repairing all of those damaged Mechs, many of our Mech pilots are out of Mechs. Since they have nothing to do right now, they might as well be useful in my lab. She couldn't argue with his logic. Though his breakneck pace of research caused a lot of Mech pilots to curse him behind his back, his progress accelerated equally as fast. As Mech pilots continued to be brought out of the testing facility on stretchers and clutching their heads, VS became ever closer to developing an effective configuration for the neural interfaces. Over the span of a few days, VS managed to reduce the influence of foreign connections from 50% to 80%. However, his quick progress stalled at that point. He already exhausted his bag of tricks at this time. If VS wanted to make further progress, he needed to incorporate more drastic changes to the neural interface. That was risky. VS didn't fully comprehend the construction of a neural interface. Making basic modifications was within his limit, but going further drastically increased the risk. VS had to make a judgment call here. Should he increase the danger of his experiments and try to come up with a more perfect solution, or should he call it a day and be satisfied with what he had? Right now, an 80% reduction in the intensity of the foreign connection meant that mech pilots possessed the ability to fight back and repel any foreign influences. They retained enough strength to maintain control over their mechs and shield their minds from external attacks, though they couldn't keep up their guard for long. It was a partial solution, but at least it gave the mech pilots a fighting chance. VS looked on as a captured dwarf chieftain extended his hand towards the test mech camouflaged as a godling mech. This time, VS had disengaged all the safeties. The mech was a fully functional machine which moved as fast and heavy as a real godling. It could even destroy the entire testing facility if it went out of control. Of course, VS also incorporated a kill switch inside the test mech. As this wasn't a real mech anyway, he didn't feel any burden about adding that feature to the test machine. The dwarf chieftain began to work his magic. After hundreds of repetitions, VS unintentionally trained the captured dwarves like Pavlov's dogs. Each time they exerted their remote interfacing abilities, they received a sumptuous nutrient pack. For some reason, the dwarves absolutely loved to eat the contents of a nutrient pack. Fruit flavors happened to be their favorite. VS chuckled at how easy it was to manipulate these dwarves. It took a lot of beatings for them to become docile enough to cooperate with his experiments. He still hadn't managed to teach them to use the toilet, but he couldn't have everything. It hurts! My head is pounding! The test pilot yelled over the comm channel. Why isn't the experiment stopping? I pressed the button! I pressed the friggin' button! Tough it up, pilot, VS replied. This experiment needs to go on for at least 10 minutes straight, but you test pilots always shut it down within the first minute. That's why I disabled the emergency shutdown button. You've got 9 minutes left to go, so don't be a pansy and endure. Aya! You heartless bastard! Chapter 8:11 Mental Resilience. Despite the violent cursing of the test pilots, they largely managed to survive the endurance tests. Some mech pilots failed. Some mech pilots succeeded. VS recognized that the determining factor for success was genetic aptitude and willpower. Those whose minds adapted better to their mechs and possessed firmer wills tended to be more resilient against outside interference. The polluting thoughts of the dwarves was like a virus. They only posed a serious threat to the mech pilots if their minds were brittle. Unfortunately, many Vandal and Sword Maiden mech pilots didn't possess much promise in their genetic aptitudes. The rank and file mostly exhibited a lower than average genetic aptitude, so the vast majority of them couldn't rely on their piloting talent to withstand any intrusions in their man-machine connection. As for willpower, perhaps only 10% of the Vandal mech pilots possessed strong enough minds to endure for 10 whole minutes. VS didn't expect a mind struggle to last that long on the battlefield. It was already good enough if a mech pilot could withstand the foreign pressure long enough to kill the source or move out of range from the attack. The Sword Maidens are probably best at bearing through the pain. To confirm his guess that willpower was the decisive factor, he borrowed a couple of Sword Maiden test pilots. The women didn't come willingly, having heard all the horror stories of what went on in his lab. That didn't matter, though. Commander Lydia agreed with the test and figured her sword maidens could use some toughening up. Indeed, the results matched his expectations. Even the weakest-minded sword maidens performed better than the average Vandal mech pilot. Their rigorous training and discipline allowed them to bear the foreign thoughts sent out by the dwarf captives with hardly any impact on their performance. When VS laid out all the results in a conference meeting, Captain Bird looked at the mech pilots in the room and shook her head. The mech pilots all appeared subdued when VS gave his report. They still wanted to avoid him like the plague. You say that your best achievement so far is an 80% reduction in intensity, Captain Bird said. Is there no way to provide our mech pilots with complete immunity against this attack? VS grimaced. He hated to leave a job undone, but his inability left him with little choice. Unlikely. I'm already working out of my depth here, hence all the trial and error attempts. Now that I've applied all the basic solutions I can come up with, I'll have to take an undue amount of risks in search of an even better solution. Suffering permanent brain damage won't be out of the question anymore if I do so. All the mech pilots showed some panic once he mentioned the possibility. None of them wanted his experiments to go on. Enough is enough, Captain Orphan yelled. 80% is enough. We're strong enough to shoulder the rest, isn't that right, guys? I agree with you, ma'am. Yeah. It's our own fault if we lose control of our mechs then. VS looked at the mech officers and grinned a little bit. He silently discounted at least half of them. From what he gathered from his tests, it took a focused and strong-willed mind to endure the influence of a third mind in the man-machine connection. That meant someone like Captain Orphan would actually be able to bear the strain. She had confidence in spades. As for the other mech pilots and mech officers, VS held much less expectations. Some of them were rather decent, while others didn't possess the right mindset to excel in their profession. One of the major deficiencies of the flagrant Vandals had always been their lack of skilled and talented personnel. The Sword Maidens suffered from the same problem, but the difference was that Commander Lydia selected promising gems from the frontier and brutally trained them until they shaped up to be elites among pirates. In terms of willpower, confidence, and projection of strength, the Sword Maidens actually beat the servicemen in this regard. VS found that to be rather pathetic. As members of a military mech regiment, the Vandals didn't conform to standards. Their unconventional esprit de corps may be able to bind them together, but it didn't actually make a serious attempt at uniting their minds as one. As for the Sword Maidens, much of their individuality had been drilled out of their bones in order to fit them in the same mold. They were Sword Maidens first, and individuals second. As for the Vandals, they were self-serving bastards first, and Vandal bastards second. The things he learned about willpower through his experiments gave him a lot of insights in the nature of mech pilots. The contrast between the bastard Vandals and the disciplined Sword Maidens taught him that willpower wasn't an intrinsic quality. It could be trained. VS guessed that may be why expert pilots overwhelmingly tended to emerge from the willpower. Only rarely did they pop up among mercenary of pirate outfits. However, the existence of outfits like Lydia's Sword Maidens showed that the military didn't hold a monopoly on the practice of instilling discipline and willpower in their mech pilots. The reason why VS paid a lot of attention to this was because he intended to take advantage of the insights he gained. Once he finally returned home, he planned to overhaul the avatars of myth and attempt to turn them into an elite personal force if his cousin Melker hadn't done so yet. As much as he developed a minor kinship with the flagrant Vandals, VS disliked their undisciplined aspects. He did not want his principal bodyguards to be as sloppy and dubious as the Vandals. He'd much rather shape his retinue into something more dependable like the Sword Maidens who could be trusted to follow orders without slacking off. In any case, Right now, Captain Bird needed to decide whether to continue the research or end it here. Due to the vehemence of the other mech pilots and the advice of VS, she had no choice but to leave this problem half solved. All right. We'll stop at this level of progress. Mr. Larkin's son, please slowly install this modified neural interface into our mechs one by one. Every mech with the new neural interface needs to undergo extensive testing before it's allowed to resume their usual duties. Is that clear? He nodded. Yes, ma'am. Can I share this innovation with the Sword Maidens? Please do. They are our allies and they need the new neural interfaces more than us. With this development, the Sword Maiden melee mech pilots would no longer fear engaging the natives in melee range. VS wasn't finished though. Captain Bird, I have another suggestion. I'd like to keep the testing facility operational and retain all the dwarf captives. From my experiments, I found out that any test pilot that undergoes multiple endurance tests become increasingly more capable of resisting outside influences. I'd like to turn this experiment into a regular exercise and have every Vandal go through what is essentially a mental disciplining exercise. No! Don't torture us, you crazy mech designer! No, please, no! Stop it! You got what you wanted! Both VS and Captain Bird ignored the bleeding mech officers. As a calm and rational officer, Captain Bird stood above these petty concerns. What are the benefits? VS had to be careful in describing this. He had a lot of suspicions, but could only mention the things he knew for sure. It's unlikely that our mech pilots will directly improve in their performance, but their tolerance for pain and mental pain will constantly grow. This allows them to remain clear-minded and free from the distraction of pain and battle damage. That aside, it also enables them to maintain their composure if any of the natives attempt to take control over their mechs. These benefits alone sounded incredibly attractive to Captain Bird, though the mech pilots who actually had to go through this torture disagreed. What are the drawbacks? We'll have to arrange transportation for the testing facility and the testing mech. We also have to accommodate the dwarf captives over a longer term. I'm unsure whether they will be able to maintain their strength and ferocity during long-term captivity. We may need to replace the older captives with new ones in order to give our mech pilots a good mental exercise. Some of the dwarf captives had become a little too used to the luxuries of captivity. Instead of toiling for survival in the wild, the former chieftain and warriors leisurely spent their time in their cells and had their food delivered to them at constant intervals. VS had noticed a drop in intensity lately whenever he carted out the dwarf captives in front of the testing mech. Realizing that he pampered the formerly ferocious dwarves, he began to change up their routine in order to restore some of their wildness. In fact, he handed this task over to Kedis, who seemed uniquely suited at this job. Grinning all the while, she began to make life hard for the dwarves. Not only did she wake them up in their cells at random moments, she also sent some security officers in their cells to bully them or beat them up. In order to make their life a struggle, she decreased the intake of food. Instead of 3 nutrient packs a day, they only subsided on a single one per day. That was pure torture for these dwarves as they required a huge amount of calories to sustain themselves, especially because their cells fell outside of the influence of the anti-grav fields. In order to encourage them to be cruel, she pitted them together in makeshift sparring matches. The winner received an extra nutrient pack for the day while the loser had to watch with envy as his rival consumed a precious meal. The harsh but effective methods that Kedis came up with spurred some of the dwarves into a greater frenzy, but it also broke some of the weaker dwarves into giving up. Right now, 5 of the captives had devolved into traumatized dummies. The testing facility needed fresh blood. If you think it is feasible and safe to do so, then I'll approve it. Captain Bird finally decided over pretty much everyone's objections. She became so annoying by their blathering that she finally snapped. Shut up! Are you vandals or are you chickens? Don't you realize that this is a rare opportunity to exercise your minds? We need to be as strong as possible for when we finally encounter the other forces at the Starlight Megalodon, and this is one of the only ways we can strengthen ourselves. But Captain, this is torture. Our nerves will wear out if we go through this barbaric practice. VS spoke up. Technically, there's a high chance your nerves will undergo a lot of strain and be overburdened for a time, particularly if you undergo this exercise too often. However, it's just like exercising your muscles. Train too hard and your body will break. Train too little and your body won't be stimulated to improve. Right now, we've hit a sweet spot where the intensity is a bit high but not to the point of risking permanent brain damage. According to who? According to me. You told us yourself that you're not an expert in this field. You're a mech designer, not a doctor. What do you know about brains? All the doctors I've consulted have concluded that the test pilots that have participated in my experiments are fine. That should be sufficient proof. Naturally, the mech officers remained highly opposed, but their objections didn't matter. They all had to follow orders. If Captain Bird told them to go through with the exercise, then they had no choice but to do it, because they were servicemen. Just like VS, she knew that most of them were rather lacking in terms of firmness and willpower. If the Vandals could polish up the mental resilience of their mech pilots through these unconventional means, then their odds of success would definitely increase. In fact, part of the reason why VS wanted to continue with this activity was because he suspected that it might even be useful in disciplining his own forces. If he could simulate the unique and all-encompassing mental strain imposed on the mech pilots by the dwarf captives through artificial means, then he'd be able to develop the perfect training machine to increase the mental resilience of the mech pilots under his service. With such a training method, his avatars of myth would be able to match the Sword Maidens in mental resilience without necessarily having to undergo a decade of intensive training. Of course, this was a very stupid and mindless way of training mental resilience. It only increased a mech pilot's tolerance for mental pain. It did not discipline their minds, increase their belonging to their units, or bring any other benefits. The avatars of myth still needed to undergo an intensive training regime, but with this extra training method, they would have an edge over most private outfits. Chapter 8:12 Training Regime. Once Captain Bird approved of the mental resilience training, VS returned to the testing facility and converted it to an exercise facility. In order to save the Vandals the trouble of assembling and disassembling the exercise facility each time they set up camp elsewhere, VS began to move the cells and the exercise equipment to the cargo space of a heavy transport. He reduced the amount of space it took to conduct the exercises by decommissioning many old testing equipment. In order to save space and increase the throughput, VS dismantled the testing mech and stripped it down to the cockpit. He also fabricated another cockpit so that two mech pilots would be able to enjoy their training session at the same time. This also allowed him to offer his services to the Sword Maidens. While technicians and machinists took them away to be recycled, VS rapidly led a team of other technicians to convert the heavy transport into a mobile exercise machine and long-term prison for the dwarves. The cells for the dwarf captives became even smaller, leaving them with much less space to sleep, exercise, and do anything else for that matter. By now, VS pretty much wrote them off as humans, so he no longer concerned himself about treating them in a humane manner. Kiddies! They still haven't learned how to use the toilet. I'm doing the best I can. The trouble is these dwarves are so used to doing their business anywhere they please that they don't see the point of toilets. No matter how much kiddies whipped and tormented the captive dwarves, they were so dim-witted that they could only ever learn simple patterns of behavior. Obviously, they still had a few 100,000 years to go before their intelligence evolved to a level where they became as smart as humans. The dreaded mobile mental resilience training facility came into being in this fashion. Officially, the records referred to it as the MMRDF, but a nickname the Mech pilots came up with themselves displaced this unwieldy acronym. Every Mech pilot that underwent a training session referred to the mobile facility as the Mind Blender. Because every Mech pilot that underwent a training session left with scrambled minds. VS trained a number of technicians to operate the training facility without his supervision. He locked down most of the settings and programmed a number of emergency shutdown procedures should any of the parameters exceed their safety margins. A doctor also took residence in the training facility who supervised the health of the Mech pilots while the dwarves did their best to grind down their minds. VS mainly included a doctor to reassure the Mech pilots that the training wouldn't go far enough to inflict any serious harm, but for some reason the Mech pilots still hated the Mind Blender. No matter. Captain Bird set up a rotating schedule which forced every Mech pilot to undergo training at least once. In order to preserve some of their combat effectiveness, the standard training sessions ran for only 5 minutes or less. While this tired out the Mech pilots going through the sessions, it still left them functional enough to return to their duties. They also regained their peak condition a lot faster than if they went through a more grueling training session. The Sword Maidens surprised him though. Although the Sword Maiden Mech pilots heard plenty of horror stories about the Mind Blender from their Vandal counterparts, very rarely did any of them succumb to the strain after undergoing the full 10-minute workout. Each Sword Maiden Mech pilot forced themselves to endure the junk data sent out by the minds of the dwarf captives. Perhaps their contempt for the dwarves had given them strength, because each of them insisted on taking the full 10-minute workout instead of the truncated 5-minute session tailored to the Vandals. The only Sword Maiden Mech pilots who failed to last the entire 10 minutes before the doctor forcibly shut down the session were let down by their genetic aptitudes. Those with a genetic aptitude in the D grade piloted the cheap, low-quality frontline mechs for the Sword Maidens. Though they possessed the grit, their minds possessed a much lower tolerance against an excess of data transmissions. Watching over the training sessions and witnessing the differences between different levels of willpower and genetic aptitude deepened his understanding of how these two traits played an important role in controlling a mech. Through his earlier experimentation, he also learned a lot of fragmentary knowledge about neural interfaces. Even without access to theory, he managed to enrich his understanding in this field. It's surprising how much willpower and mental discipline can make a difference, VS remarked as he stood behind the technicians conducting the experiments. Heh, Keddy smirked. Us Sword Maidens aren't just for show, you know. Our Mech pilots are the best of the best. 1 in 10 potentates that we pick up from the frontier make it through graduation. Many of our trainees gave up along the way, while some of them died during their graduation ceremony. This ensures that we can all depend on the Mech pilots that are left. VS frowned at that. That sounds really wasteful. Not really. Whenever we need new trainees, we just visit a settlement and pick up a bunch of young girls. We don't pay them anything and it doesn't take much to feed and clothe them. Besides, I've heard that true elites go through even harsher training where only 1 out of 100 survives. It wasn't actually hard to train a fully fledged Mech pilot, though it always took a lot of time. The greater challenge was to draw out their potential and extract the maximum amount of benefit out of their abilities. Right now, the 2 cockpits each contained a Sword Maiden and Vandal Mech pilot. They both started the training session at the same time, but the Vandal succumbed just 3 minutes in while the Sword Maiden clenched her teeth and made it all the way to 10 minutes without becoming incapacitated. Just like VS trained some technicians to take over operations, Keddy's trained the security officers assigned to guard the dwarf captives into keeping them on their toes. There was an art to keeping the dwarves riled up. Treat them too gently, and they quickly became docile. Treat them too harshly, and they broke to the point where they had given up on their lives. Perhaps a lot of human rights advocates would be horrified to see the security officers beating up the dwarves on a regular basis or disturb their sleep at irregular moments. Fortunately, the few of those types among the Vandals had no say in the matter. Dr. Tillman and some of the other exobiologists regularly visited the dwarves to study their physiques and brain structure in order to understand them better. They even injected the dwarves with various substances, treating them as their guinea pigs which they could poke and prod however they wanted. Right now, the training sessions hadn't produced any improvements as of yet, but VS expected that to change as time went on. Just like any exercise, it took repeated attempts to notice a difference. The Vandal Mech pilots already stopped most of their whining. VS deliberately scheduled the training session so that the Vandals undertook the training at the same time as the Sword Maidens. When a Vandal Mech pilot barely made it through a 5-minute training session and watched on as a Sword Maiden lasted for 10 entire minutes pretty much affected their self-esteem. "I can't believe these women are stronger than us. They're pirates! How can they beat us in this area?" The lackluster performance of the Vandals when compared to the Sword Maidens shamed them all. Certainly, the Vandals possessed the edge in terms of mech quality, funding, support services, supplies, and more. Yet their training emphasized coordination and formation combat, while the Sword Maidens each focused on their individual prowess. To VS, the Sword Maidens were warriors, while the Vandals were soldiers. The two forces pursued different forms of strength. The Sword Maiden methods adopted the customs of the frontier which highly emphasized individual combat prowess. Each Sword Maiden dreamed of becoming a mech champion like Lieutenant Dice. However, coordination became something of a challenge to these warriors. Once they let loose, even Commander Lydia found it difficult to pull them back. It was different for the Vandals. 1 or 2 mechs may not be more skilled than their Sword Maiden counterparts, but the equation changed when they formed in larger numbers. Their versatility, coordination, and initiative gave them a distinct superiority over less coordinated forces. Their clever use of formation and sophisticated tactics allowed them to win against many different opponents. VS wondered if it was possible to unify the training methods of the Sword Maidens and the Vandals and form a set of best practices that led to an even stronger mech force. Perhaps this is the kind of training regime that produces elites among mech pilots. Ever since he developed the mental resilience training program, he began to contemplate on how to design a mech pilot. Because that was what a training regime essentially tried to accomplish. It's always senior mech pilots who compose these training regimes. And for good reason. Mech pilots respected other mech pilots, and only those who underwent the same struggles and survived many battles knew best what skills the new recruits had to master to survive the battles to come. Having freed himself from most responsibilities by delegating them to others, VS mostly spent his time on supervising the ongoing repair efforts. He only visited the Mind Blender to check up on the progress of the mech pilots, and to gain some inspiration for his future direction. VS visited the dwarf prison on a whim. Due to the lack of space aboard the heavy transport, and their need for more captives to keep the training sessions running, each dwarf only had enough room to lie down on their cots. When VS looked through the one-way porthole, the dwarf inside was shivering in the cold as the security officers deliberately plunged the temperature in order to foster its anger. Dr. Tillman arrived a minute later. "Ah, Mr. Larkin's son, I'm surprised to see you here." "Why would you be? I can imagine that lots of people want to see these dwarves." She shook her head. "You don't know what is going on in their minds. These variant humans are repelling in almost every way imaginable. Looking at them causes them to fear that they might one day turn into something just like them if they lose their freedom. They are the cursed people, after all." "I don't see that when I look at the dwarves," VS snorted. "I see them as threats. What do you think the CFA will do to them when they finally come here and find out their special abilities? You think they'll continue to breed the dwarves in order to employ them against mechs? That might very well happen. At the very least, they'll attempt to figure out the mechanics behind this ability till they can bestow them on their own people." Even though the CFA and MTA split their responsibilities and safeguarded separate spheres of human space, the two still fought over what direction humanity had to take in the future. "I wouldn't be so afraid of that, VS," the exobiologist assured him. "Our studies into the brain structure of the dwarves have shown us that they have incorporated a minute amount of intermediary matter, of the same kind as the murky crystals found in the head of a wild god. Through a process of elimination, we found that there is no other part of their bodies can that affect a remote connection besides this intermediary matter. As far as we know, only the unique circumstances of this planet allows the natives to accumulate this matter." In other words, once the starlight megalodon stopped spewing higher dimensional particles everywhere, everything that made this planet special would cease to develop. VS hadn't thought that far yet. He realized their intervention may cause Aeon Corona 7 to undergo drastic changes, destroying the existing order. If the starlight megalodon truly stopped releasing the astral winds, then there would be no more beast riders, no more wild gods, no more sacred gods, and no more isolation from the rest of the galaxy. Would the natives regard this change as deliverance or punishment? Chapter 8:13 Schism in Samar. As the training sessions started to pick up steam, the Vandals and the Sore Maidens also made good progress in repairing their damaged mechs. Overall, it would take another week or two to undo most of the damage from the orbital bombardment. Unfortunately, the ancient city of Samar hadn't made much progress in recovering from the damage. Many inhabitants died due to their injuries, and the entire population split up over what the rain of meteorites from the skies actually represented. Was it a punishment from some kind of supreme god that outranked the sacred gods? Was it an attack from the foreigners? Was it a sign that the world might be falling apart soon? The Vandals finally developed a robust spying drone the size of a sparrow that could continue to stay in touch with nearby scouting mechs as long as they didn't fly too close to one of the sacred gods. This allowed them to monitor the periphery of the city. Hysteria and division ran rife. These arguments even extended towards the sacred gods who ruled over Samar. Unlike Moloch, that was under the control of an overwhelmingly strong leader, control for Samar was split between two different alphas. They were in fact a pair of brothers who suddenly inherited the reign over the city from their father beast known as Paraxis, the Great Father and the oldest ancestor. Paraxis used to be the dominant sacred god who was rumored to have been more than 700 years old. More importantly than his age, all the stories about him pointed out that he embedded up to 24 god crystals in his hide. The power of this Great Father expressed itself in control over metals. His ability to lift up sharpened spikes the length of a building and fling them to his opponents became its characteristic attack. Another favored way Paraxis displayed his power was to lift up a heavy block of metal that used to come from a broken metallic structure and pound it against an opponent. This powerful ability made Paraxis into the undisputed king of Samar and its surrounding territory. The abundant technological remnants gave the beast plenty of shiny toys to throw or pound at his opponents. The creature's love for shiny metallic objects likely fostered a worship of these objects among the blessed people that lived in the city. Everything was fine and dandy in Samar until the Great Father died. The Great Father mated with many sacred gods and even wild gods whenever he found them in the wild. Many of his godling offspring amounted to nothing, but the Great Father saw promise in two of them for some reason and brought them under his wing, embedding with as much god crystals their young bodies could bear. The oldest son Palanon inherited the Great Father's telekinesis power over metal and his greenish-purple coloring. If the sacred gods of Samar had a crown prince, then Palanon was certainly the favored candidate. As the leader of the conservative faction, Palanon adopted many of the traits of his father. He concerned himself with breeding capable offspring, and ignored many of the other responsibilities related to ruling over a pantheon and city. Paraxin, the younger brother, failed to inherit his great father's powers. Instead, his own power mutated into manipulating the earth. He was able to effect mass destruction by summoning earthquakes, conjuring up walls of earth, lifting up heavy boulders and throwing them towards his opponents with far greater force and speed. Though Perikson's earth manipulation worked a lot slower than Palinon's metal telekinesis, it was capable of devastating the entire ancient city. Since his powers was so destructive, Perikson believed he deserved to inherit the Great Father's mantle as the king of the gods and become the new eldest ancestor of Samar. While Palinon only embedded 21 god crystals in his hide, Perikson had surpassed his older brother and managed to embed 22 god crystals. This alone gave him the confidence to claim the throne. His strong and irresistible powers also inflated Perikson's ambitions. He wasn't content with ruling over a single ancient city. He wanted to expand his territory by conquering the neighboring cities in order to become the greatest sacred god the people have ever known. For over 50 years, the sacred gods and the blessed people of Samar split up between the Western Samar pantheon and the Eastern Samar pantheon. Those who lived on the west side of the city worshipped Palinon, the eldest son and the so-called legitimate heir to the Great Father. Those who lived on the east side of the city worshipped Perikson, the younger son and the strongest sacred god in Samar. The schism between the pantheons led to a cold war between the brothers that persisted for half a century. Despite their belief that they should be crowned as the greatest ancestor, either Palinon or Perikson wanted to come to blows. Palinon feared that any duel between the two brothers would turn the ancient city and the entire surroundings into ruins. Due to his dependence on metal, he was at his strongest when he fought in the vicinity of the city. The older brother held too little confidence to win against his ambitious sibling in the wild, where he could only bring a limited amount of metal as his weapons. As for the younger brother Perikson, his powers lent much more to siege warfare and large-scale combat. His earth manipulation powers possessed an amazing reach and a considerable amount of might, but they weren't ideal for duels because they worked too slow. Palinon would have been able to fling more than a dozen giant alloy spears at the earth god before he finished summoning an earth wall to block the projectiles. This led to an inexplicable stalemate where both sons claimed the throne but neither dared to enforce their claims. This led to a strange development in Samar's long history where two pantheons ruled the city side by side without any open conflict. The apocalypse that happened more than a week ago exacerbated their differences. Each side ascribed different meanings to the disaster. Palinon believed that the orbital bombardment was a sign of the Great Father's disaffection. The natives believed that sacred gods couldn't die. They would just abandon their mortal shells and return to the vault of the gods and watch over the mortals scurrying about from the surface. So when artificial meteorites dropped from the vault of the gods, pretty much everyone believed it was a sign from a greater authority. Of course, the Eastern Samar pantheon led by the younger son advocated that the orbital bombardment was an attack from supreme god worshipped by the foreigners and the cities that backed them. Against these outsiders, the sacred gods of Samar shouldn't be complacent. Instead, they should attack. When VS heard about all of the political complexities surrounding the divided city of Samar, he found it to be extraordinarily silly. If Perikson is such a warmonger, why doesn't he conquer another city and rule from there? Any sacred god that leaves their city won't be able to bring along their worshippers. Chief Dakin replied as he watched over an experiment involving their only god crystal in one of the labs. That's at least 100,000 blessed people you're talking about. Without an anti-grav field that's large enough to shield them all, they wouldn't be able to make it out of the city limits without getting crushed. All of the blessed people except for their beast riders never think about leaving their cities since they were born, because they believe they'll die from a curse. VS grimaced. More superstition was at work. Do the sacred gods even need the worship? I don't know. None of us think the sacred gods derive any benefit from the worship except for stroking their egos. I think it's part of their animal instinct that drives them to be alphas. They can't stand being ignored. What does Dr. Tillman say about the god species? Without a sacred god in our possession, she can only extrapolate from the studies of the wild god corpse. She doesn't really know if they start off sentient or not, or if it is something acquired from their beast riders. It may be that the sacred gods inherit the same thoughts and dreams as their beast riders. That would be an interesting interaction. If the beast rider of Perixen was a megalomaniac who held wild ambitions, he may have contaminated Perixen's desires, causing the beast to be so aggressive. So what did our spies find out about their deliberations? It's the same as always. The two brothers and their beast riders are both trying to convince the other of their viewpoint for a while now. The problem for us is that we'd rather prefer to get out of here before the argument boils over, but we can't due to our damaged mechs. VS knew more than anyone else how troublesome it was to repair the mechs. The ground forces really didn't have the transportation capacity to spare to carry away their damaged and immobilized mechs. While it was possible for mechs to lift up other mechs and carry them elsewhere during an emergency, it always made things worse even during standard gravity. Some of the Vandals didn't think it would be a bad idea to stand their ground, though. Defeating the sacred gods allowed them to plunder their god crystals and other goods without any scruples. Killing or capturing one of them would enable the exobiologists to study their mystical bodies, learning more about these beasts and pinpoint their weaknesses. When VS thought about the frightening lightning powers of Hokaz, he considered it foolish to force a confrontation with the sacred gods. Nonetheless, the Vandals and the Sworn Maidens started to gear up for war. Ever since they collected some intelligence on the powers of the sacred gods, the Vandals started cooking up some preparations. Whether they faced Perixen alone or with his older brother in tow, it was clear that the flagrant Sworn Maidens needed to take out the Earth Manipulator instantly. As long as he came close enough, he'd be able to wreck the entire camp with earthquakes, demolishing anything in the affected area. I've even heard of talk of trying to assassinate Perixen's beast rider, Dakin mentioned after he tweaked the ongoing experiment. They think that the big beast won't be as powerful without a human intelligence guiding its actions. It won't work. VS shook his head. Didn't we already figure out that most of the power that comes from the man-beast connection is from the beast? As an exobeast with a power that is likely as destructive as that of an ace mech, it has always possessed this might. The beast rider is much less important, and doesn't even need to be the equivalent of an expert pilot. This was the advantage of a living beast. It possessed its own intelligence, and could call upon its powers by themselves. The wild gods already proved they could summon their powers without a rider, so why would a sacred god be any different? That said, the blessed people all believe that pairing the sacred gods with their chosen enabled them to wield their powers in greater and more sophisticated ways. I think right now that some of us are planning to pin the death of Perixen's beast rider to the other faction. We don't know if the inhabitants of Samar will buy into it, though. If they have at least some brains, then they'll know that an internal division will only benefit us instead of them. We also don't know how Perixen will lash out. He might vent his anger on the entire city. If something like that happened, the estimated 200,000 inhabitants of Samar would all be devastated due to the actions of a third party. Worse yet, Perixen might turn his anger on the flagrant Sworn Maidens next. VS snorted. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I agree. We're strong enough to beat the sacred gods in a straight battle. Chapter 8:14 Perixen's War. In the end, the eastern side of the city of Samar prepared to go on the warpath. Perixen became tired of trying to convince his older brother Palanon to join him in his attack aimed at the strangers. The aggressive sacred god fully believed the flagrant Sworn Maiden sent down the bombardment from the skies, and most of his worshippers bought into his claims. The Western Samar pantheon stubbornly refused to join Perixen's crusade. Palanon remained so opposed of moving to attack that Perixen decided to launch the attack with just himself and 5 of his subordinate sacred gods. That meant that 6 sacred gods in total planned to move out to attack the flagrant sword maidens. What are the odds that Palanon will change his mind? That metal-controlling beast may be able to crumple our mechs or fling them around if it gets close. The good news is that Palanon is unlikely to join his younger brother if he gets into trouble, ma'am. A Vandal analyst reported in an emergency meeting. The Eastern Samar Pantheon planned to move out within hours, which left the Vandals and the Sword Maidens with little time to make their final preparations. The older brother will effectively be able to take control over Samar if Perixen fails in his attack. What if Perixen wins? We've heard that Palanon doesn't have a low opinion of us and our mechs. He likely believes that Perixen will have a tough fight on his hands regardless if he wins or loses. If Perixen loses too much strength, it's not out of the question that Palanon will immediately push for a final confrontation between the brothers. VS had the misconception that the power struggle in Samar resembled the power struggles that always took place in monarchical states. Even the sacred gods had learned how to scheme against each other like humans. During the emergency meeting, every important person gave a final heads-up for everyone. Chief Dakin in particular suspended his experiments on the God Crystal and Murky Crystal in order to fabricate simple but powerful auxiliary weapons. Against the might of Perixen and the Eastern Samar Pantheon, they could never be too underprepared. Has the fleet in orbit sent any support? A Mech officer asked. We've been shipping down additional Akara heavy mechs as the opportunity arises. Now that the Starlight Megalodon wiped out those pirate and gang ships from the Caged and the Red Tongs, our fleet gained a lot more room to maneuver in orbit. We've also received shipments of modified shells for ballistic cannons. Good. The ground forces hadn't brought much ammunition for the ballistic cannons of the Akara mechs because the gravity heavily reduced their range. However, if the sacred beasts ever came close enough, the range reduction wouldn't matter. The fleet also supplied them with a limited amount of long-range shells for the opening salvos. The only reason why the Akara mechs hadn't received any more of these special shells was because it cost at least 500 times more to fabricate these special shells. A full ammunition load for each Akara mech would rapidly deplete the fleet of several critical exotics and rare materials. In fact, some of the logistics officers argued against the use of these special shells against an unsophisticated opponent like the sacred gods. It would have been much more efficient to save them for the confrontation against the other mech forces on the planet. Not only did the flagrant Sword Maidens had to deal with the stranded ground forces of the Caged and the Red Tongs, the Visions had also landed their own considerable land-bound mechs. What results are we aiming for? Are we shooting to kill or do we want to take prisoners? Everyone looked at each other in uncertainty before they turned their gazes at Captain Bird. We play it safe. While securing a sacred god or two alive is useful to us, we can't afford to lose more mechs than we ought to. Do your best to kill them all, because their destructive prowess are unconstrained so long as they still draw breath. Hell, once they're all dead, we can plunder their god crystals, Chief Dakin said. I wonder if their god crystals are any different from the one we traded from Malak. With that, everyone dispersed and took up their stations. According to the spy drones, Perixen and his beast rider tried to rile up his subordinates. The ambitious younger brother intended to launch his attack with the rabid support of all the inhabitants of the entire eastern half of the city. VS wondered what kind of point that served. Did the sacred gods really derive their power from worship? It sounded ridiculous, but the blessed people weren't baseline humans. He started to think about the inexplicable ability of the blessed and cursed people that enabled them to interface with the god beast. VS and Dr. Tillman had spent some time ago into investigating how they managed to do so. Further studies into the ability of the captive dwarf to barge into the man-machine connection of a mech showed that the different branches of humanity on this planet somehow depended on the unique circumstances of this planet to exert their remote connection powers. Up to now, VS and the others only thought these mind powers only applied to riding beasts. Yet what if that wasn't the entire story? What if the mind powers of a large number of average natives somehow empowered these sacred gods? Was this the reason they insisted on being worshipped? No matter the truth, the duels against Naevudis and Hoke has already provided the flagrant Sore Maidens with a baseline of what to expect. Even if the sacred gods of Salmar appeared to be more formidable, at least they knew what to expect. The entire camp geared up for war. They stowed away or packed up most of what they could easily move and put them onto the heavy transports that beat a slow retreat. Mech technicians provided final tune-ups to the mechs while a couple of vandals with gunnery training began to operate the battery of brand new artillery cannons installed in the camp. VS and Keddies stared at the large cannons. They were of a simple design and fired relatively slow shells over an unimaginable distance. In truth, the caliber of the artillery cannons exceeded the maximum limits allowed by the MTA and CFA, as no mech could realistically wield them in battle. But no one cared about adhering to those rules out here in the Aeon Corona system. What mattered was that they had some big guns backing them up. The range of those cannons are very considerable, VS explained. Under standard gravity, they can fire powerful shells that can comfortably arc over the horizon. Best of all, they're mechanically simple and extremely generous in terms of material demands. Cannons like these used to be employed all the time during the Age of Conquest when warships in orbit didn't bother to bombard the crap out of the surface. I don't know why those forces bothered. Shelling an entire city for an hour with these cannons flattened it entirely. Now, the Vandals intended to brought their city-destroying potential to bear on the aggressive sacred gods. Keddies looked very impressed at the sheer size of the artillery cannons. It makes you wonder what it would be like if we still used these weapons. We'd be much worse off. Nowadays, a battle fought over a city will only wipe out half the city and inhabitants instead of all of them. The introduction of mechs have done much to limit the collateral damage that results from war. Not to say that mechs weren't exempt from inflicting collateral damage, but it beat the old modes of war where shelling from both sides usually ruined a city entirely during the fighting. What was the point of conquering a city if the winner only took control of some flattened ruins at the end? This was also why Keddies and a lot of Vandals and Sore Maidens looked at the artillery cannons with awe. There was something humbling about witnessing a battery of cannons that exceeded the size and length of heavy mech. While they lacked in precision and versatility, they were very good at what they did. The artillery cannons could pump out much more damage at longer ranges than even the Akara mechs. However, the material cost of an Akara mech exceeded at least 300 million credits, while the material cost of an artillery cannon shouldn't be much more than 5 million credits. Heavy mechs faced many mobility concerns. They needed to be powerful enough to unleash a considerable amount of firepower but be light enough to move. The only way to square this circle was to employ expensive exotic alloys that were both strong and fairly light. The artillery cannons held no such concerns. They weren't designed to move at all, so their design focused completely on launching as much firepower in the distance as possible. An alert sounded out in the camp. "It's time," VS said and guided Keddies towards the bunker. As mech designers, they played no role in the battle. They only became relevant before or after a battle. The only times when they remained relevant during a battle was if it stretched out in a multi-day campaign. No one expected this battle to drag on. According to the movement speeds of the average god species, the flagrant Sore Maidens needed to solve the sacred gods within 30 to safeguard the camp. VS and Keddies watched on as the officers and operators in the bunker's command center coordinated their action. "The eastern gate is opening," Perixen is leading out his pantheon of subordinate gods. He is bringing out only 4 sacred gods. Where is the missing sacred god? Is it flanking us? Captain Bird asked. Our overhead spy drones have spotted the 6th sacred god, ma'am. It's standing guard beside Perixen's palace. The mood among the Vandals lightened up a bit. Perixen didn't feel reassured with leaving the eastern half of the city unguarded. Perhaps Palanon would have made a move to take control over Perixen's territory of all of its guardians left. Still, the sacred god left behind was the smallest, youngest, and weakest of the Eastern pantheon. The ones with the greatest battle efficiencies followed Perixen out of the city gates. Both the sacred gods and their beast riders gazed in the direction of the flagrant sword maidens with hungry expressions. Perixen even released a majestic roar that fired up his subordinates. Our cannons and artillery mechs have received their targeting coordinates. They can fire their cannons at any moment. Our laser riflemen mechs are standing by at their designated positions. All of them have clear firing lines of the enemy beasts and are maintaining a constant distance. Both the Vandals and the Sword Maidens lived and breathed war. They inherited a long line of military tradition and advancement that stretched for multiple ages spanning tens of thousands of years. The human race had always engaged in war in one form or another. Compared to the natives who had forgotten pretty much every modern war tradition, their offensive fell short by so many points that even VS felt embarrassed by their naivety. Perixen's force hasn't sent out any scouts. The sacred beasts are grouped up tightly with Perixen in the lead. The enemy force has yet to show any awareness that they are being observed. However, even though the enemy consisted of just 5 god beasts, each of them possessed the potential destructiveness of an expert mech. As for Perixen himself, his powers of the earth could instantly wipe out all of the ground forces if he fully let loose. The overarching priority of the flagrant Vandals was to take out this living engine of destruction at the very start. The longer he lived, the higher the chance he'd call down an earthquake. No one wanted to find out how much power Perixen really held. Wait until the enemy gods are at least 2 kilometers from the city walls. We don't want our explosive shells to land inside the city by mistake. That might provoke Palanon and the Western Samar Pantheon into action. Though it rankled a bit for the flagrant sword maidens to give the enemy time to trudge closer, they really couldn't afford to drag the metal-controlling sacred god into the battle. Perixen may have the edge in terms of widespread destruction, but Palanon's power of metal turned him into one of a nightmare for any mech force arrayed against him. No one truly knew how far the range of his powers extended. The enemy force has reached 2 kilometers away from the city walls. Commence the plan. Artillery, open fire! Chapter 8:15 Kalangso. The artillery battery boomed at the same time as the Akara mechs fired their ballistic cannons loaded with long-ranged shells. Multiple deep booms thrummed throughout the camp at the same time, causing the very ground to shake and deafening sounds to assault everyone's ears. If everyone hadn't already unfolded their helmets in order to protect their ears, they would have turned half-deaf already. A short time later, the pinpoint-targeted artillery shells landed in the midst of the sacred gods, with multiple shells impacting directly against Perixen's considerable bulk. As the artillery cannons reloaded, the dust and smoke that obscured the sacred gods slowly blew away. Energy levels are spiking among the sacred gods. Multiple energy tornadoes are forming. As the effects of the initial salvo stopped blocking the vision of their long-range sensors, the flagrant sword maidens saw to their astonishment that the sacred gods and beast riders survived the bombardment with nary a scratch. When Captain Bird rewinded the footage to an instant just before the artillery shells hit, a huge energy barrier extended over the tightly grouped sacred gods. Kalangso's energy barrier blocked the artillery shells. Damn it, they fooled us! Perixon's mate Kalankso already activated her power the moment the sacred gods left the city. As the second god of the Eastern Samar pantheon, she earned a very high position solely due to the fact that she excelled in defensive barriers. Kalankso's defensive specialization made up for Perixon's deficiency in this area. While he could manipulate the earth to shield himself from enemy attacks, his powers took far too long to take effect. In contrast, Kalankso could call up shaped barriers with just an instant of thought. Captain Bird placed a lot of importance on the Vandal artillery mechs and cannons. Their ability to fire at the sacred gods beyond viewing distance gave them the chance to inflict serious damage on Perixon before the enemy put up their guard. They had hoped to kill or inflict serious damage on the ambitious younger son of the Great Father before Kalankso thought to active her renowned defensive barriers. There are limits to their protective energy fields and barriers. Artillery, proceed to coordinate your fire on Perixon. Laser rifleman mechs, open fire. Don't let them accumulate energy in peace. As the sacred gods each called down energy tornadoes on their forms with the help of their god crystals, shells and lasers started to bombard their position with unrelenting fury. Continuous booms and impacts sounded out at both the camp and the battlefield. The destructive firepower of the artillery mechs and cannons should have been enough to sweep away half a city, yet after 4 intensive salvos Kalankso's energy barrier still held strong. What does it take to crack open Kalankso's shell? The beast riders sitting in their saddles on top of the beast yelled in fury at the explosions rocking the giant energy barrier. Rather than weakening, the barrier grew stronger as the energy tornado called down by Kalankso started to infuse her god crystal's energy reservoir with an abundance of energy. She possessed 16 god crystals, which was 1 less than Hokas. Although Kalankso was a lot younger than the Tyrant of the Wastes, her raw energy capacity didn't lose out too much. Her powers and energy capacity firmly propelled the female sacred god in the ranks of ace mechs. VS looked over the shoulders of the sensor operators and read the energy readings of Kalankso's energy barrier. The level of protection it offered for a given amount of energy far surpassed the efficiency of energy screens employed by most of humanity. Even the hundreds of laser beams that struck specific points in the energy barrier failed to penetrate its defenses. Reading through the data, VS quickly figured out why the energy barrier remained so impervious. Kalankso's barriers aren't purely based on converting energy into a barrier that can block damage. They're manipulating space. The intelligence gathered by the spy drones failed to ferret out this important detail. This was the problem of relying on hearsay from the local city dwellers. Their own ignorance and lack of understanding towards the powers of the god had misled the Vandal analysts. In any case, an energy barrier based on energy differed remarkably from a barrier formed out of solidified space. Captain Bird gritted her teeth. Stick to the plan. Maintain a coordinated rate of fire and keep up the pressure. I don't believe Kalankso can maintain her energy barrier forever. Nonetheless, after being struck by 10 more artillery salvos and thousands of laser beams, the energy barrier held strong. During this time, the sacred gods all supplemented their god crystals with the help of the energy tornadoes. None of the shelling and laser bombardment managed to halt their charging process. The sacred gods and their beast riders roared their defiance at the attackers in the distance as they continued to proceed forward. After they slowly crawled 3 kilometers forward, Perixon abruptly halted. The beast roared towards the ground as his god crystals glowed a little brighter. Suddenly, a vast stretch of ground before him began to explode as the soil beneath started to shift under his influence. All of our mines in the vicinity prematurely detonated or got crushed by abnormal soil movements. Damn, this exabeast is a sharp one. He's able to detect our mines underneath the soil. The raft of explosions from the extensive minefield covertly placed beforehand threw the entire terrain into a crater-filled wasteland. The Vandals dug huge amounts of ordnance underneath the soil. Even if the sacred gods wouldn't sustain significant damage from the explosions, at least it should have slowed them down by destabilizing their footing. However, Perixon showed his control over the earth by forcibly exerting his efforts towards the ground, flattening out the uneven terrain and hardening its surface so that it could bear the sacred gods within, causing their limbs to sink. It barely took 2 minutes to straighten out a couple of square kilometers of affected terrain. The 5 sacred gods continued to hunker forward under the omnipotent protection of Kalankso's energy barrier, though it would be more apt to call it a space barrier. However you called it, the space barrier completely negated the advantages the Vandals placed their hopes upon. No matter how much firepower they rained down at the space barrier, Kalankso looked as if she could keep it up for hours. This was more than enough time for Perixon to come within viewing distance of the camp, upon which he'd be able to devastate it with an earthquake, or some other godlike feat of earth manipulation. All the plans the flagrant sword maidens came up with basically consisted of shelling the hell out of the huge but slow-moving sacred gods. They made allowances for their energy fields, but they never expected Kalankso to be so abnormally strong, to the point of shouldering enough firepower to wipe out half of Samar or more. They really shouldn't have underestimated any of the sacred gods. However, the Vandals didn't believe that the space barrier could shield the sacred gods forever. Any form of defense possessed a flaw. Right now, the Vandals continued their shelling but varied their ordnance a bit in order to explore what it took to crack or circumvent this defense. Load incendiary shells and fire a salvo! This finally produced a different result. When the shells hit and released gouts of propellants on fire, the sacred gods started to get spooked. They weren't used to being surrounded by fire from all sides. The flames and smoke obscured their own vision, causing them to lose direction and be unable to figure out what to do for a moment. How much incendiary shells do we have? Only enough for 3 more salvos, ma'am. Tell the artillery cannons to save them up. Only load them into the cannons when given the order. The incendiary shells and the fire burning over the space barrier and in the surrounding terrain caused a lot of difficulties. In particular, all of the burning and smoke choked out the beast riders riding atop the sacred gods. As blessed people who have inherited their optimized genes from former CFA officers, they possessed a considerable capacity to hold their breaths. However, they still faced difficulties if their lungs stopped for a couple of minutes straight. Their brains still needed oxygen to function. A tactical officer offered a suggestion. Captain, Kalankso's energy barrier isn't able to seal up their entire surroundings. It's still leaving out a gap for air to circulate. If we launch our poison shells, we can incapacitate the beast riders. Dr. Tillman studied the physiques of the blessed and cursed people extensively. While both possessed a considerable natural resistance against poison, the blessed people enjoyed much weaker protection, only able to rely on their optimized baseline human genes. The dwarves were considerably more resilient in that regard. Up to now, the exobiologists still hadn't been able to formulate a sedative that could knock a dwarf unconscious without killing him right afterwards. Several minutes went by as the sacred gods managed to move out of the firestorm with difficulty. Flames still burned above the space barrier, but the propellant almost ran their course. All right. Load in 3 poison shells and fire them at these coordinates. Let the wind waft underneath the space barrier and take effect. The space barrier blocked all physical damage and most forms of energy attacks, so detonating the poison shells above it would see most of the active elements blown away. So instead, the Vandals proceeded to fire the poison shells a short distance away and let them release their invisible and odorless gas into the surrounding terrain. The wind quickly blew them into the middle of the sacred gods. Due to the minuscule size of the poisonous particles, the individual energy fields that empowered the scales of the sacred gods and covered the position of the beast riders had no effect. The protection offered by the energy field mainly defended against threats that could be seen with the naked eye. Against this invisible and insidious form of attack, neither the sacred gods nor the beast riders suspected anything amiss in the limited air. The beast riders are being affected by the poison gas. Blurry footage from their long-range sensors detected abnormal behavior from the beast riders. With the concentration of gas blowing through their positions, the chosen of the gods should have been knocked unconscious by now. However, while the blessed people atop the sacred gods swayed in their saddles, they somehow managed to stay conscious. The beast riders of Perixin and Kalankso were least affected of all. The poison gas achieved limited results. The beast riders are withstanding the effects of the gas. Fire the remaining 9 poison shells immediately. A short time later, the concentration of poison increased to a level that wouldn't have knocked a human unconscious, but outright killed them if they casually inhaled the air. Yet the beast riders remained conscious and breathing even if they encountered difficulties. The sacred gods all roared in anger, with some of them even starting to blow at the air in order to disperse the foul air. How are the beast riders still alive? We threw enough poison in there to kill 1,000 humans. None of the doctors and exobiologists on staff knew the answer. They all shook their heads or peered at the footage in an attempt to solve the puzzle. So far, none of them held any luck. VS frowned deeply at the resilience shown by the beast riders. Battles between sacred gods was fraught with danger, so it didn't surprise him that the beast riders enjoyed additional protection. However, this abnormal resistance against poison went beyond everyone's expectation. What was so special about the connection between the sacred gods and their chosen? Why did it surpass the capabilities of the connection between Mechs and their Mech pilots? While everyone came up with their own guesses, VS believed the key to their heightened performance lay in their man-beast connection. Chapter 8:16 Inexorable. Having exhausted half of their bags of tricks, the Vandals began to grow concerned about their ongoing battle against Perixin and his coterie of god beasts. The sacred gods hostile to the flagrant Sword Maidens continued to crawl their way forward under continuous and intense shelling. Their artillery cannons and artillery mechs already expended half of their ammunition, and would soon run out if they kept up their frantic rate of fire. The laser rifleman mechs poking Kalankso's incredibly strong space barrier started to build up a large amount of heat. Their energy reserves emptied out at an alarming pace as they continued to fire their hot barrels while maintaining a constant distance. Their heavy gravity backpacks also groaned under the extensive amount of time they remained active. What the flagrant Sword Maidens needed was some way to break through the space barrier shielding the entire attacking force from attacks fired from afar. The Vandals and Sword Maidens each unfolded gimmick after gimmick, but nothing seemed to faze Perixin and his subordinates. They tried to blast their ears and deafen the beast riders by launching incredibly loud noise generators near their positions. Perixin caused the entire terrain to submerge the noise grenades and stifle them beneath layers of soil. They tried to displace the oxygen in the air by launching subsequent waves of incendiary shells. The beast riders managed to hold their breath for up to 10 minutes until the sacred gods took care of the fires. The exobiologists outright broke a taboo and quickly synthesized a lethal airborne poison so deadly that it might wipe out a quarter of the population of Samar if released into the city. Yet deploying such a highly concentrated poison didn't appear to affect the beast riders in any substantial way. It was as if they were just as tough as the incredible sacred gods they rode upon. Each time the flagrant Sword Maidens failed to take out the sacred gods or their chosen, the attackers became more determined that they would win. Their morale soared. As for the flagrant Sword Maidens, while their morale hadn't plummeted to rock bottom due to their discipline and experience, none of them held out any hope of winning an easy victory anymore. The enemy force possessed considerably more defenses than anyone had anticipated. In their first proper clash against an organized force of sacred gods, the flagrant sword maidens learned that their previous duels against Hokaz and Nadivis weren't indicative of their actual battle performance. Just like how a mech force grew stronger than the sum of its parts by leveraging the synergies between the different classifications of mechs, so did the Eastern Pantheon achieve greater results. In truth, out of the four subordinate sacred gods who followed their leader, 3 of them outright didn't matter. They were so young and weak, and their powers were so unimpressive that they were only a little stronger than a wild god. Only Perixen and Kalankso mattered, as their combined defensive and offensive power was enough to wipe out the flagrant sword maidens if they came into range. Though every mech scrupulously maintained a constant distance, the same couldn't be said for the artillery cannons and the camp. It had been a mistake to camp out so close to the ancient city of Samar. Nothing the flagrant sword maidens came up with worked. The sacred gods continued their slow but inexorable march to the camp. Perixen would soon come close enough to see the camp and all of its artillery cannons. Though some of the heavy salvos caused the procession of exabeasts to slow down or halt, they never incurred any actual battle damage. Both Commander Lydia and Captain Bird fell into a heated argument, as the shelling which came predominantly from the Vandals failed to achieve any effect. The sword maidens didn't fear the sacred gods. Perhaps the ranged attacks might not have achieved any effect, but melee combat was another story altogether. If hundreds of sword maiden mech stormed the sacred gods, would Kalankso's energy field still hold up? The 2 commanding officers argued whether to unleash their melee mechs or not. Captain Bird felt very apprehensive about this course of action because they couldn't predict whether Perixen would have the time to bury them all in a landslide or an earthquake. It's too risky. We have already tried every other solution, Commander Lydia retorted over the calm. Many opponents that pretend to be invincible always fall short as long as you confront them with overwhelming numbers and might. We aren't as adept in ranged combat as you, but we know how to slaughter exabeasts up close. We've been hunting all kinds of beasts for decades. These aren't your average exabeasts. I hate to admit it, but calling them gods isn't entirely undeserved. Once a sacred god grew old enough and embedded enough god crystals into their hides, they became as formidable as expert mechs or ace mechs. It took more than 100 regular mechs to defeat a single expert mech, though the exact outcome differed widely depending on various factors. Still, this loose rule of thumb applied just as well against sacred gods. And the flagrant sword maidens weren't just facing one of them, but 5 of them at the same time. Even though only 2 out of the 5 really mattered, the synergy they displayed so far countered everything they threw at them without any signs of faltering. Kalankso's energy reserves have halved, someone reported. That's too slow, Captain Bird barked. She was starting to lose her composure as the pressure of the battle got to her. We need to intensify the damage and exhaust her energy reserves before the sacred gods get into range. That is the only way we can win this battle without sending our melee mechs into a suicidal charge against Perixen. The formidable earth manipulation powers gave Perixen an unprecedented amount of control over the surrounding terrain. Engaging it in melee gave the sacred god the perfect opportunity to devastate all of the melee mechs at once. Some of the Vandals held out hope that Venerable Sia could reverse the battle situation. So far, the Vandals held him out in reserve, as his accuracy mattered more than the marginal amount of firepower he could contribute to the ongoing one-sided firefight. VS knew that the expert pilot wouldn't be able to do anything. The Pale Dancer had been designed as a skirmishing ranged mech meant to run rings around other mechs. Not to mention that the Vandals fielded the Pale Dancer with a laser rifle instead of its ballistic rifle. Most of Venerable Sia's resonance powers became invalid as soon as his mech switched weapon types. While the Pale Dancer and its mech pilot still retained its incredible level of accuracy, particularly while on the move, this dueling capability didn't matter against the sacred gods that relied on brute force and sheer might to overwhelm their opponents. VS couldn't hold himself back any longer. He stepped forward. Captain, I have a couple of suggestions. Since every other method of incapacitating the sacred gods and their riders have failed, the only way to defeat them is to exhaust Kalankso's energy reserves. We are already doing so. Quickly get to the point. While our shelling is inflicting a great amount of damage, it is not the greatest damage source that we have in our possession. The captain frowned. Are you referring to our expert Mech? I'm afraid I don't believe his intervention at this time will make much of a difference. No, not that. Rather, I'm thinking about employing our largest power generators. What if we overload them in proximity to the sacred gods? The sheer amount of energy unleashed will rival the power of a large tactical nuclear weapon. That's a war crime. It's not as if we skirted some of the other taboos already. VS shrugged nonchalantly. Even if we can overload our power generators, it's too late to bring them forward. Is it? If I recall, one of the flying transports of the fleet has recently landed to supply our artillery cannons with shells. It has more than enough cargo space to drop the power generators on top of the sacred gods. This time, Captain Bird and some of the Vandals looked thoughtful. If they were willing to sacrifice their power generators by inducing them to critical levels, then the amount of damage they could do would be enough to blast an entire area with hot, explosive fury. Since time was short, Captain Bird didn't hesitate for long. She opened up a calm channel and filled in the chief engineer. Let us execute Mr. Larkinson's plan. Chief Dakin, please select the most easily movable power generators in our camp and bring them up to the flying transport with haste. It will take time to enact this harebrained scheme, the chief complained over the comm. I can't unmoor those power generators with the snap of my fingers. The technical challenges to keeping the power generators running with all of its safeties disengaged were considerable. The engineers and technicians needed to perform so many procedures because power generators simply weren't meant to blow up. Even if they incurred fatal damage, it was rare for them to actually blow up and wipe out an entire base because they consisted almost entirely of safety features. The actual components responsible for generating energy out of the reactants only consisted of a relatively small portion of the construction. In short, the flagrant sword maidens needed to stall the march of the sacred gods. I have another suggestion. VS spoke up. We can slow them down by perplexing them. The sacred gods don't know we are trying to buy some time. And how do you suggest we do that? Come forward and try to engage them in a dialogue? Anyone who walked to the sacred gods would be going out on a limb. Nobody knew if the sacred gods would stop and talk, but there was a very large chance that Perikson would grow angry and toss a boulder at the poor fellow. VS grinned underneath his helmet. We don't necessarily have to send out one of our own. Remember the dwarves we imprisoned at the Mind Blender? I think the Samarans will be very astonished to encounter a bunch of wildlings in the way. While they may kill them out of hand, they might also grow curious enough to halt their march. We'll follow both suggestions, Captain Bird commanded. Fetch the dwarves and throw them onto a fast transport. Send in a diplomat as well. Once the fast transport nears the sacred gods, drop off the dwarves and see what the sacred gods will do. If the dwarves failed to buy enough time, then release our diplomat and have him or her try to stall the enemy. It was a haphazard plan, but it was better than nothing. The main concern was that the fast transport needed to come well into visual range to drop off the dwarves anywhere near the sacred gods. However, the Vandals had no more tricks up their sleeve. They enacted the spurious plans suggested by VS, even if many of them had misgivings about them in private. It didn't take much time to drag the ignorant dwarves out of their cells and lock them into a cabin aboard a fast transport. The Vandals also selected an unlucky low-ranking serviceman to be their spokesperson. The man was known for his fast talk. As the fast transport moved out towards the threat as fast as its limbs could manage, the shelling continued. Kalankso's space barrier continued to erode, but not fast enough to prevent Perickson from coming close to the camp. "Captain? Our scouts keeping an eye on the western side of Sama report that the western gate is opening. Palanan and 2 of his subordinate gods are exiting the gate." "Damn! More sacred gods." "What are Palanan intentions?" "Unknown. Our spy drones haven't picked up any chatter about his motivations." For some reason, the older brother decided to throw himself into the fray as well. Whether Palanan intended to help Perickson defeat the outsiders or confront his younger brother in a fateful duel, VS couldn't tell. Chapter 8:17 Buying Time. The Vandals tried to come up with some other plan besides the latest harebrained scheme that came out of VS. Now that he suggested something like overloading the power generators to unleash an explosion so furious that the camp would definitely be affected by the shockwave and other emissions despite the distance, a dam had broken. Several engineers and other people who ordinarily never said anything came up with several crazy ideas. An exobiologist suggested they pool the contents of 5,000 nutrient bars and lace it with a liberal amount of toxic metals and substances sure to fatally poison even the deadliest exobeast. They'd serve the giant beast candy and hoped to hell that one of them would be curious enough to eat it, especially after the exobiologists incorporated juicy meaty smells to the adulterated food. "It's worth a try. Do it." Captain Bird waved her hand dismissively. Though it didn't sound like the idea would work, it was better than resorting to the potentially catastrophic solution of sending all of their melee mechs into action. Sacred gods with widespread terrain manipulation powers like the Great Perickson could potentially bury them all under the ground in an instant. That was why the flagrant sword maidens were so adamant about keeping their distance. In fact, they had long begun the process of evacuating everyone and everything that could easily be moved. However, numerous supplies and large amounts of heavy equipment that took too much time and effort to dismantle couldn't be brought away so soon, and they still had a large amount of damaged mechs that couldn't be moved at all. The reason why they made their stand was because those damaged mechs were vitally important, because they directly translated to strength when they faced their real enemies. The natives and the sacred gods weren't their real enemies. The orbital bombardment by the late fleet of the Caged and the Red Tongs reminded the flagrant sword maidens that their actual enemies still awaited. They must have certainly landed their land-bound mech forces somewhere on this massive planet. There was no need to seek them out, because all their paths led to the same destination. The Starlight Megalodon. The battleship that everyone thought was dormant, but proved them all wrong. The fact that the unscrupulous orbital bombardment provoked a reaction from the Starlight Megalodon hinted that those running the ship still took the CFA's mission seriously. Widespread use of weapons of mass destruction at 7 to the point of devastating an entire region might cause them to launch another antimatter torpedo at the offenders. This was also why the Vandals felt uneasy about the suggestion of overloading a power generator. Technically, doing so deliberately in order to cause mass destruction definitely went against the rules upheld by the CFA. VS could only shrug at their hesitation and opposition. "I think the reason why the Starlight Megalodon moved into action was because the orbital bombardment threatened to depopulate an entire region of life. If 7 is an experimental ground as some of us have speculated, then those who are running the experiments don't want them to be ruined by an outsider. What we are doing will only devastate a small area at most and kill a bunch of sacred gods. Samar still has Palanan and the rest of the Western Samar pantheon to take charge." Speaking of Palanan, the older brother exited the Western Gate with 2 subordinate sacred gods a while ago. "What is the status of Palanan?" Is he approaching our direction? Palinon's group has halted, ma'am. Someone who kept an eye on Palinon through spy drones and scout mechs reported. They are maintaining their distance. No one knew why Palinon exited the city and stalked in the direction of Perixen and the flagrant sword maidens. One thing was for sure. The flagrant sword maidens likely wouldn't be able to handle both the older and younger brothers at the same time. I think he's waiting. If Perixen wins easily, Palinon won't go in or even help him clean us up. If Perixen is facing more opposition than expected, then Palinon may help us do his younger brother in. He's being opportunistic. Is there a way to draw Palinon on our side? No one could come up with an answer to that besides letting a scout mech approach the volatile sacred god. However, according to past behavior and all the stories they heard so far, the metal controller might very well take control over the mech and treat it as his toy. By now, the fast transport carrying the dwarves and diplomatic envoy dropped off the dwarves somewhere close to the sacred gods before beating away as fast as its legs could carry. Though it appeared that Perixen wanted to stop the big shiny transport, several changes happened that caused him to pause. The flagrant sword maidens also stopped their shelling and laser discharges all of a sudden. This sudden change threw the besieged sacred gods and beast riders off guard. What was happening? Why did the attacks stop hammering their defenses? Despite the temporary respite, Kalanxo studiously maintained her barrier up despite the continued drain on her energy reserves. She remained vigilant against sneak attacks like the initial opening salvo of the artillery cannons. Their opponents didn't play by the rules as their species had fought for generations. What are the sacred gods doing? I think they're befuddled by the dwarves because they came out of one of our fast transports. They can't equate the dwarves having any relations with functional machines. Do you mean they think that they are mistaking us as the cursed people? Who knows? It certainly sounded weird. When the flagrant sword maidens initially tried to open dialogue with the sacred gods of Samar, they only showed up in giant mechs. The outsiders never showed their human forms inside their mechs. VS tried to imagine what it would be like if the dwarves took the place of the Vandals and the sword maidens. They might be able to gain control over the mechs if they adopt the right thinking pattern, though succeeding in interfacing with a mech didn't gain them any mastery in the fundamental skills required to pilot a mech. Any 10-year-old tested for genetic aptitude possessed the ability to interface with any mech. In theory. However, any who did so immediately caused their mechs to trip or perform some other calamitous maneuver. It would be like a random person gaining complete control over the helm of a starship. If the dummy mode hadn't been engaged, the ship might overload her reactor or collide into a space station because the person at the helm didn't have any clue what to do. It took 10 to 15 years of training for most mech pilots to qualify to pilot something as complex as a mech. The dwarves, for all of their inborn abilities to interface with both mechs and exobeasts, could never make up for at least a decade of dedicated training. The dwarves wouldn't be able to fulfill any of the support services as well. Never mind operating the machines or maintaining the mechs, they wouldn't even know how to operate the kitchen. The absurd thought distracted VS from the initial interaction between the dwarf captives and the sacred gods. It's working! The dwarves are buying time for us! To some of their amazement, the sacred gods and their beast riders fell into an internal discussion after the dwarves showed up out of the blue. As for the captives, a handful of them noticed that they were free from their cells and instantly tried to make off. The sight of the dwarves running away with their stubby legs amused the sacred gods. Perixen applied his power over the earth and caused the area around the dwarves to be ringed with a round earthen wall. The dwarves were too short to climb over the smooth walls. That's a lot of precision. Some of the dwarves mindlessly continued their attempts at climbing over the walls, while the other ones had gone senseless at the sight of several sacred gods. Perixen continued to move closer, forcing the other sacred gods to move with him in order to stay under Kalangso's umbrella. A few minutes passed as the beasts roared with each other, and their riders chiming in. VS got the sense that they were trying to make sense of the sudden appearance of the dwarves. One of the riders even yelled something at the dwarves, though he didn't receive any response. Suddenly, Perixen decided he had enough. He extended his dragon-like head and snapped 9 closely grouped dwarves into his gullet. The remaining dwarves yelled and tried to climb over the earth walls, to no avail. Perixen dove in again and continuously chomped on the remaining dwarves with rapt pleasure. Evidently, dwarf meat tasted good for the sacred gods. Well, at least the captives bought us some time. Even a 5-minute delay helped them out a lot. Chief Dakin and the engineers rushed to unmoor the power generators while keeping them running with all of the safeties disengaged. This was exceptionally hard to do in a short amount of time because the power generators were designed to shut down as safely as possible if anything went wrong. What the engineers essentially tried to do was to hack the power generators into doing the exact thing that all of their programming and hardware tried their best to prevent. Checking on the progress of the engineers, VS realized that they still needed some time. With a heavy voice, Captain Bird issued the next order. "All right, send in our diplomat." The suited vandal who emerged from the fast transport hadn't volunteered for this duty. In fact, the man was kind of a delinquent in that he frequently got into trouble with his loose mouth and slacking ways. The vandals included more of their ilk than was strictly healthy. Their productively left a lot to be desired, and their screw-ups often set a task back rather than progress it forward. They were more trouble than they were worth, but the vandals had no choice but to continue to employ them to make up the numbers. Now, the only chance this unlucky chump AHD to make it out alive was to fast-talk his way out of getting eaten by Perixen. If he somehow bought the vandals enough time to finish their preparations, then he and his dependents would be heavily rewarded. When the chump garbed in a hazard suit with an active gravitic backpack came close to the sacred gods, the man almost fell to his knees. "Don't eat me!" The appearance of the man caused the sacred gods to halt yet again. The dwarves had intrigued the sacred gods, but once the novelty faded, Perixen just ate them all without any further interest. It was different for the vandal that showed up out of the blue. The man possessed the same stature as the blessed people, but was garbed in a technological suit that was unlike anything the Samarans had seen before. Due to the interference and space barrier hindering most of their observation methods, the vandals couldn't tell what the beast riders were saying to each other. The remote connection to the diplomat's suit also increasingly turned to noise the closer the sacred gods came to the man. "The beast rider of Perixen is calling our diplomat forward." With an uncertain gait, the vandal slowly stepped forward, trying hard to keep his gaze away from the bloody maws of the Perixen, Kalangso, and the other sacred gods. Once he walked underneath Kalangso's space barrier, the vandals lost connection to the man's suit. "Now let's hope he can stall them long enough for us to complete our plan." 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. From certain sensors, they managed to find out that the diplomat was gesturing wildly while engaging the beast riders in conversation. 7 minutes passed before the diplomat amazingly retreated without getting chomped upon by the sacred god. The man even dragged it out by walking backwards with slow, measured steps. By the time 9 minutes had passed, the vandals finally regained calm connection to the hazard suit of their diplomat. "What did you talk about?" Captain Bird immediately asked. The vandals only hastily gave him some instructions on what to talk about. None of them really held out any hope that it would matter, but it at least gave the diplomat something to waste more time. "I went with the third suggestion," the man said with evident exhaustion. "I managed to convince Perixen that we can help him kill his older brother." Chapter 8:18 Big Bloss. Teaming up with Perixen to kill Palanon so that the aggressive sacred god gained control over the ancient city of Samar? It sounded preposterous. Captain Bird immediately shook her head. Good work, now get back to the fast transport. Are we going to do what is promised, ma'am? No, Bird immediately replied while pressing her lips together. We'll just give Perixen a show, but we need to kill this overgrown lizard as soon as the power generators are ready to blow. I don't trust this fellow any more than a Vision. At least we know enough about Palanon for him to ignore us as long as we don't threaten his power base. Captain Bird ordered a company of Mechs to walk into visual range of the sacred gods, but come no closer if they could help it. As the Mechs halted within visual range, but well outside of hearing range, Perixen and the other sacred gods started to become befuddled. The delay irritated the god and the earth started to shake. Pull back! The Mechs immediately turned around and caused the surrounding earth to shake more violently. Perixen expended a great amount of energy that completely devastated a wide area around him. The earthquake even affected the Mechs, but because they stayed far enough away from the epicenter, the Mechs all managed to get away in time. With their gravitic backpacks active, they moved a lot faster and nimbler than Perixen expected. In fact, none of the sacred gods could explain how the outsiders managed to make the machines move so fast. Perixen gazed at the Mechs as they ran with a hungry and greedy expression. Perhaps it wanted to find out how the Mechs moved so fast. As the Mechs finally moved out of sight, leaving the sacred gods alone, Perixen began to exert his considerable might yet against and smoothed out the terrain in front of him. A straight avenue amidst the broken soil led straight into the direction of the camp. They resumed their march too fast. Where are we on the power generators? Chief Dakin reports that he needs 15 more minutes to bring them to the cargo hold of the flying transport, ma'am. He's prepared 3 separate power generators. Detonating 3 power generators at the same time should be enough to overwhelm any form of defenses if they blew up at the same time and the same place. The only problem was that if the sacred gods came any closer, the camp would fall within the destructive range. The Vandals tried a few other tricks. For example, a fast transport deposited a giant candy bar made out of thousands of nutrient packs. Once the sacred gods came across the poisonous gift, the sacred gods looked at it with suspicion. Despite its appealing smell, the sacred gods weren't following their instincts. In fact, the beast riders pointed at the candy bar and expressed a lot of suspicion towards this strange piece of food that came out of the blue. Though Perixen looked as if it grew tempted enough to take a bite, his beast rider always pulled him back at the last second. Perixen's beast rider is sharp enough to know that it's a trap. Watching the interaction between the beast riders and the sacred gods indicated that the beasts listened to their riders. However, their instincts still reigned strong as the beasts all showed signs of succumbing to their baser needs. However, their human partners played vital roles into adding some brains to the equation. If not for the beast riders, the Vandals could have fooled the sacred gods. They're bypassing the candy bar. It was worth a try. At least it bought us 2 minutes of time. Resume the attack. If we can't slow them down by using tricks, we can still shell them so hard that they have no choice but to slow down. The artillery cannons barked, while hundreds of laser rifles unleashed their hot fury. The brief respite the Vandals bought through their tricks managed to give the cannons and lasers time to cool down while replenishing some of their ammunition or batteries. This didn't sound significant, but the pause allowed them to fire their weapons without worrying about breaking them or running out of ammunition. The heavy bombardment slowed down the progress of the sacred gods, especially since some of them landed in their path. On the advice of a tactical officer, the heavy cannons began to deform the ground up ahead, causing Perickson to waste valuable time and energy smoothing out the ground and reinforcing it to withstand the repeated impacts. All of this only slowed down the sacred gods just a fraction, but that already helped them out a lot. The engineers have finished loading the power generators in the transport. Lift off immediately. Engineers continued to babysit the power generators as they became increasingly less stable inside the flying transport. If nothing happened, they would eventually melt down or blow up, causing the entire camp to be engulfed with an instantaneous release of energy. Therefore, the transport immediately climbed into the air with no hesitation. Though the heavy gravity did its best to pull it down to the ground, the transport had been modified to endure the increased strain. As one of the rare transports modified to deal with the heavy pull of the soil, the transport climbed higher and higher in the air with great difficulty. The transport moved fast. Faster than any of the legged transports or mechs. The only reason why the flagrant sword maidens relied on land-bound transports instead for their ground forces was because the flying transports wouldn't be able to operate as they came within a certain range of the Starlight Megalodon. For now, though, the flagrant sword maidens were only at the start of their journey. They could still receive aid from the fleet. Everyone held their breaths as the flying transports slowly climbed higher and higher while approaching the location of the sacred gods. The transport slowed down once it hovered over the sacred gods. It flew high enough in the sky that the sacred gods hadn't noticed the object in the air. The space barrier projected over the exabeasts also blocked their view from what was lurking from above. As far as any of the natives and sacred gods were concerned, nothing could fly. Their limited worldview didn't incorporate flying objects. In fact, not a single bird made up part of the planet's artificial ecosystem. The transport is prepared to drop the power generators onto the projected path of the sacred gods, ma'am. The engineers aboard the transport are awaiting your orders. Captain Bird faced a difficult decision. Once they did this, they might suffer unintentional consequences. The sheer energy released from detonating 3 power generators at a time would deal a lot of damage to the environment. In addition, losing those 3 power generators meant that the ground forces wouldn't be able to generate as much energy to replenish their energy. This created an even greater deficit in their energy budget that would be very hard to make up unless they figured out the secrets behind the god crystals that the natives used to call down an energy tornado. Is the camp at risk at this point? We'll suffer light damage, ma'am, but the heavy cannons placed at the front of the camp will bear the brunt of the shockwave and emissions released from the simultaneous detonations. Captain Bird needed to make up her mind fast. If the sacred gods got any closer, the detonations would inflict increasingly serious damage to the camp. Everyone feared what the Starlight Megalodon might think, but it was too late for regrets now. Drop the power generators in 1 minute. All mechs, pull back and put as much distance as possible. The rifleman mech stopped firing their lasers and immediately turned tail to run. The melee mechs that had been prepared to face the sacred gods in melee did likewise. Even the vandals manning the huge artillery guns placed in the front of the camp all evacuated the weapons and sought out a better form of shelter. A power generator deliberately induced to blow up at their maximum strength was no joke. The vast majority of cases where power generators malfunctioned only caused a single chamber to be annihilated, with most of the reactants left inert. A simple explosion wouldn't be able to cause these stable reactants to unleash their energy. However, if manipulated in special circumstances, the reactants could be induced to unleash the majority of their energy at a single instant. This was exactly what the engineers had done, and that was why every mech tried to get the hell away from the range of the impending detonations. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the power generators are dropping! 3 objects fell out of the cargo hold in quick succession. The engineers placed each of the power generators into a makeshift aerodynamic shell in order to steer their fall a bit. Right now, They were dropping right into the path of the sacred gods. Seconds passed as they kept falling and falling. They dropped at such a height to buy the flying transport enough time to escape the area. Everyone, brace yourselves! Boom! A humongous explosion that combined the fury of 3 power generators detonated at the same took place in close proximity over the space barrier of the sacred gods. All of the sensors the Vandals pointed towards the explosion temporarily went blind as a flood of light and heat and other emissions momentarily blinded them. The entire bunker shook horribly as the explosion also shook the surrounding terrain. The energy released by the explosion was incredibly violent and had certainly scoured the entire area. The camp wasn't exempt from the damage as most of the artillery cannons slightly became deformed and sustained other forms of damage. They paid for the cheap construction by being susceptible to damage. The Akara Mechs fared much better as their superior alloys easily endured the repercussions of the explosion. The camp itself consisted of solid prefab structures that were designed to withstand a certain level of shock, so none of the buildings toppled over, though they did sustain some form of damage on the side facing the explosion. As the worst of the blast slowly faded away, the smoke, heat, and debris released from the blast formed into a mushroom cloud. What is the status of the targets? We're unable to tell. Our sensors can't penetrate the cloud of heat and smoke. They needed to wait several more minutes until all of the debris and smoke and fire in the air finally faded away to allow the Vandals to see the result of their reckless action. The space barrier has disappeared. The sacred gods all show visible signs of injury. Perixen and Kalangso are still alive and conscious. All of the beast riders are gone. They've likely been burned or vaporized from the blast. Both beasts looked terrible. The 3 smaller sacred gods didn't show any signs of life. All 5 beasts bore scorched and broken scales. Some of the damage dug deep into their flesh and charred it extensively. The most important detail was that none of the beasts were projecting any forms of defense. Their god crystals had grown dim as defending their bodies from the incredibly powerful blast had overcome the formidable defenses of Kalangso's space barrier and their personal defense fields. We're detecting strong seismic activity. Perixen is expending his final reserves of energy. Don't let the beast pull off his final move. All Mechs, get back into range and open fire on Perixen. The Akara Mechs opened fire first. Their artillery shells landed accurately onto Perixen after being fed targeting data from nearby sensors. The closest rifleman Mech turned back and peppered Perixen with dozens of lasers. This time, no space barrier or energy field stood in the way, and their absence made an immediate difference. It's just like slaughtering a wild god. Without their energy, they're just giant exabeasts with a lot of meat. Perixen's huge size and strong layers of abnormally strong muscle and fat caused him to hold out for a minute, but the sheer weight of fire sent in his direction inevitably did him in. After some time, the Vandals became sure that Perixen died. They won. Chapter 819 Cling to Life. Perixen succumbed to the wounds inflicted by the shelling and lasers fired from an obnoxiously long distance away. While Kalangso's supreme defensive ability surprised the flagrant sword maidens enormously, it didn't change the fact that the sacred gods remained vulnerable to attacks from a very long range. Engaging an earth manipulator like Perixen in close range where he could make the best use of his powers was pure stupidity. Though the sword maidens hunkered for a melee confrontation, the Vandals remained sober. They really couldn't afford to lose a lot of mechs at this stage. Every mech was precious and couldn't be replaced. While the same thing applied to the power generators as well, in the worst case the fleet would supply them with a substitute or two. While it wasn't simple to fabricate a new power generator from scratch, it was still a lot easier than fabricating a new mech. The fleet may have arrived in the Aeon Corona system with an ample amount of supplies and materials, but it couldn't afford to waste them too much. Once the Vandals confirmed Perikson's death, the artillery mechs and laser rifleman mechs already started to aim their weapons towards the heavily injured form of Kalanxo. "Wait! Hold your fire!" Captain Bird ordered before turning to an exobiologist. "Is it possible to take Kalanxo captive?" This surprised the Vandals. This beast hindered the flagrant sword maidens enormously. However, Kalanxo's power was extremely formidable. If they could turn Kalanxo into their pet, they might be able to benefit from her supreme defenses. Once they got around to this idea, a couple of Vandals looked at the projection of Kalanxo's heavily injured form with greedy eyes. This was their chance to tame a sacred god. The exobiologist in the command center didn't immediately answer Captain Bird's question. He held out a palm and accessed a private comm channel. After a quick discussion with Dr. Tillman and some other exobiologists, he gave out his answer in an uncertain tone. "Captain, according to what we know of the physique of the wild gods, Kalanxo may be far too injured to survive. It is a question whether she will be able to live for more than a few hours. If you wish for us to capture her, then we will first need to treat her wounds and ensure she lives past this day." "What are the drawbacks of doing so?" "We will need to draw upon a large amount of medical supplies. Some are easily reproduced, but some of the medicines can only be sourced from the pharmaceutical companies. If we expend more medicine on making sure that Kalanxo can survive, we'll have less to draw upon once our own men sustain injuries. In fact, it is not certain yet if our intervention will be sufficient enough to save Kalanxo's life." This decision required some consideration. After Captain Bird received a document that contained an estimate on how many medical supplies would be expended in an attempt to save Kalanxo's life, she fell into a brief dilemma. "Ma'am, we just lost 3 power generators." An engineer spoke. "This will shorten our range and affect our future operations. Right now, our research into the God Crystal and Murky Crystal haven't been able to turn up any concrete results. If we have a living sacred god such as Kalanxo in our custody, we can study the Exabeast's method of activating her god crystals and find a way to replicate the process." The exobiologist also displayed his eagerness. "Kalanxo is one of the Eastern Samar pantheon's most powerful sacred gods, and is on par with Hokaz from Malak. As an old, powerful sacred god that has received a lot of nurturing, it is extremely useful for us if we can study her body while she still remains alive." The exobiologists were already clamoring to dissect the burned and broken corpses of Perikson and the other sacred gods, but no matter how well preserved they may be, there was only so much to learn from the autopsies. A living subject would be able to reveal much more about the strange and abnormal god species, especially under long-term observation. Of course, practical problems also emerged. The site around Kalanxo and the corpses of all the other sacred gods was surrounded with heat and radiation. How would the exobiologists get close enough to treat the beast? Would Kalanxo remain docile? How would they be able to move the giant beast? "We will have to perform triage on-site and restrain her in place," the exobiologist said. "Unless the engineers can move something as heavy as an older sacred god, we will have to construct a treatment facility on-site." There was no way to move something as big and heavy as Kalanxo. Her size surpassed a 100-year-old wild god, and was significantly heavier than a heavy mech. Unless the Vandals cobbled up a customized construction designed to move extremely heavy loads, the only other way to move the defeated sacred god was by getting her to move under her own power. In the end, Captain Bird decided that all of the trouble would be worth the payoff. It was important to note that Kalanxo's god crystals still remained in place and even appeared to feed a small amount of energy into her body, helping it maintain her life. After consulting with Commander Lydia, they both agreed to save Kalanxo's life. "Move out and secure the site!" The exobiologists began packing up their supplies while the engineers readied a small prefab facility to form a temporary lab. Chief Dakin already prepared to construct a bigger temporary facility to cover up Kalangso's form and to provide a more controlled environment to facilitate her recovery. A large amount of melee mechs emerged to come into close proximity to the defeated attackers. One of the Sword Maiden Devil Razors even poked at Perikson's corpse, only to elicit no response. "Hey, woman! Don't poke a hole in that corpse! That's valuable research material! Don't call me woman, you filthy vandal!" A lot of mech pilots couldn't resist posing next to the fallen beasts and have their comrades record an image for posterity. It was as if they had personally helped slay the sacred gods, which was very far from the actual truth. VS shook his head at their behavior. At the very least, their constant poking and prodding tentatively confirmed that Perikson wouldn't wake up and engulf the entire area with earthquakes. "Please inspect Kalangso if she's conscious." One of the mechs walked in front of Kalangso's huge lizard-like form. Now that their mechs had all gotten close, they clearly saw Kalangso drawing breath. It must have been hard to breathe in the dust and heat-laden air, but the god species could easily handle worse. They possess resilient, adaptable bodies that could survive many different environments. This was also why the exobiologists were reasonably certain that she'd be able to survive. "Kalangso isn't responding to our actions," Captain Orphan, who was also on site, reported. "I think this big beast is too injured to care about us. Do you want us to nudge her or something?" An exobiologist became alarmed. "Please don't disturb Kalangso's rest, Captain Orphan. Kalangso is incredibly pained right now, and regaining her consciousness will only exacerbate her injuries." "Fine. Whatever you say, Doc." The exobiologists and other medical experts already loaded a fast transport with as much medical supplies they could bring on short notice. They took their seats and let the legged transport take them towards the dangerous site. Though the heat and radiation posed a threat to their bodies, their hazard suits provided them with sufficient protection against the aftermath of the furious blasts. A few questions began to pop up among the men. Why did Perikson die while Kalangso managed to stay alive? Isn't she weaker than her mate? She's oriented towards defense while Perikson favors offense. The space barrier also completely centers around her, protecting her body the best from the initial blast until it couldn't withstand the damage anymore. It took some time for the Vandals and Sword Maidens to wind down from the battle. One concern remained, though. What is the status of Palanon and his subordinates? Have they come closer? Palanon has taken his subordinates and re-entered the city as soon as he witnessed the explosion. He lost his courage, ma'am. The Vandals couldn't replicate such an explosion without crippling their energy generation, but Palanon didn't know that. If the enemy could strike with such force once against Perikson, what did that mean for Palanon if he took up his younger brother's mantle? He'd be crazy to attack a force with such a devastating weapon. Besides, now that Perikson was likely dead, the eastern side of the city instantly became ownerless. The junior sacred god that Perikson left behind was the only living member of the Eastern Samar pantheon, which would likely be dissolved this day. There was no way Palanon would let a single sacred god stop him from claiming the ancient city of Samar once and for all. With the older brother preoccupied with raiding Perikson's belongings in the city, the Vandals and the Sword Maidens rested a little easier. At the very least, they didn't have to fight another powerful exobeast after expending a great amount of effort to defeat Perikson's group. There was one other faction on the planet that the flagrant Sword Maidens needed to take note of. Has the Starlight Megalodon launched any weapons? We've detected no abnormalities on our long-range sensors. The fleet hasn't sent down a shuttle to inform us of any threats they detected from orbit either. The Vandals still felt uneasy. The Starlight Megalodon continued to loom over their heads as a latent threat. Fortunately, as several hours went by, their fears subsided as nothing happened. The explosion evidently fell within the battleship's tolerance range. It wasn't wise to test the Starlight Megalodon on this matter. Hopefully, their next encounter with the natives wouldn't be so fraught as what happened today. With the alert level lowering down from red to yellow, the Vandals and Sword Maidens stopped holing up in their bunkers and shelters and began to pick up their duties again. VS yearned to see Kalanxo up close, but he had no reason to do so. Mech designers like VS wouldn't be able to help in any of the duties. He'd only be in other people's way. As some of the exobiologists already started treating some of the surface wounds of the unconscious sacred god, others started beginning their preliminary studies on the remains of the 4 dead sacred gods. The engineers even approached one of the god crystals and began to take a large amount of scans. A lot of work needed to be done to process their spoils of war. The researchers among the Vandals long dreamt of obtaining the corpses and the sole surviving sacred god. While the explosion caused a lot of damage, there was still more than enough left intact to perform extensive studies. Everyone wanted to see what made the sacred gods tick. What distinguished them from the wild gods? How were they able to manipulate the god crystals while Chief Dakin couldn't even get his own specimen to glow? All of these puzzles might soon be answered, especially with the help of Kalanxo, whose breath grew a little more even now that the exobiologists had begun to treat her wounds and sedate her with a potent substance. As VS returned to the mech workshop to prepare for the inevitable raft of repairs as some of the mechs had been affected by the shockwave, Kedis also entered and plopped her armored form onto an available seat. I wanted to go off and see the beasts up close, but they wouldn't let me. VS chuckled. If they let every random Vandal or Sword Maiden up close, there would be no one left to man the camp. Besides, you'll get your chance soon enough. How so? She frowned. A mech designer had nothing to do with a living beast. If my guess is right, they'll eventually want to put someone onto Kalanxo's back, if she will let us. That will be my time to shine. Chapter 8:20 Talkative Jimmy. Losing the 3 power generators seriously affected the energy budget of the Vandals over time. The projections became so bad that the Sword Maidens temporarily lent one of theirs to them until the fleet shipped over a spare power generator they cobbled up out of spare parts and materials. All of the power released in the form of heat, pressure, electromagnetic radiation and etc. could have been employed to feed their mechs and transports of their voracious hunger for juice. Still, it was for a good cause. If the flagrant Sword Maidens sent their melee mechs against Perixon, then the result would have been no different than throwing an egg against a rock. The Vandals still suffered from the lingering trauma from the battle against the Frosty Meteors. When a raiding regiment like the Flagrant Vandals directly attacked a detachment of the Heavy Assault Regiment of the Frosty Meteors in a desperate head-on clash, the side with the lighter and less resilient mechs lost seriously. The only reason why they won the battle against the Frosty Meteors was because they underestimated the determination of the Vandals and engaged with too few mechs. Still, the sheer quality and resilience of their medium and heavy mechs had unavoidably exacted a painful price to the Vandals, who heavily relied on mobility to avoid the strong points of the enemy and exploit their weak points. After the battle ended, the recovery began. Support personnel buzzed about as they took care of multiple tasks. The camp sustained some damage that caused several pieces of equipment to fail. A lot of mechs also sustained light damage. To some mechs, the damage remained cosmetic, but some other mechs needed another round of servicing in order to work out their kinks. Right now, the focus of the ground forces lay in taking in their spoils. A raft of science officers, doctors, exobiologists, engineers, and other experts descended upon Ground Zero. Everyone either participated in the study of the sacred god carcasses or performed preliminary scans on their only live prisoner. A modest amount of Vandal and Sword Maiden melee mechs stood guard next to the unconscious form of Kalanxo, the shield of Samar. The best doctors and exobiologists collaborated to prop up her life and prevent her many serious injuries from joining the rest of the Eastern Samar pantheon into death. Withstanding the combined explosions of 3 power generators at Ground Zero was no joke. Still, the fact that she didn't immediately succumb to the powerful explosion impressed the men and women. In their dreams, they imagined taming this powerful sacred god and leverage her powers for their own benefit. There wasn't a single Vandal or Sword Maiden who wasn't impressed by the strength of her space barrier. It withstood so much shelling and laser fire without unduly straining Kalankso's energy reserves. While energy screens existed which offered a comparable amount of shielding, heavy damage quickly drained their capacitors, causing them to run dry as soon as they endured a single salvo of explosive shells. Therefore, true value in Kalankso's space barrier lay in the fact that she could potentially keep it up for an hour, if not more. If employed in the right circumstances, she could protect a position long enough from enemy fire and increase their options in battle. It went without saying that trying to subdue and tame Kalankso became one of their highest priorities. Of course, studying the other sacred gods also needed to be done. The other sacred gods were too young and weak to be of importance, so the exobiologists quickly performed deeply invasive studies on their carcasses now that they could still be called fresh. The only carcass worth building a freezer chamber around was the one that belonged to Perixen. The extremely powerful sacred god was considerably old and powerful, and certainly deserved more care. The engineers in particular wanted to decipher how Perixen managed to draw power from his plentiful god crystals, and if they could somehow replicate this ability. In the meantime, the flagrant Sword Maidens kept a wary eye on the ancient city of Samar. Fortunately, it appeared Palanon mainly preoccupied himself with taking over the eastern side of the city. Now that his younger brother bit off more than he could chew, the older brother had the entire city for himself. Palanon isn't showing any signs of taking revenge, a well-informed Vandal told him one day during mealtime. Talkative Jimmy earned himself a reputation among the Vandals for being a well-informed gossip, though he had an unfortunate habit of embellishing his stories sometimes. All talk of going out to confront us in battle is being stifled by Palanon's supplicants. Half the city is afraid of us, while the other half is afraid of the only remaining heir to the Great Father. I imagine that our continued presence here next to the city is giving Palanon a lot of pressure, V.S. remarked as he consumed a simple meal reconstituted out of nutrient packs. Despite all the demands, the cooks weren't allowed to process the sacred god meat yet. The meat had been laced with too much radiation. All the anti-radiation treatments they had on hand was being spent on helping Kalankso recover. The doctors had no spare antirads left to clean up the carcasses to satisfy the men's voracious hunger for sacred god meat. The allure of eating the flesh that many natives worshipped as gods still held a perverse attraction to the Vandals and Sword Maidens. If they wanted to eat more god meat, they'd just have to hunt down another wild god. Talkative Jimmy smiled in a lazy manner. Now that we bagged ourselves some sacred gods, we don't need to trade with Samar anymore. We've harvested so many god crystals that there's no use trying to trade for more. In fact, I heard that Captain Bird intends to ignore all the ancient cities from now on. As soon as we finish our repairs and reign in Kalankso, she intends for us to head straight to the Starlight Megalodon. The flagrant Sword Maidens lingered long enough near their starting point. A long trek awaited the ground expedition. It would take months or a year to reach the Starlight Megalodon, but they weren't alone. If they didn't move out soon enough, their rivals might reach the battleship first. The only reasons why VS didn't worry about getting overtaken by others was because the race to the Starlight Megalodon was a marathon, not a sprint. The incredible distance and the difficult circumstances strained the logistical capabilities of any mech force on the ground. VS predicted that the pirates may not have been as well prepared as they thought. Perhaps only the Visions brought sufficient supplies to make it all the way to the battleship on their own. As for the rest? The underprepared pirates and other scum would probably resort to the only solution they always fell back on. VS figured they would attempt to plunder others to get what they needed, be it the ancient cities or their rivals. What do the Vandals think of Captain Bird's leadership so far? She's okay for a commanding officer. Captain Bird is kind of like Colonel Lowenfield, in a way, Jimmy carefully said. Obviously, he didn't want to say anything about the captain. They're both meticulous to the point of slowing us all down, but they both do right by us. Still, not everyone is satisfied with how she's taking her time with matters. Is Captain Orphan agitating the men? Oh, she grumbles all the time, but everyone is used to her. She always runs her mouth when she isn't satisfied, but she has no chance of changing anything as long as Captain Bird is calling the shots. Then who else is dissatisfied? Talkative Jimmy gazed at VS with a shifty expression. He leaned in to whisper, which was completely useless as the auditory sensors in the mess hall recorded every possible sound no matter how soft they spoke. VS could have activated his signal jammer to ensure privacy, but he didn't bother as they were just engaging in idle gossip right now. A few mech pilots are beginning to hang out with Venerable Sia, Jimmy whispered. Did he even know that he might as well talk normally? Our new expert pilot isn't as big of a snob as Venerable O'Callaghan. Our old expert pilot never mingled with the rank-and-file, but it's completely different with Venerable Sia. He's welcomed a small number of mech pilots in his circle. Hearing this made his stomach drop. VS suddenly lost his appetite. He hadn't put his likely failed attempt at brainwashing the expert pilot on his mind lately due to recent events, but the matter with the foreigner-turned-vandal continued to tick like a bomb in their very midst. What is Venerable Sia doing with these mech pilots? I heard he's taking them under his wing. That man can pilot almost any mech and is good at a lot of different things. There's not a single mech pilot who he can help. Venerable Sia only started his tutoring very recently, and he already earned a rabid fanbase. Even the sword maidens want a piece of the action. What talkative Jimmy described to VS sounded like a prelude to building up his own faction. The problem was that expert pilots enjoyed such a high status, and their piloting skills were so good that almost no mech pilot would be able to resist the temptation. This was an opportunity to receive tutoring from an expert pilot. Compared to Venerable O'Callaghan's unfriendliness and disdain towards the Vandals, the new expert pilot uncharacteristically engaged with lowly mortals. That's not normal, VS stated. An expert's time is precious. They're always training or preparing for the next battle to come. While it's not unusual for experts to offer some tips to mech pilots, it's not an efficient use of their time. This especially went for Carol Sia, who long stalled in his growth to greater heights. As someone who had entered the realm of experts long ago, and only made it up to 8 lavares of resonant strength, he had a long way to go. Instead of trying to work hard to improve his somewhat meager strength among experts, he bewilderingly opted to act as a nanny to other mech pilots. There was no other reason to do so except to gain a deeper foothold within the Vandals. It might not sound like much right now, but if he continued to draw in others, then Captain Bird's authority would be undermined. Worst of all, Captain Bird lacked the power and standing to prevent Venerable Sia from doing whatever he wanted. Even if she was aware of what the expert pilot might be up to, she could not go against the will of the mech pilots in this regard. Not many expert pilots actually chose to exercise their authority. The few that did often became extremely powerful. Among Larkinson's own family, his uncle Ark, who presided over Citadel Havensworth, was one of the most brilliant examples of this. As demigods, they naturally commanded respect, which empowered their leadership abilities. Talkative Jimmy kept glancing at VS as if he anticipated some reaction. You don't much like Venerable Sia, do you? VS tried to figure out Jimmy's motives. Whose camp was he in? His intuition told him that while Jimmy showed some hero worship towards the expert pilot, it hadn't reached a point of no return. Perhaps he could make use of Jimmy. He'd have to be careful, though. VS did not want to draw any ire upon himself. Expert pilots are expert pilots. Yet they are humans as well. We barely know him, and he's still too new to the Vandals and the Mech Corps. It's not unusual for the Mech pilots to become his fans, but they shouldn't forget their duties. We serve the Republic, not a single individual. That is the Vision way. Talkative Jimmy grinned at VS. Spoken like a true brighter. Someone needs to retain their clarity through all of the madness that happened recently. As if VS was any better. Chapter 8:21 Exercising Leadership. VS leaned back in his chair while playing with the mechanism that allowed him to draw the CAD ISIS from his vambrace. The C-22 Earth Ant fit him well so far, and VS was satisfied with its comfort and level of protection. Out here in the field, none of the Vandals or Sword Maidens ever shed their suits and combat armor unless they took a shower or something. Many even slept in their suits in case they needed to wake up during an emergency. Still, the bulk and weight of the suits hindered everyone's movements and slowed down their work. This didn't matter too much to VS, who mostly worked behind a terminal, but many of the mech technicians still weren't used to servicing mechs while encumbered with hazard suits and the like. VS tooted in disappointment. These screw-ups are slowing us down. It didn't help that some miscellaneous tools and equipment started failing at random. One day, a floating bot carrying a mech part shut down out of the blue, causing it and its part to fall down right on top of a team of mech technicians. VS and the chief technicians rapidly revised the safety rules after that incident. From now on, the bots and mech technicians moved in their own demarcated areas of the workshops. These inexplicable failures reminded VS and the others that the negative effects of the astral winds continued to wear down upon their machines. Nothing could prevent the turbulence in space-time from messing about with their machines, especially when they were active. VS particularly concerned himself over their 3D printers. Having reconstructed one from the ground up in the past, he knew very clearly how many small and delicate components these printers relied upon to perform their complex tasks. This was why he added a daily routine to the already heavy workload of the mech technicians. They needed to perform a detailed diagnostic of the 3D printer and some of their more sensitive tools such as the plasma cutters. It would be catastrophic if the plasma cutters lost containment and spilled over all of that hot plasma over the hazard suit of the mech technician using the tool. As much as hazard suits claim to be resistant to heat, hot plasma meant to slowly cut through mech armor would instantly burn through the surface of a hazard suit without any delay. It's like herding cats all day. Too much work needed to be done. Mechs had to be repaired, safety routines needed to be revised, screw-ups needed to get fixed, and the mech technicians had to get their heads straightened out. It didn't help that VS had to pick up the slack when some of the newly promoted chief technicians failed to do their work. The Vandals still suffered from the assassination of some of the old officers and chiefs. While it did help him exercise his leadership abilities and make him more adept at commanding the men and women, VS quickly became annoyed at how many fires he had to put out every day. As a perennial delegator, VS began to think of a way to fob off the work to someone else. VS had better things to do with his time than to solve every little problem by himself. He turned to the only mech designer without any defined duties. Keddies. Yes, VS? The young woman turned to VS with a clueless expression. I think it's time for you to learn how to supervise the mech technicians. No thanks. I'm fine with letting them do their own thing. You're not a real mech designer until you take control over your own workshop. Come on, Keddies, it's for your own good. Your theoretical foundation is good enough to solve the vast majority of problems that crop up in the workshops. It will be an interesting learning experience for you. Once you go back to the Sword Maidens, you'll be able to take control over some of Myra's duties in her stead. Isn't that what you always wanted? Through some persuasion on her part, VS convinced his student to take over some of his work in supervising the workshop. Though it was rather improper for a Sword Maiden mech designer to be intimately involved with the operation of Vandal Workshop, no one cared enough to put a halt to the practice. VS enjoyed a considerable amount of respect and fear from the rank and file through his frequent contributions. The Vandals knew he suggested wild plan to overload the power generators and throw them onto the invading sacred god. Though costly in many ways, it beat the alternatives and prevented them from suffering more casualties. Of course, he also earned a lot of fear from his earlier experiments. In fact, the mech pilots enjoyed a temporary reprieve as the dwarf captives normally being exploited at the mind blender all rested inside Perickson's dead stomach right now. Captain Bird already sent out some scouts to capture more dwarf chieftains and warriors from the surrounding tribes, but it took time to replenish the mind blender's cells with new captives to resume the mental resilience training sessions. In any case, all of these contributions made VS unassailable in a way. In the absence of a higher-ranking mech designer such as a journeyman or Professor Velton herself, nobody truly knew how much authority VS held. Captain Bird might be the only person who could rein him in, but she got swamped with so much work that she hardly paid attention to anything that wasn't urgent in some way. Therefore, the Vandal mech technicians started to become accustomed to taking orders from a Sword Maiden. The good news was that the mech technicians assigned to the ground expedition hadn't formed a negative impression of Kedis. Unlike the mech technicians back aboard the Shield of Hispania, the work crews on the ground hadn't witnessed her saying anything negative to the mech technicians, so she essentially started on a blank slate. Though the Vandals all learned by now that the Sword Maidens extensively relied on slaves, they became extremely proficient at ignoring circumstances that didn't directly involve themselves. It wasn't as if their hands were entirely clean either. For the next few days, VS showed her the ropes. Despite the uncertainty surrounding her actual authority, with VS by her side he essentially instilled the message that Kedis formed an extension of his own considerable authority. That helped out a lot with the initial pushback, though for some reason many mech technicians continued to resist her instructions. Kedis frowned as she watched the work crews go right back to their old habits despite being told to do otherwise by her just then. It was as if she didn't exist. "What do I do when the men don't listen?" "You give them a good kick in the butt," VS replied without remorse. "It's not the proper way to lead the men. If these are your own employees, then you need to worm your way into their hearts and earn their respect. That's not possible in some cases. Sometimes in your life you're being put into a situation where you have to take charge of a random crew of mech technicians who don't know you and don't respect you. That's when you have to get physical." That sounded very familiar to Kedis. She already started to grin. "How far can I push the men?" VS noticed that she got the wrong idea. "It's not about the pain, nor is it about punishment. Nothing good will come if you put the mech technicians in the infirmary. The goal is to make it clear to them that you're the top dog in the workshop. It's a dominance game. They're much more willing to follow your cues if they fear the consequences of earning your ire. So I basically have to bully them until they're scared of me?" "It's not bullying. It's exercising leadership." "Is there a difference?" "Sometimes there isn't," VS admitted. "Bullying your way into authority is a short-term solution when time is short and you don't have anything better to rely upon. The true challenge is to transition into a more dependable form of leadership. You can't keep bullying the mech technicians and expect them to work hard and with passion." "So I have to make them like me?" She frowned. "I don't see how I can do that when they see me as a bully." VS smirked. "There is a thing called Stockholm Syndrome. People's mentalities can be remarkably pliable when you exert the right pressure on them. The key is to use both kindness and harshness to indoctrinate them into following your orders blindly. When they no longer question you whenever you tell them to do something, that's when you've succeeded in turning them into your lackeys. Through his hard work and continuous efforts, VS had long reached this stage among the Vandals. Keddy's had a long way to go in comparison, but by keeping tabs on her progress, VS might learn a thing or two himself about taking charge. Having observed how people like Captain Orphan, Captain Bird, and Major Verl exercised their leadership, continued to enrich his own understanding of this critical skill. Following his students' evolution on this area allowed him to confirm some of his theories and refine his future approach. Once he finished his instructions, he pushed Kedys onwards, who walked menacingly towards the lackadaisical mech technicians. In her heavy combat armor, she made for an intimidating sight and slightly towered over the mech technicians who predominantly wore hazard suits. "Alright, you lazy bums, since you're so thick-headed that you think you know better than me, it's time for a lesson from your great Auntie Kedys. Get over here, you sad excuses of mech technicians!" In the following 10 minutes, she essentially browbeat the mech technicians into acknowledging her dominance. The chief technician who attempted to intervene got smacked into the ground by Kedys, instantly imprinting the image into the memories of everyone who was present. She no longer brooked any nonsense from the ineffective chief technicians. Sometimes, the one with the biggest fist had the most say. The Sword Maidens already ingrained this rule into their bones, but the Vandals weren't entirely accustomed to this brutish method of asserting authority. The presence of VS at the sidelines any attempts at calling for higher authority to stop the bullying. His implicit permission and approval for Kedys to do her own thing was already a silent message in itself. Besides, it wasn't as if she actually asked for much. Kedys did not let her power over the mech technicians inflate her mind. She kept her priorities straight and focused on correcting mistakes and compelling the mech technicians to do their work properly instead of abusing her power for petty power games. After a few days of handholding, VS became reassured that Kedys know how to push the mech technicians into action, to the point where he felt his presence wouldn't be needed anymore. "I'm very proud of you, Kedys," he unabashedly praised his student. "Your Sword Maiden methods may not be all that appropriate, but you dialed them back sufficiently so that the men won't hate you that much." She smirked contemptuously at the mech technicians. "They're not that different from our slaves back at the Sword Maidens. They're all sheep. These ones just forgot that and needed a firm reminder." VS wasn't entirely sure it was healthy to look at the mech technicians in that light. There is more to leading the mech technicians than making sure they comply with your instructions. True leadership goes beyond that, and attempts to motivate them into working harder on their own accord. A true leader would be able to draw out their latent potential and increase their performance beyond the norm. Like Commander Lydia? That's a very good example. VS smiled. Think about how Commander Lydia built a strong pirate outfit out of nothing in the span of a couple of decades. It takes more than terrorizing her Sword Maidens to grow to this point. Do you think you can be the next Commander Lydia? Kedys looked uncertain of herself. Filling the shoes of a legendary pirate commander took a lot of guts. "You can do it, Kedys. You're destined for more. I believe in you." She finally let out a relieved smile. "Thanks." Chapter 8:22 at a loss. Now that VS successfully delegated his supervision duties to Kedys, his schedule finally freed up a lot. He felt bad about pushing all of the repetitive, banal, and rage-inducing work to his student, but the problems that constantly popped up should provide her with plenty of practice in solving mildly complicated technical issues. Some of the other Vandal mech designers felt that VS bypassed them entirely for no reason. He didn't care. He was in charge, and they were not. VS didn't trust any of them to wield their powers responsibly. Trust. Competence. power. All of these intertwined at multiple levels among the ground expedition. At the very top, the co-leadership of Captain Byrd and Commander Lydia led to a harmonious relationship so far. But how long would that last? The Sword Maidens had their own way of doing things, and Commander Lydia's authority was equal to Major Verl's. Captain Byrd only held the upper hand so far because the Vandals possessed many more capabilities the Sword Maidens lacked. The Vandals not only brought more supplies, but they also retained many experts and science-minded support staff that continuously helped them with the natives. Without the continued efforts of the exobiologists, the flagrant Sword Maidens wouldn't have been able to figure out the wild gods and demystify their capabilities. Hundreds of experts helped with studying the remains of Perixen and the other dead sacred gods right now. In particular, they collected all of their god crystals after studying how the surrounding flesh interacted with these foreign objects and tried to study their internal structure to see how they managed to influence the astral winds. Other experts, including Dr. Tillman, succeeded in nursing Kalankso back to life after several close brushes with death. While she remained heavily injured, the giant exobeast no longer worsened in health. The continuous efforts of these experts gave the Vandals a lot of prominence over the Sword Maidens, who only knew how to chop their enemies with their swords. Their time hadn't come yet. Once the ground expedition collided with the mech forces sent down by their rivals, then that would be their time to shine. VS figured that Commander Lydia was biding her time right now. She kept a low profile and allowed the Vandals to take the limelight so far. The Sword Maidens rigorously adhered to their existing routines and always trained for the next fight where they might actually be of use. That battle would come, sooner or later, and at that time the Sword Maidens would make themselves known. On a lower level, the undercurrents slowly started to surge. Venerable Sia continued to expand his circle bit by bit. Though many mech pilots wanted to receive his tutoring, he focused most of his efforts into empowering his first fans and his most loyal core. To VS, it seemed as if Venerable Sia was biding his time as well. Just like Commander Lydia, he refused to set off waves and instead attempted to work below most people's radar. VS himself actually enjoyed no official authority over the Vandal mech technicians, yet no one drew any attention to this technicality. The responsibilities he claimed for himself went far beyond the strictly advisory capacity he was supposed to fulfill. His high degree of competence alone convinced every mech technician that putting him in charge would be the best for all of them. They may not like him personally, but they would rather have him in charge than someone else. Too bad they got Kedis instead of VS the last few days. Compared to VS, she lacked the competence to solve all the technical challenges that came up during their repairs. Her inexperience even led her to provide deeply flawed solutions to some of the more challenging problems. This didn't help her at all, though she at least recognized she was outmatched when she failed. VS had to step in and clean up her messes in those instances. Still, what she lacked in competence, she made up for it with gumption. In the instances where she didn't automatically commanded everyone's obedience, she bullied the mech technicians into taking her seriously. Sometimes she let her failures get the better of her. Her work didn't go all that smoothly, and whenever she failed or fell short, her frustration built up and caused her to forget her limits. During those times, she forgot that she wasn't dealing with hardened Sword Maidens or Sword Maidens in training. Several mech technicians got carted off to the infirmary to treat their broken bones and other serious injuries. If it happened once or twice, then VS wasn't inclined to look. Now that such incidents happened 5 times over several days, VS could no longer stay on the sidelines. "Didn't I tell you it's not about hurting the men?" VS took Kedis aside one day. "Injuring the mech technicians is a means to an end that comes at a price. You need to be more stingy with how much violence you dole out." "I'm sorry, VS, but I'm not as good as you. These stupid problems continue to annoy the hell out of me. How could they screw up so often?" She cried out her frustration. This is the hardest part to supervising a workshop where a lot of complex repairs are taking place. It may look difficult at first, but once you deal with the problems for a month, you'll slowly find out that they aren't so different from each other. You don't have to rack your brains all the time to develop a new solution when an old one suffices. VS basically told her to stick with her job despite her initial setbacks because the experiences she went through now would help her out enormously later on. Knowing how Mechs broke and failed enabled Mech designers to develop new machines that avoided the mistakes of other designs. Though she didn't see the value yet, Kedis reluctantly continued to perform her duties, but with a more mindful touch this time. If VS wanted Kedis to take over some of his work, then he needed to make sure she didn't drop the ball too much. Otherwise, he'd be forced to resume those duties. VS didn't opt to delegate his most tedious work duties because he wanted to sit back and relax. No. If VS wanted to buy some time for himself, he always had a goal in mind. VS turned his attention to Kalanxo. To be more precise, her ability to interface with the mind of the natives. He received a standing invitation from Dr. Tillman to help her out with a difficult project. He moved over to ground zero of the explosion that wiped out much of the eastern Samar Pantheon. 1 full week after the battle, the Vandals cleaned up the battlefield. They chopped up and moved away the remains of Perixen and the other sacred gods and studied them elsewhere under more controlled conditions. In the meantime, they built a makeshift prison around Kalanxo, though no restraints could ever be strong enough to stop her from thrashing it if she exerted her strength. So far, Kalanxo remained docile and didn't act up in any way. She exhibited enough intelligence to realize that the Vandals worked hard to save her life and help her recover from her wounds. VS entered the prison built around Kalanxo's massive bulk and witnessed her lying down on tiled surface with alloy restraints locking her limbs. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Larket's son." Dr. Tillman greeted him with the respect of a fellow professional. "No problem, Doc." Over time, the Vandals learned to disregard her fairly young age. Despite being in her 30s, Dr. Tillman's knowledge and competence surpassed her older peers. She turned out to be a genius in the same way as VS, and people often regarded them as the same type of person. VS grew curious how someone as brilliant as Dr. Tillman ended up with the Vandals, but it wasn't polite to ask. If she wanted him to know her story, she would tell it to him on her own accord. For now, they both had jobs to do. "Captain Bird has ordered us to subdue Kalanxo and attempt to convert her into an asset for the Vandals. Whether that is through allowing her to operate on her own or with a Vandal volunteering to be her beast rider, we don't know yet. Our imprisoned sacred god isn't entirely forthcoming when we attempt to communicate with her. No matter what, we did bomb her mate and her offspring to death." "One of those smaller exabeasts is her child?" VS frowned. "How come she hasn't gone berserk yet?" Dr. Tillman smiled. "Exabeasts are capable of spawning many godling offspring. She must have birthed hundreds if not thousands of children with her union with Perixen. Generally, the god species don't care too much about the life or death of a single child, even if he or she has been nurtured into a sacred god. Those who die prematurely are too weak." She reminded VS that he shouldn't equate her as a human. These god species thought in very different patterns. "How sure are you of this observation?" "Kalanxo told us that ourselves, likely in an attempt to reduce our vigilance towards her. When she first regained her consciousness, we posted an alarming number of armed mechs around her form. The presence of those mechs distressed her a lot. Eventually, we came to a compromise where she wouldn't act up in exchange for moving those mechs further away." "That sounds incredibly dangerous. What if she is plotting some form of revenge?" "We made a calculated risk to trust her word, however little we can get out of the beast. In order to build up trust with Kalanxo, we have to show that we respect her as an entity." "So how does she communicate with you guys?" So far, all she does is roar at you, right? We mostly make do with asking questions that can be answered with a yes and no response. A long roar is a yes, while a short roar is a no. So far, it seems that Kalangso is able to understand standard human language without any need for an interpreter. It's fascinating to see definitive proof that the sacred gods are sentient alien species. Sentient meant that Kalangso was more than a dumb beast who only made decisions according to her instincts. If she was truly sentient, then she'd be able to process complex thoughts and interact with the Vandals on a more equal level. She still remained their prisoner, though, and Kalangso very much knew that. Since I'm here to find a way to get Kalangso to interface with one of our mech pilots, has Kalangso been cooperative in the matter? Not quite. Dr. Tillman frowned. We believe the matter of her beast rider is a more sensitive subject. Kalangso cared more about her chosen than her own mate and her dead offspring. Our psychologists believe that Kalangso is still traumatized by the loss of her human companion. Their bond was very deep. This sounded rather touching to VS. It also sprung a lot of strange ideas related to his design philosophies. Would he ever be able to reach the point where he designed a mech that cared for its mech pilots as deeply as Kalangso pined for her companion? VS didn't care about Kalangso's losses before, but hearing about her deeply traumatic separation with her beast rider affected him deeply in his heart. It was as if his design philosophy offered its condolences to Kalangso. He quickly shook his head and tried to clear his mind. So since Kalangso is still grieving for the loss of her chosen, will we ever get a mech pilot to try and interface with her mind? That plan is still on track, and due to your expertise in neural interfaces, however limited it may be, you are in charge of this project. By the time our expedition is scheduled to move, Captain Bird hopes to see a mech pilot riding atop Kalangso. VS gazed at the silent and morose sacred god. The challenge was immense. Yet there was no other choice. I'll do it. I don't know how I can get Kalangso to accept a new beast rider, but I'll find a way. Chapter 823 Beast Rider Project. Kalangso, the second oldest and most powerful sacred god of the Eastern Samar pantheon. The mate to Perixen and a mother of more than 1,000 godlings. This was an entity who lived through more than 10 of these lifetimes. She had seen sacred gods and blessed people rise and fall. She experienced the turmoil after the great father Paraxis perished abruptly without designating an heir for his two most promising sons. She survived the giant explosion that felled Perixen, her mate, and Piazones, her strongest son and a sacred god who was a bit more than 100 years old. This only highlighted her formidable defensive powers. She handedly outperformed an entire mech company of heavy knight mechs in terms of enduring destructive shelling. Now, Kalangso fell into the laps of the flagrant sword maidens. The Western Samar pantheon that still reigned over the ancient city of Samar seemed more interested in taking over the eastern side of the city than taking revenge for Perixen's folly. VS bet that she knew that she had been turned into abandoned goods. Depending on the mentality of the god species, this old beast with many more years to go in her life wouldn't be resigned to die so easily. For what cause would her death matter to her? For a dumb brute of a mate who picked a fight against an opponent with horrible offensive powers? For a sacred god who never outgrew to be his own god? While Kalangso hadn't really communicated all that much with her captors, the psychologists and exobiologists composed a detailed report of her personality. VS patiently read through all the documents concerning her willingness to cooperate. He also browsed the documents related to the body structure of the sacred gods. Compared to the wild gods, the growth of the sacred gods diverged despite essentially belonging to the same species. The main changes revolved around the miraculous god crystals, whom the scientists still puzzled over their use despite collecting a bunch of them from the carcasses of the dead sacred gods. Very likely, The only way the engineers could figure out how to activate the god crystals and use them as replacement power generators was to gain Kalangso's cooperation. Through some unknown procedure, 19 god crystals rested against her hide, half of them buried into her flesh while the other half remained exposed to the air. These god crystals allowed Kalangso to call down an energy tornado and fill up her energy reservoirs to fuel her defensive powers. Maintaining her space barrier drained a large amount of energy, so much so that they could easily fuel the operation of the entire ground expedition for a day, if not more. That didn't sound so impressive, but in fact this represented an incredible amount of energy. More than that, the sacred god made use of the energy with unparalleled efficiency, wasting relatively low amounts of waste heat for all the energy she expended. To VS, everything about Kalangso seemed to be a well-engineered sacred god. Even among ace mechs piloted by seasoned ace pilots who possessed comparable powers, Kalangso ranked on the upper end of the scale. The major problem right now that Kalangso appeared to grieve for her fallen beast rider, her chosen. All the Vandals knew was that her human companion was a woman from their footage of the battle. They hadn't been able to figure out anything else as Kalangso obviously couldn't talk. The spy drones hovering in the outskirts of Samar also didn't really find out anything pertinent. The mortal citizens all kept a healthy distance from the sacred gods. Besides, with Palanon in charge, no one dared to speak about worshipping the old gods anymore. The lack of information concerning her former beast rider inconvenienced VS in his new assignment. He'd been put in charge of the project meant to pair Kalangso up with a new beast rider. He had no clue where to start. Fortunately, the Vandals assigned some random exobiologists and other experts to his project, though they appeared they would rather join the other, more interesting projects that studied the physiology of these god species. These chums got the short end of the stick. VS called the small group of experts together in a free room attached to the giant holding facility built around Kalangso's imprisoned form. Many temporary labs had been set up as well to help Kalangso recover and to study her living physique. Compared to those large work teams, the project team led by VS didn't amount to much, even though their work played a critical role in enhancing the strength of the flagrant sword maidens. "All right, fellows, you all know why we are here," he began after a brief round of introductions. None of the experts impressed VS that much. "Kalangso is our first captive sacred god, and it's a waste to keep her as our prisoner when she can be so much more. The same defensive prowess that she used to shield her fellow sacred gods from the combined firepower of all of our mechs and cannons can be employed to protect our own assets in future battles. Having her on our side is almost the same thing as having an ace mech on our side." Equating Kalangso to an ace mech immediately affected the experts around the table. Some of their eyes grew hot when they realized the magnitude of such an outcome. With an entity comparable to an ace mech by their side, the ground forces would become a lot more assured of victory. Still, getting there wouldn't be easy. At this moment, Kalangso has not been willing to divulge too much information. Someone involved with communication reported. "While we've confirmed that Kalangso is able to speak and understand the standard language, she isn't in the mood to communicate. As for the reason, you all know that already. Would it be callous of us if we push a new beast rider onto her? Maybe we need to give her more time to grieve. You're treating Kalangso like a traumatized human. She's much older than us, and by all accounts her last beast rider isn't the first one she paired up with. I think the sacred god is a lot more resilient than you think." VS agreed with this sentiment. "Regardless how Kalangso feels about taking on a new beast rider, we don't have the time to allow her to process her loss. She needs to get over with it and accept a new beast rider from us regardless of how much it affects her mood." He couldn't take forever with this project. They needed someone close to Kalangso so that the flagrant sword maidens became more assured that she wouldn't act out against them. A sacred god without a beast rider would forever be a loose cannon who could turn against them at any moment. They needed to develop a new rapport with Kalanxo and indoctrinate her into fighting on the behalf of the flagrant sword maidens. Who will be her beast rider? A vandal or a sword maiden? A vandal, of course. It's wholly through our efforts that we managed to capture her alive and convert her for our use. According to our studies concerning the sacred gods and their chosen, the pair must be of somewhat similar temperaments to provide the best fit. The older the sacred god, the less malleable and more formidable their minds become. I hate to say it, but many of our vandals don't possess the required temperament and maturity to be a good partner for Kalanxo. So far, every beast rider the flagrant vandals observed matched the gender of the sacred god they were paired with. There was definitely a reason behind this, and the most predominant one that the vandals came up with was that the beast riders and the sacred gods couldn't be too different from each other. What are you saying? Another expert exploded. We have plenty of female mech pilots who aren't pushovers. Many of the sword maidens are much more formidable in terms of mental strength than our vandal mech pilots. The model I've constructed shows that out of every mech pilot in the expedition, Commander Lydia shows the best fit by far. Her skills, temperament, leadership ability, life experience, and more all makes her the most prominent potential partner for Kalanxo. VS decided to intervene. Obviously, the question on who to select as our beast rider has political implications. No matter who we chose, the balance of power will definitely shift. I don't see the problem. Why not pick a vandal mech pilot and be done with it? We're not under the obligation to hand over our spoils to the sword maidens. The cooperation between the vandals and the sword maidens remained harmonious so far, but they only captured a single sacred god. This placed their alliance in an awkward position. How could they share something that couldn't be divided? Or maybe they don't need to engage in this tug of war in the first place. A mech doesn't have to be the exclusive property of a single mech pilot. While this is normally the convention, there are times when there are more mechs than mech pilots. VS pointed out. The experts all fell silent. Is it even possible for a sacred god to be paired with two beast riders? I don't see why that can't happen. It's just like piloting a mech, right? It's different. A mech can't think for itself. Kalanxo is a sentient alien beast who can think for herself. From what we've observed so far, every sacred god only chooses one person to be their beast rider. While they have selected other people to be their chosen, that has only happened if their old beast riders died or became too old to be their partners. So it is a matter of preference. We don't know. We'll have to sound out Kalanxo and see if she's willing to be paired with two different beast riders. VS nodded in approval. Let's set this as our goal. Our mission won't be finished until we successfully pair Kalanxo with both a vandal and a sword maiden mech pilot. They began to discuss all the things that needed to happen to accomplish such a thing. Neither VS or any other expert believed that it would be as simple as putting a mech pilot on Kalanxo's back and ordering her to connect their minds together. We need to communicate with Kalanxo and ease her into the idea of selecting two new chosen among our mech pilots. We don't know if it's safe for a mech pilot to interface with the mind of this formidable beast. We'll need to conduct a lot of safety experiments in order to get a handle on the risks. Would Kalanxo be offended if we tried to pair her up with one of the dwarves? Both the god species and the native humans possess heavily altered brain structures. We need to see a man-beast connection up close in order to build a helmet or a machine that can mimic the capabilities of the native people. A lot of different suggestions came together to form a simple plan where each expert pursued different research topics. There was much the Vandals didn't know about the sacred gods, so they couldn't help but perform extensive studies before they were willing to expose a mech pilot's mind to the much more formidable mind of an old and powerful beast. VS himself needed to become involved as well. For some reason, VS didn't think he could build a cockpit on top of Kalanxo's back and get a mech pilot to interface with the sacred god in that way. He needed to work with both flesh and machine to enable the man-beast connection to happen with their own mech pilots. The risks were high, and the chance of screw-ups might cause irreparable harm to the mech pilots hoping to interface with Kalangso's mind. VS foresaw that he needed to stretch his limited knowledge of neural interface yet again and blaze a trail in the darkness, and hope he reached his destination. The challenge both intimidated and invigorated him. He felt as if this was what being a senior mech designer was like. No matter how difficult it is to accomplish their dreams, they stride forward with absolute confidence in their success. Chapter 8:24 Gods by Design. This may be his first time leading a collaborative research project, but VS possessed an ample amount of leadership experience. He didn't feel out of depth, and the other experts had no problems complying with his orders as he asserted himself as the man in charge. Most of the experts in his team knew what burden he shouldered and didn't wish to take his place. If anything went wrong, all the blame would be laid at his feet. On the other hand, if their project achieved success, VS expected to earn most of the credit, with the other experts only able to remain on the sidelines due to their hesitation. Every decision came at a cost. As the experts dispersed to pursue their own research, VS decided he wanted to get close to Kalangso and try to interact with the beast. As a mech designer, VS always tried to gain an understanding of the essence of the mechs he worked with. Sometimes their designers created the mechs with a clear vision in mind. Other times, the designers didn't even know what their end product might look like and only stumbled on the final form by chance. VS considered the sacred gods to be products of engineering rather than nature. The reports from the Vandal experts made it abundantly clear that while they hadn't incorporated many foreign genes, they all changed critical aspects of their biology. For all intents and purposes, the exobiologists from the Starlight Megalodon designed the god's species for a very precise purpose. Not only that, but the god's species also incorporated elements from mech design into their bodies. They are the result of a fusion between exobiology, genetic modification, and mech design. The god's species were living, sentient mechs in the shape of giant lizards that thought for themselves and even possessed the powers of resonance in their bodies. If elite pilots could be called gods, then these exobeasts might be akin to gods as well. The natives called them gods out of ignorance, but they were not entirely wrong to do so. Both the wild gods and the sacred gods possessed power far beyond the realm of mortal men and women. When VS received permission to approach Kalangso, he calmly walked up to the large and ominous lizard. Kalangso possessed a predominantly gray-blue coloring interspersed with red striped patterns. Her build absolutely surpassed that of a heavy mech, though compared to other sacred gods she was a little shorter from head to tail, though she made up for it in width. What struck VS the most was that his exposed head felt the stirring of the wind as the majestic beast breathed softly. Kalangso appeared asleep at the moment. Her eyes closed with weariness as her deep, scorched wounds slowly regenerated with the assistance of the Vandal exobiologists and doctors. Her recovery was still an ongoing concern as her huge bulk needed to regenerate a lot of dead and burned flesh. She still suffered the consequences of surviving the devastating explosion that racked her form and killed the other sacred gods. As VS came within 20 paces of the lizard's tooth-filled maw, he did not dare to approach any closer. A primal part of his mind rebelled at the thought of willingly coming close to this huge and dangerous beast that could snap his body in half despite wearing his C-22 Earth ent. Those jaws looked strong enough to snap a light mech in half. Kalangso, are you? My name is Vesk Larkinson. I'm a mech designer. That means that I'm in charge of all of those large metal human-like machines. These machines are piloted by humans called mech pilots. Would you like a mech pilot to become your new chosen? While it may not compensate for your loss, a new partner represents a new beginning. Both the Flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sworn Maidens would feel much more reassured of your cooperation if you accept one of us as your chosen. He might as well be talking to a wall. Kalanxo kept her eyes closed, and VS didn't even know if she was really sleeping or simply didn't deign to hear the words of a mortal. VS didn't give up yet and started to ramble for 5 more minutes. He addressed many different topics such as where they came from, what was beyond the vault of the stars, the greatness of Mechs, the training Mech pilots went through, and more. None of these topics triggered her interest. For all intents and purposes, she resembled a big dumb exobeast, even though she was anything but those creatures. Even the majestic hexapod king's back and graining fore failed to measure up to a sacred god. They thought. They surpassed their beastly instincts and gained a measure of sentience. From what the exobiologists gathered about the god species, the wild gods free in the wild lacked this quality. Evidence continued to mount that the act of interfacing with a blessed or cursed human allowed the god species to develop their sentience. In a way, these sacred gods possessed a symbiotic relationship with the native humans. To reach their full potential, they couldn't do without the help and cooperation of a human beast rider. Wasn't that any different from the relationship between a mech and a mech pilot? Certainly, autonomous controlled by AI's mechs existed, but they could never match the ingenuity and intuition of a real mech pilot. Let alone that, but AIs had never once achieved resonance with an expert mech. All of the rare and expensive materials incorporated into an expert mech wouldn't be able to bring any benefits, so long the mech didn't come paired with a matching expert pilot. This was where the god species differed from mechs. As living, thinking entities, they somehow managed to produce effects akin to resonance all on their own. Dr. Tillman and the other exobiologists believed that the unique circumstances of the planet played an essential role in this process. The higher dimensional particles released into the planet and the star system possessed a lot more properties than distorting the surrounding space-time. Minute amounts of these particles entered the bodies of the local wildlife, and the largest creatures of them all accumulated a considerable amount of higher dimensional energy, or matter, though usually in a derived form. Even Kalanxo possessed a huge murky crystal in the center of her brains according to the deep scans. A sacred god like Kalanxo possessed an inestimable advantage over mechs in that they could take actions just fine without an accompanying human partner. For some reason, though, the sacred gods still insisted on selecting people to be their chosen partners. There must be a benefit involved somehow. Perhaps the sacred gods continually grew smarter over repeated interfacing. Perhaps they would be able to control their powers even better if paired with a talented potentate with great data processing capabilities. These theories serve to explain a sacred god's continued symbiosis with their beast rider. An even more daring theory stated that the benefits didn't flow in a single direction. The beast rider enjoyed huge benefits as well. The battle against Perixin showed that despite throwing lethal poison and other dangers at the humans riding atop the sacred gods, the beast riders withstood the toxic air as if someone merely let out a fart. The long-range sensors definitely observed that the beast riders needed to breathe, yet their human bodies somehow experienced huge changes. Their body quality even surpassed the body quality of the Soar Maidens, who combined rigorous training with extensive genetic modification to strengthen their close combat prowess beyond the level of ordinary humans. Not even the exobiologists could completely explain how this could happen. Once the Beast Rider projected began their selection process to pair Kalanxo up with a couple of mech pilots, VS predicted that they'd be overrun with applications. VS already anticipated a lot of headaches in the future. Well, that's in the future. First, the Beast Rider project needed to gain Kalanxo's cooperation. VS tried to talk to her for so long, but the creature didn't even deign to pay attention to him. Perhaps to Kalanxo, all mortals were as weak as ants. Still, VS possessed one more trick to see if he could elicit a reaction out of the big beast. With exceeding care, VS started to focus his spirituality. He extended his sixth sense and tried to see if he could perceive anything from Kalanxo. It was subtle, but VS detected something from the beast. If mech pilots and expert pilots possessed flame-like souls that grew in size and became more physical as they grew stronger, the spiritual flame of the god beast was massive in comparison. Yet, while it was immensely large to the point of pressing down on his sixth sense, it was as if it didn't exist. He could barely perceive its might. Was this a common feature among all sacred gods? Kalanxo stirred. VS hadn't been very subtle about extending his senses. He had brushed against her spirituality and affected it ever so slightly. One of her man-sized eyelids swept open. A mesmerizingly large pupil focused squarely at VS, as if shooting out an invisible laser. VS felt a huge but weak wave of spirituality passing through his body. He hadn't managed to let loose his concentration in time, which meant the wave battered against his condensed spirit. This elicited Kalanxo's interest, and she swept her other eye open as well. This sacred god had found out something very interesting about VS. It stretched its head forward ever so slightly, though her restraints kept her from moving too far. She sniffed the air and took in his scent, though rightfully speaking she predominantly smelled the materials of his custom armor. Kalanxo, VS carefully spoke. Are you awake? The creature stared at VS with an inscrutable expression. It was like looking directly into the gaze of a dragon. Invisible waves of spirituality kept sweeping over the entire area like a murky sea about to be engulfed into a storm. Her spiritual presence was massive, yet weak. VS repeated the words he spoke at the beginning. He introduced himself, and shortly described what he sought to do. When he broached the topic of accepting a pair of new beast riders, Kalanxo let out a soft roar. It was her first response. VS became encouraged because Kalanxo definitely showed some interest this time, even if she didn't seem enthused. What do you think about acquiring some new human partners? Kalanxo let out an angry roar. The offer didn't make her happy. VS fell into a small dilemma at this point. As their prisoner, VS could coerce Kalanxo into cooperating with the flagrant Sword Maidens. Yet he was afraid that if he pushed it too far, the beast would simply go mad and go out in a final blazing glory. He had to obtain Kalanxo's cooperation through other means. How, he didn't know yet. There was nothing the flagrant Sword Maidens could really offer to her. Captain Bird wouldn't approve of any concessions that murdered their side and unnecessarily empowered the beast. To the Vandals, Kalanxo was a beast to be used, in the same way a mech was a tool used for war. If their captive sacred god became more trouble than she was worth, then the Vandals weren't above executing her and be done with the fussy beast. Her continued existence depended on her cooperation. Kalanxo, don't be so soon to reject the offer yet. We will bring a lot of our mech pilots to you soon. Just take a look at them and see if there is anyone you like. We hope that you will pick 2 of them, one from each of our 2 forces. Do you agree with such a procedure? Kalanxo let out a huffing roar. Perhaps that was her version of saying whatever. It was better than an angry roar, though, so VS considered it a success. He achieved at least one of his goals, even if the sacred god only begrudgingly agreed to his request. Chapter 825 Beast Rider Matchmaking. Word began to spread of the Beast Rider project's selection process. 2/3 of all female mech pilots were eligible to take part in this selection process. The only ones who didn't receive permission were those piloting essential mechs such as the Akara heavy mechs, and those who served critical roles such as the mech officers. Due to the considerable risks and dangers involved with attempting to interface the mind of a mech pilot with the mind of an exobeast, Captain Bird and Commander Lydia only agreed to let their more expendable mech pilots become Kalanxo's partners. VS wanted to proceed with the selection process soon because he figured that letting Kalangso grow close to her new partners would help make her more cooperative to the flagrant sword maidens. If she showed less animosity and more willingness to cooperate, then the Beast Rider project could proceed with the difficult steps of building some kind of hybrid neural interface to allow a baseline human mech pilot to mimic the remote interfacing abilities of the blessed and cursed people. Right now, a normal human mech pilot wouldn't be able to connect with Kalangso's biological neural interface inside her massive head. For several reasons, the Vandals declined to let Venerable Sia join the tryouts. The Pale Dancer may not be very useful against the sacred gods, but it was absolutely deadly against enemy mechs. The ground expedition couldn't afford to lose the strength of this expert mech because it served as one of their sharpest offensive tools. After all, according to VS, since the sacred gods called up most of their resonance powers on their own, it shouldn't be entirely essential if their beast riders were the equivalent of expert pilots. Besides, Venerable Sia is a man. What does he know of motherhood and other female concerns? VS smirked. Setting up a rotation of tryouts where every mech pilot received 1 minute to convince Kalangso to select them required a bit of preparation work. While the project team worked together with the planners to schedule the entire event, VS took care of some other business in the meantime. He met up with talkative Jimmy again at one of the mess halls. As they ate their meals, they began to engage in a casual discussion again. VS deliberately sought out to make their gatherings a regular occasion. Talkative Jimmy was an extremely well-connected vandal. Sometimes, VS even suspected him to be a member of Flashlight, though he could have just been what he appeared to be on the surface, a good-for-nothing whose only hobby was to gossip. In exchange for hearing tidbits of information that he normally wouldn't have been able to find out elsewhere, VS reciprocated in turn by telling some of his own stories. He found it to be a useful way to shape the opinions of talkative Jimmy's audience. Right now, talkative Jimmy expressed a lot of interest in the Beast Rider selection process. As the person in charge, no one knew about the selection process more than VS himself, so Jimmy eagerly asked his questions. Is it true that the selection process is limited to women? Yes. I think it should be obvious why. This isn't an unthinking mech we are talking about. Kalangso is a female of her species and it wouldn't be appropriate to pair her up with a man. Only 2 mech pilots are allowed to become her beast riders, right? What do they have to look out for? How can the women who are about to try their luck increase their odds of success? This was a difficult question, as it ultimately depended on the whims of a thinking beast. His project team did manage to come up with a list of factors that might make the beast take note. It helps to understand her species first. The exobiologists compiled a basic book on the properties and life cycle of the god's species. Mech pilots ought to be familiar with the basics, such as our admittedly unproven theory that the personalities of the sacred gods take after their previous beast riders. Therefore, those with the personality or thinking pattern of former chosen will fare best. Kalangso's previous chosen likely enjoyed a very high status in Samar. Being chosen by the gods directly elevated them to the top of the ancient city's ruling structure. A good fit for Kalangso therefore needed to be confident, assertive, imperious, and be a leader. This was also why the project team considered Commander Lydia to be an extremely fitting beast rider for Kalangso. VS mentally sighed in relief that her responsibilities prevented her from trying out. As VS briefly explained these qualities, talkative Jimmy frowned. That sounds really difficult to fulfill. Only our mech officers will stand a chance of being selected. We're starting with the rank and file first. We don't want to risk anyone too important if we can help it. We'll only be trotting out our officers if no one else is to Kalangso's liking. Is there nothing else that can help? Well, the act of interfacing with an alien exobeast is a very different experience from interfacing with the processors and operating system of a mech. VS casually explained. Since we are kind of new at this, we don't expect to get it working quickly. Things might go wrong, or incompatibilities might arise. In these cases, possessing a strong mind that can take a lot of pressure will be helpful in enduring the strain. Those who don't last long enough in the mental resilience training sessions are too weak in Kalangso's eyes. This was another unproven theory he wanted to throw out into the rumor mill. The Vandals and Sword Maidens resumed their training sessions after the Vandals captured some new dwarves from the surrounding tribes to conduct the sessions with. However, far too few Vandal mech pilots lasted long enough to match the performance of the much more impressive Sword Maidens. VS did not want Kalangso to favor her Sword Maiden Beast Rider over her Vandal Beast Rider. Anyone she selected from the pool of female Vandal mech pilots better be strong enough to maintain her interest. After answering a few smaller questions about the selection process, VS decided to ask some questions on his own. What is Venerable Sia up to these days? Same old stuff. Jimmy shrugged. He accepted a couple more mech pilots and shored up their training. According to what I heard, their performance drastically shot up during the recent training drills. Expert pilots possessed a much deeper understanding and mastery of piloting skills than advanced pilots. Their skills had reached a level beyond the reach of mortals. Their greater height allowed them to spot the flaws in the piloting abilities of ordinary mech pilots and offer succinct suggestions for them to improve. In fact, getting tutored by an expert pilot was one of the guaranteed ways to increase a mech pilot's chances of advancing to experts themselves one day. This was because the guidance of an expert pilot helped shore up their weaknesses and strengthen their foundation. While this kind of attention didn't guarantee that mech pilots would be able to advance, it at least put them one step ahead of the rest who mostly needed to rely on themselves or guidance from flawed, mortal instructors. All the active and retired expert pilots in the Larkin Sun family also helped train the next generation for that reason. This unbroken chain of older expert pilots guiding the younger ones in the family heavily contributed to the emergence of newer expert pilots among the Larkin sons. This was the true strength of an unofficial military dynasty. Family always benefited first from the generosity of an expert pilot. And now, Venerable Sia generously offered his services to random low-ranking Vandal mech pilots without much reserve. VS couldn't help but suspect greater motives in the expert pilot's charity. I hope the men don't forget who their bosses are. Venerable Sia is still a foreigner. VS couldn't do much more than give out a lame warning. The temptation of receiving personal tutoring from an expert pilot was simply too great to resist. He still hadn't decided how to deal with the expert pilot. He thought about tweaking his neural interface again, but that would have tripped up some alarms. Venerable Sia wouldn't fail to miss a change. Besides, VS himself had no clue how to modify the neural interface to overcome the expert pilot's considerable mental defenses. Still, an expert pilot only expressed their true strength when piloting an active mech. If VS had access to the Pale Dancer, he could think of hundreds of ways to sabotage the expert mech to such an extent as to force it to shut down. That would take away the expert pilot's sharpest weapon. Though he'd still be able to hijack any other mech, at least he wouldn't be an unbeatable demigod anymore. Talkative Jimmy looked at VS with a shine in his eyes. While VS never asked too much about Venerable Sia, his insistence on receiving a status update on the expert pilot didn't go unnoticed. Sometimes, an unspoken message said much more than a spoken one. By the way, Jimmy said, the mech technicians are beginning to boil over. They're not very satisfied with Keddies looming over their shoulders. I think the chief technicians even went behind your back and complained to Captain Bird. VS never heard of this. Did anything come out of that meeting? Nothing happened, so I guess not. The chief technicians hate your Sword Maiden guest designer, though. They don't believe she has any business telling them what to do. At least when you were still around, you fixed up their messes perfectly. They don't think that Lass or any other mech designer that's available can equal your skill. VS sighed in exasperation. I'm busy withholding the selection process and trying to make it possible for our beast riders to interface with Kalanxo. I don't have the time to babysit the mech technicians. Captain Bird knows that too, so that's probably the reason why she hasn't made a move. If you ever see one of the mech technicians or their chiefs, tell them that they need to learn how to fix their own messes instead of crying to mommy all the time. The techs won't like that. Are you sure you want them to hear you talk about them like that? I'm sure. It's your funeral. He believed that over time, Kitty's would fit in better in her new role as supervisor. Only a short time had passed, and she still needed to solve a lot more problems before she fully adjusted to this line of work. This was also why VS dared to speak dismissively about their complaints. Their little talk quickly came to an end after they finished their meal. Talkative Jimmy had a lot more people to gossip with, and VS needed to get back to work. One day later, the selection process commenced. Over the course of a standard day, off-duty mech pilots showed up at a specific time and stepped forward to Kalanxo. This time, a lot more experts watched by the side behind an array of terminals and control panels. They set up several scanners and sensors that measured the mech pilot and Kalanxo's life signs such as their breathing rhythms, heartbeats, body temperature, and more. Not a lot of experts dared to come close enough to be within biting range of the sacred god, but VS courageously stood close. He looked at a clock set up nearby and called up the next female mech pilot. You're up! The Vandal mech pilot walked forward with some signs of trepidation. Despite the stories that circulated from Jimmy's mouth, she failed to muster up a confident stance in front of the intimidating lizard. Kalanxo opened her eyes and stared straight at the poor mech pilot, causing her to stutter backwards in fright. The exabeast didn't look impressed. She closed her giant eyes right after. Despite the mech pilot's belated attempts at talking to Kalanxo, the lofty sacred god paid no attention to someone so unworthy. Your minute is up. Get off the field, VS ruthlessly called. Inwardly, he sighed. They already went through 20 female Vandal mech pilots, and Kalanxo never spared more than a few seconds of her attention to each.